dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous Dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah.
Try to bring me close and tell me that you care. Was it all so demons all I had? Was it all so demons all I And dreaming's all I have. Where is it leading to? Learning to take a stand. That's when I reach for you. And if dreaming's all I have, where is it leading to? Learning to take a stand. That's when I reach for you.
Drawing to a conclusion. It's the final lie. No turning back. Erasing all the confusion. We can't pretend. No time for goodbyes. So look in my eyes. I hope that we can still be friends. But this is where the story ends. Oh, this is where the story ends. Oh, this is where the story ends. Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't prevent. Been waiting for it to happen. Didn't think you would come. Nowhere to run. The sky begins to blacken. You had your fun. There's no time to change it, no time to change it. I hope that we can still be friends. But this is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. Oh, this is where the story ends. Oh, this is where the story ends. Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't prevent.
to these words, I promise you that you will live one last time. Say it louder, say it for longer. We are stronger than we were before. Travel further, struggle more, but now we're stronger than we were before. Now we're stronger. Now we're stronger. Now we're stronger.
Can't see the sky. Never thought I'd say it. No one knows why. We don't have the answers. There are shadows in the darkness. There's something in the air tonight. Don't know if this is wrong or right. There's something in the air Can't quite understand if we are gonna make it. No way to plan, but what's about to hurt is there's a storm on the horizon. There's something in the air tonight. Don't know if I'll make it through the night. There's something in the air tonight. Don't know if this is wrong or right. There's something in the air tonight.
Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shit in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shit in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having a person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having a person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming. I've been stuck.
2024年的 PCS 将迎来前所未见的全新赛制，8支 PCS 的队伍将进行2阶段的例行赛，以决定6支能晋级季后赛的队伍。第1阶段的例行赛中将以单循环 BO3 的方式进行。第1阶段赛事结束后，排名前4名的队伍将在第2阶段进入领先组。4队将与同组对手再次进行单循环 BO3， 根据最终战绩决定各自在季后赛的种子序。今年的季后赛将由 LJL 和 LCO 的顶尖队伍一同参与竞逐，后4名的队伍则在第2阶段分入突围组，他们将与同组对手进行单循环 BO3， 力争最后2席的季后赛资格。各小组的最终排名将依据第1阶段及第2阶段战绩的总和，所以每一场的比赛都至关重要。还没完，今年的例行赛的选边权也将迎来全新的改变，请让我为你隆重介绍选边权单挑赛。本季例行赛中的每一组对战，出战的2队将各自指派1位选手作为代表，在指定的地图进行1v1单挑赛。获胜的队伍将获得 BO3 第1场比赛的选边权，以及正式对战前的士气优势哦。以上就是2024 PCS 的赛制改动，相信全新的赛制面貌将带给你充满刺激和兴奋感的观赛体验。更多资讯请参考 LOL esports.com， 并持续锁定 PCS 的社群，及时获取最新的赛事资讯。
This is wonderful, 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 wonderful. I didn't think that I would see the light, but now I'm looking at a star tonight. It's shining bright. I used to think I was the only one. I thought the earth went around the sun, and now I'm wrong. There's a moment when you start to feel when you can't believe that this is real, that this world is so amazing. It's wonderful, wonderful when you think about how life unfolds and the universe just lets you know when you look again and it has grown. You used to turn around and start to run. Did you ever think this day would come? It has begun. Now the planets look like they're aligned. The year is calm and the sky is bright, sun the light. There's a moment when you start to feel when you can't believe that this is real, that the world is so amazing. It's wonderful, wonderful when you think about how life unfolds and the universe just lets you know when you look again and the name is grown. Wonderful, 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 There's a moment when you start to feel when you can't believe that this is real, that the world is so amazing. It's
2024年的 PCS 将迎来前所未见的全新赛制，8支 PCS 的队伍将进行2阶段的例行赛，以决定6支能晋级季后赛的队伍。第1阶段的例行赛中将以单循环 BO3 的方式进行。第1阶段赛事结束后，排名前4名的队伍将在第2阶段进入领先组。4队将与同组对手再次进行单循环 BO3， 根据最终战绩决定各自在季后赛的总子序。今年的季后赛将有 LJL 和 LCO 的顶尖队伍一同参与竞逐，后4名的队伍则在第2阶段分入突围组，他们将与同组对手进行单循环 BO3， 力争最后2席的季后赛资格。各小组的最终排名将依据第1阶段及第2阶段战绩的总和，所以每一场的比赛都至关重要。还没完，今年的例行赛的选边权也将迎来全新的改变，请让我为你隆重介绍选边权单挑赛。本季例行赛中的每一组对战，出战的2队将各自指派1位选手作为代表，在指定的地图进行1v1单挑赛。获胜的队伍将获得 BO3 第1场比赛的选边权，以及正式对战前的士气优势哦。以上就是2024 PCS 的赛制改动，相信全新的赛制面貌将带给你充满刺激和兴奋感的观赛体验。更多资讯请参考 LOL esports.com， 并持续锁定 PCS 的社群，及时获取最新的赛事资讯。
much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
2024年的 PCS 将迎来前所未见的全新赛制。8支 PCS 的队伍将进行2阶段的例行赛，以决定6支能晋级季后赛的队伍。第1阶段的例行赛中将以单循环 BO3 的方式进行。第1阶段赛事结束后，排名前4名的队伍将在第2阶段进入领先组。4队将与同组对手再次进行单循环 BO3， 根据最终战绩决定各自在季后赛的总子序。今年的季后赛将有 LJL 和 LCO 的顶尖队伍一同参与竞逐，后4名的队伍则在第2阶段分入突围组，他们将与同组对手进行单循环 BO3， 力争最后2席的季后赛资格。各小组的最终排名将依据第1阶段及第2阶段战绩的总和，所以每一场的比赛都至关重要。还没完，今年的例行赛的选边权也将迎来全新的改变，请让我为你隆重介绍选边权单挑赛。本季例行赛中的每一组对战，出战的2队将各自指派1位选手作为代表，在指定的地图进行1v1单挑赛。获胜队伍将获得 BO3 第1场比赛的选边权，以及正式对战前的士气优势哦。以上就是2024 PCS 的赛制改动，相信全新的赛制面貌将带给你充满刺激和兴奋感的观赛体验。更多资讯请参考 LOL esports.com， 并持续锁定 PCS 的社群，及时获取最新的赛事资讯。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day number 3 of the first week of the PCS. So we've got some exciting games ahead of us, of course, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry International. I will be your host tonight, Vestian, and alongside me, once again, it will be Shock.
Good to be here, of course, and like you said, some exciting matchups, some exciting games today, and I think also it'll be interesting to see kind of how we round out the week in terms of our picks, right? We've seen a few different things come up, you know, the Lucian with the Milio being the really big one. I think also, you know, the Rumble has proved to be a very strong pick. We kind of already knew that for the top lane, but we saw Junjia pick it up in the jungle and have an absolutely monstrous performance on that. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited for today's matches, and I hope to see some spicy picks.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is our second chance to get a look at some of these teams. Of course, West Point, DCG, Beyond, and CFO all coming up again tonight. Of not going against the same teams, of course, but I think, namely for me, series number 2, where it will be CFO against DCG. I think this is a real test to see where CFO actually look in terms of strength, and also DCG, right? Because they came off the back of a very, very clean game number 1 against West Point. Game number 2, quite a lot of jitters, but I think ultimately Chris Carter as well as Tide played very, very well. And so I'm excited to see if they can continue that form up against the likes of CFO, who, of course, they have Gory, they have Karsa and Swordart. So exciting matches ahead. Of course, game number 1 will not be that one. It will be the West Point against BYG, which I think I have a heavy favorite in that one, especially after seeing their first round robin. Yeah,
I mean, BYG definitely came to play, but let's take a look at the previous results from yesterday. It was Frank Esports and PSG picking up 2-0s, and the last series, it went on for some time, but it still was pretty decisive for PSG. And PSG, I think, at the moment, you would probably say are looking the best, although have had, you know, probably the easiest schedule so far. But they look very clean in their games, and it is just the PSG of old, right? Plus Betty.
Yeah, which you could argue is an upgrade, a side grade at worst, but yeah, ultimately PSG did absolutely look very, very, very clean. It was a long series, but that wasn't because of the game time. The game time was actually by far the shortest series we had. I think 223, 4-ish minute games. And again, Junjia looked phenomenal in both of them, picking up a lot of kills on the Rumble, picking up a quadra on Nocturne of all champions. And this is where we get our standings. Of course, it's a 3-way tie currently for DCG, Frank, and PSG, all of which looking very strong. BYG only 1 point behind them, of course, picking up the 2-1 against CFO, and I think today have the opportunity to pick up another 2 wins. But of course, West Point down there, currently sitting at the bottom, also has an opportunity to try and turn their season around. If they're able to pick up a win against BYG, will look really, really good for them.
Yeah, of course, it's very early days here in the PCS, but I think, you know, when you're looking at those teams there in the last place position, I think Hellpigs and West Point, you would kind of expect that from. J-Team, though, obviously it's only one match, right? Yes. But you are expecting them to punch a little higher, so I think keep your eyes on them because they're definitely not out by any means. Today's matchups, though, match number 1, Beyond taking on West Point, and then, of course, CFO against DCG. You kind of mentioned it before. I think match number 2 is the bigger one. And CFO, they underperformed, I think, compared to our expectations. On the other side, though, DCG, they really overperformed compared to what we expected them, especially with that role swap coming in from Chris Carter. So excited to see how that game goes, and I think a chance for CFO to kind of right the ship, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in terms of our first match today, the important thing that I really want to see is if BYG can actually close out a game easily, because I think they will win, but when they were against CFO, they got some really strong early leads. Even in the game they lost, they just really struggled to close out the game. They weren't pushing their advantage very well, despite having very strong Lucian Milio in the bottom lane. And so I expect them this game. They're against weaker opponents, of course, and you'd really expect them to get ahead, get that across the line in a lot earlier fashion. They took about 40 minutes when it probably could have been ended at 30 minutes if it was a team such as PSG on in their position.
Yeah, definitely tend to agree. And do you think some of that is how the teams draft, or do you think it is just the way they're playing? Because I think we've seen a lot, those teams kind of play the ultra safe style of, let's just get all the dragons and kind of clean out the game from there. And maybe that's a draft thing, because a lot of the time if you do have that safe scaling comp, you don't really need to rush. But I think it's also a mark of a good team that they can really put the pressure on.
Yeah, I almost wonder if a lot of it has to do with sort of how the early game, especially for the bot lane, goes. Because, I mean, we saw, I think, the first time so far in week number 1 yesterday where PSG, when they had a strong pushing red side bot lane, they just split the map. They put Junjia in the bottom side of the map. He pretty much never left until it was Void Grub's time. And that just allowed the sort of Betty and Woody to get their footing in the lane. They weren't able to be ganked at that stage. And so I want to see something more like that. I don't think what's been working where you're just traditionally jungling, you're going from top to bot or bot to top even, and then the other side just starts red, comes and ganks you level 3, where people have not worked out how to ward. And I think the game really snowballs from that, because once your bot lane gets behind that early, particularly if you're trying to win bot lane, which is the nature of most of the champs in the meta currently, it really puts you far behind, and then you sort of just concede these objectives, which makes the teams want to just play for that Dragon Wing con, right? Because it's
Yeah.
very much more secure than playing for a Baron at 21 minutes or whatnot.
Yeah, I think so. And I think also, one reason the winning bot is so important at the moment is because if you winning bot, you get the dragons. And obviously the trade for that is the Void Grubs. But the Void Grubs only really become relevant if you're winning, right?
Yes.
It's not exactly like a trade you can go for to get back into the game. But anyway, it is our 1v1 for that Game 1 side selection coming up. We'll see which players end up getting nominated. So far, we've seen some very exciting games, and I think it's definitely a hit edition.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, I imagine we're likely to see Newly come back again and do it, and then maybe even Driver once again. Although Driver, he was losing his 1v1, of course, ended up winning it because of a poor back timing from Gory. So it'll be interesting to see if we get the same players doing it today or not. I mean, I kind of hope so. I do feel like Newly might be the stronger laner in West Point. And then, of course, Driver, he's quite dominant in his laning. Although 1-1-6 did look pretty good in their series against CFO, so maybe they'll swap that out. But I guess we'll wait and see. But, of course, 1v1 is what I'm almost most excited to see these days.
Yeah, for sure. I think I really want to see how the meta develops as well, because I think some of those champs that, I remember back in All-Stars that were very, very strong, things like the Draven or the Caitlyn or whatever, those tended to be the champs that really dominated that mode. And so far, we've just seen a lot of bruisers, which are definitely good.
Yes.
But I think potentially there's more range champs that could come out.
Yeah, for sure. And we have word the 1v1 will be between 1-1-6 and Newly, so might be potential to see some mid laner action here. One of the shock favorites is actually the Orianna versus Syndra matchup, and he pretty much always wins that, so are you hoping to see that?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, Orianna Syndra, obviously one of those big skill matchups in the mid lane. Possibly they could even bring out some of the Mundo dodgeball.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think it's very hard. I've tried that on the area map, and it's very, very difficult because the minions spawn. And then
yeah, sure.
Yeah. It becomes hard, but Lucian Pantheon.
Yeah.
I'm favoring Pantheon for this one, but I mean, good stuff from 1-1-6.
Yeah, I feel like Pantheon has too much movement speed, but that being said, it is the double combat sums for Newly, and that might actually make the difference. I wonder if Flash is actually worth it from Pantheon. Feels like it might have been better if that were just an exhaust.
Well, there is a chance that he could get the kill here. Hits level 4.
Yeah,
does have
no
the
cleanse.
flash, and he's going to get it, I think. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that's one.
Absolutely.
And he can base and, grab a Dirk or something?
Yeah, I'd like to think he can afford the Dirk. Ooh, okay.
Pickaxe instead. A little strange, I think.
Ooh. This is good for Newly, though. Maybe able to get a trade around kill.
Yeah, he's very close to 6. If he ticks that now, might be able to force something here. Isn't quite going to get it, though.
Oh, the Health Relic.
Ooh, are we going to see a trade back?
Oh,
1-1-6.
no. 1-1-6 has won it.
He's done it.
Yeah, Newly has nowhere to go. There it is.
Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, pretty clean. I do think that's a very hard matchup for the Lucian. Maybe
Yeah.
at level 6 it gets a lot easier, but I think prior to that it's quite hard for you to return damage if Pantheon is able to stun you, of course. He just puts up his take no damage and run away ability.
Yeah. Yeah, it does feel a little difficult.
So side selection to BYG. I don't know how much that matters. I expect them to be able to win regardless of side, but I mean, looking back to their last series, they chose blue both sides, which I think they're the only team that actually did that, and so that might mean something. Of course, the Lucian Melio feels a lot better if you're able to play it on the blue side because you want to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the bot combos in general just feel better on blue side, and I'm starting to believe the blue side is stronger. We have seen red side abused a little bit, right? We saw that Akali flex.
Yeah.
Can't remember which team it was.
It was DCG.
Yeah, okay,
Taco
so
taking it up in the top lane.
it can be used, but I feel like the flexes are kind of few and far between, at least for those mid and top roles.
Yeah, Rumble was one as well.
Yeah, I think playing Rumble mid in this meta is a little hard, but
The jungle.
it's doable. Yeah, but are you going to really hold your jungle that late in the draft? I mean, you could.
Yeah. But yeah, you often don't want to pick your solo laner, right? So you can hold the Rumble and then pick the solo laner later.
Yeah, could
Possible.
do.
Anyway, we'll see. Of course, on your screens here is Beyond Gaming. Husha having a pretty good first series back after riding the bench for the vast majority of 2023. I think looking very good. Feng as well, similar position. Played Spring, didn't play Summer, and came back and had a lot of impact there up against Sword Art and Shun in the bot lane in their last series. So looking to see if he can repeat that success. 1-1-6 as well, I believe he did end up playing at least one game of one of his more control mage style champions. And
Yeah.
was it 1-1-6 who played the Nico, right? I believe it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looked really, really good. Very dominant, of course, the lane always tends to be for that champion. Was against the LeBlanc and even solo killed Gory. Yeah, solo killed the Gory's LeBlanc.
Yeah, that's a big pickup. I mean, obviously, Nico very strong in the lane, but 80 LeBlanc, no slouch as well. Now, I was doing a bit of investigation today, and I actually saw some new AD LeBlanc builds. I saw a couple. I saw Showmaker play one where he had, I want to say it was a rapid fire, and I saw a game with Chovy where he had an IE.
Okay.
So some experimentation perhaps, but on the other side is West Point, and I think they had a rough start, obviously, but it's a team that probably does have some potential, right? I think that Nuli, at least last split, was kind of their shining light, and I think Relia, he actually had a pretty good game on Aurelia just before, so...
He certainly did solo kill Taco multiple times, dove him over and over again, and was the real carry threat. I think the big concern there was that he got so far ahead and they still weren't able to get the job done. I mean, they did get a Hextech Soul, they got 4 Barons, I believe, they got an Outer Dragon, and still, unfortunately, did go down in their prior series against DCG, and I think... Just on paper, Beyond do, at least in my mind, look like the stronger team. I mean, you've got Driver, you've got 116 as well as Feng. They're all very, very accomplished players. So I think they've got an even harder job to do here. I think, noticeably, the playstyle that this team tends to have is Renier chooses a lane and just sits in that side of the map and constantly repeat ganks that lane. Game number 1, did a bot, got tied quite far behind, didn't really matter. Game number 2 got rallied very, very far ahead. Almost managed to get the job done, but we'll see. We'll see what occurs here. Of course, on your screen is the 2 junglers. I think this will be a very key matchup because both of them were key in getting their teams ahead early game last game. And I think Husha arguably doing the better job where Caster invaded him, got him very far behind, but was still able to find angles in the bot lane, able to find angles in the top lane, and has just looked strong in his first series. And his first series, again, against someone that you'd argue just nameplates on one of the best players in the region.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a good sign to start things off. And now, with the blue side, what do you think we're going to see? Because we've seen the Lucian priority, I think, has been going up. Stuff like the Ashe has been permabanned. I think one big difference from team to team is some teams seem to value the Orianna very highly, and some teams seem to value Orianna pretty much not at all.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at these 2 teams, neither of them strike me particularly as control mage players. Now, yes, we did see Nuli play the Orianna. I think it was fairly lackluster. I think if there was a little bit more impact from that Orianna, that game number 2 of their last series against DCG would have been a win. And so I don't really want to see him on it again, and I don't really think of 116 as someone to pick the likes of the Orianna, the likes of the Azir. Now, of course he has, but he tends to do best when he's on things like the AD LeBlanc, or which was AP, but split pushing LeBlanc last split. And of course the Nico and the Annie are really, really to the playstyle of 1116. But now we are heading into draft, of course. Poppy will be that first ban. I think it's a pretty good ban against Renier, just noting how his playstyle is. He likes to repeat gank, and Poppy, one of the better ganking junglers, also has a lot of potential to shut down objective plays as well as team fighting potential. So Ashe again will be banned. I think we have had it open 1 game. Woody played it and they won, so looked pretty annoying as well, of course, in that bot lane pairing with the Caitlyn. Get rid of it.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, I think. Lee Sin, another target ban is put through.
Yeah.
And now
Renier has had this ban against him a lot.
Yeah. Obviously must be accomplished on the pick. Udyr is the ban. So I wonder if that is just to open up kind of Relia for getting a better counter pick.
Yeah.
Right, given that they are on the red side, they probably want to make sure they can get a really good top matchup. And I think, Udyr top currently feels like the best matchup into it is probably Gwen. And even then, it is neutralizable early.
For sure. So
AD LeBlanc ban.
Yeah, that will be gone. Nuli, of course, did play a lot of that split pushing LeBlanc. Not quite as successful as 1116, but if you're not planning to pick it up first, you may as well just get rid of it.
Yeah. Okay. That Kalista is left open.
Yeah,
it's locked in.
I'm interested to see the Kalista lock in. I mean, I'm sure Feng can pilot it very well, but with the Lucian left open, as well as, of course, either of the supports that he'd want to take with it, and honestly, just how well he was able to pilot the champion in the last series, I'm curious to see the priority on the Kalista. Will it be answered, do you think, by the Lucian Melio, or the... I think actually this, if ever, is a better time for the Lucian Nami, of course, the Nami being a very good champion at slowing. Won't happen, though. It will be that Varus.
Yeah, okay, so they lock in the Varus, obviously another very strong laning champion. I have to see what they end up pairing with it. Is it just going to be the Orianna prioritized very early on? A little surprising to me, but it is picked up. So now on the other side, I mean, what are you looking for? I think Azir obviously is up. Akali can be taken as well. Renata could be the pairing with the Kalista. Obviously, you have the choice of the range supports, or you can go with something melee. But the Kalista Renata was something we saw, I believe, a lot at Worlds, and has certainly retained its popularity now, is locked in. I think taking the Azir alongside it could be good, but again, 1116 he might prefer something like the Nico, and it does give them a lot more engage, a lot more playmaking, but it would hurt their scaling.
Yeah, and it's also one of the best matchups into Orianna too.
Yeah.
I think the Nico does very, very well against that champion. You can actually outpush the Orianna, which doesn't happen too often. You also outrange it, and I do expect to see it locked in. Of course, his last performance on the champion was very, very good. Absolutely dominating Glory, so excited to see this again. Now, where do you go for the next pick? Jungle seems like it might be a good choice. I know almost certainly the side of West Point will be giving that counter pick over to Relia. You could also look for your support, but I think Varus has so many supports that you can pair with them depending on what playstyle you want to go. The lethality, the on-hit, even the AP perhaps, but less likely. A lot of supports that are open that can be picked.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to go the Vi, which can make Callista's life a little difficult.
Yeah,
But
I
with
like
the
the pick.
Renata in there as well, I don't think it's as easy to pull it off. Admittedly, you know, the Orianna Vi is pretty threatening. So towards second phase bans now, what are we looking at? I could maybe just see more top lane bans, try and take away more of Driver's blind picks, and just really get Rel here into a comfortable matchup.
Yeah, so what does it look like? Like, the Rumble, I think, is one that you probably want to take away.
Yeah,
Although
okay,
we're
then.
banning junglers.
I mean, I guess you can play Aurelia into Rumble, right?
Yeah, but I still think Rumble might even just come out stronger, just based on how strong that champ is with current items, but I mean, we'll see. Of course, there is the likes of the Cassante, which we've seen Driver play before, and he plays it fantastically well, so
Yeah.
I think if there's ever a player that can counter sort of Relia's champion pool, it's probably Driver. He's very good at playing these sort of anti-carry champions.
For sure. Aurelia ban does come in, and I like that. Quite respectful, and I think neutralizes a lot of what Relia wants to do. So will we see more jungle bans? Obviously, it is West Point who can pick first out of this. And maybe something like the... Okay, so they ban away the Viego. Obviously, they've already got that Vi, so there won't be any takeaways, but I'm a little surprised that something like the Rel didn't get targeted, because I feel like that does give a lot of AoE to that comp, and also really good peel tools.
Even the Sejuani, honestly. I mean, Husha already played the Sejuani. Of course, this Viego game, he went like, well, it was like, what was it, 11-0-9,
Yeah,
I
he had
think
a
it
lot of
was?
kills.
12-0-9, actually, I think, maybe. Anyway, went ridiculous on the champ.
It was pretty destructive. Okay, Rakan is that last ban.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you probably do want to save your top for counter. So I think you probably just take your support here. Unless you want to take the Rumble away, you could take the Rumble Vi, and that also denies the Rumble Rel combo. But I get the feeling that Relia is someone who would prefer to counterpick.
Yeah, no, for sure. Okay, so
I'm down to see that. I
Yeah.
think Senna's pretty strong, actually, on the patch. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it. Does get locked in. Now, I would like to see Rumble Rel.
Yeah.
I think Rumble Rel would be pretty unstoppable here.
Is there any other champ you'd really want in the jungle? It does feel like Rel would be the obvious one. Utility champions do seem to...
I'm down for that
yeah,
too.
that is very similar. I mean, Varus, Senna, Orianna, this is a perfect Jarvan. Oh, I'm not so keen on that, but
Yeah. Oh, definitely not that. Do not lock that in.
zero setup, niddly slam. I think Jarvan, out of what was Hobbit, I think Jarvan would have done really well.
Yeah.
It's very hard for Senna and Varus to play around it constantly. The cooldown, of course, on Cataclysm is so much shorter than Flash, and eventually it just means that you Cataclysm the AD carry and Rumble puts an ult over, but we'll see. Husha obviously having a very, very good first series, and putting him back on a carry champion does feel like it can be okay. Now, Relia has a lot to do, of course, locking in that Akali now into the Rumble matchup. I think it's not terrible, but it is also very hard for Akali to find these good trades early on, because even in the Shroud, Driver's going to be able to output quite a lot of damage with that Flame Spreader, so not a whole lot of safety.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not really sold on the Akali 5th pick. I think can have a lot of, good impact into certain comps. We kind of saw that yesterday with Jimmy and Akali, but I think into this one, it feels pretty hard to do something. Nico in team fights is relatively safe, still gets that output off. Into Callista, obviously a Wit's End builder, has a Renata on top of it. So it can be hard, I think, to get these kills. That being said, I think you could see it as just, okay, we've got a Vi, and we need something to dive in with it, and Akali is basically the perfect champ for that. So I think a lot of this game, at least for West Point, does come down to Relia's performance on the champ, because he really does have to perform well to put this into a good state.
I think the last time we saw Akali was a very, very good performance, so I'm not entirely doubtful that he can pull it off, but I do wonder if there were better, just, maybe nameplates off better champions that could have been picked up here, but we'll see. I mean, obviously, yes, last time we saw an Akali top, it did pick up, was it 2 solo kills? Or no, it was 1, and then
Almost
the ult,
2.
the ult
almost
timed
2.
out, otherwise it would have been a second. But definitely, I think looking at drafts, I do favor Beyond Would you disagree?
I think I favor Beyond as well. I will say that if Beyond falls behind, particularly in their bot lane, I think the game could actually just end. You know,
Yeah.
like it feels like from behind, this is not a comp that can function. That being said, this team comp should be ahead, right? You've got the
Yes.
Kalista, Nico, the Rumble, Ignite Rumble, actually, in the top lane. So it's going to be matching that Ignite from the Akali. And it looks like it also will be the Lethality Varus, which obviously makes sense if you have a range support. I think the only downside of that is that Kalista is a Bork builder, which means there is going to be sustain for that poke.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes Varus poke feels a lot more like burst. I don't know if you've felt that, but you know, you get ulted in a team fight and suddenly you get taken down from 80% health in no time at all.
For sure. I think importantly, though, here for the side of BYG is their bot lane is, of course, the whole team is on blue side, and so a whole lot less vulnerable to those Vi ganks. And it
Are we
looks
going to see
like-
level 1 Raptor contest? 'Cause,
I think we should.
yeah, Belveth is very, very good at this.
Vi cannot do anything to Belveth level 1. There's no way she can contest. Nico also stronger than Orianna in this instance.
If they're going to try push them off, Rel here has the inside track, so he's going to be here first. And Husha, he actually could be in a little bit of trouble here. There isn't a lot of CC, but he also has nowhere to go.
Yeah, Husha will be going down. Okay. No, he will not. He'll be losing his flash.
This does mean that Rel here is going to be very late to lane, and Husha could actually maybe wrap
Yeah,
around.
I
He's
think he
got the
can.
ward.
Renier is very, very low. Is he going to look for the steal? Smite does come
not
out.
quite get it.
And with that, is going to have to back away. Obviously, level 1 to level 2 very shortly will not be contestable.
Yeah, he is going to be behind in the jungle tempo, but honestly for top lane, that's pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. And I think ultimately Belveth won't feel it too bad. I think Vi can't really invade. Even as soon as Belveth sort of hits level 2, should feel fine. Level 3, of course, feels very fine. Bot lane, at least currently, push going in favor of the Kalista Renata. Not terribly surprised, but I do think there is an angle where the Varus Senna could have looked to push.
Yeah. Are going to struggle with these waves crashing onto their tower. Now, it does mean, obviously, they're going to be safe from any ganks. I don't think the Belveth will be able to get bot lane in time to force out any sort of dive on this third wave, which we have seen before. You know, this big cannon wave gets built up, and then suddenly your bot lane is vulnerable if your jungler isn't around to assist. But it looks like they'll be okay, and they should know that. They've got all their sums up as well, so should feel fairly confident to clear this one up.
Oh, Char manages to get the stack there.
Belveth is actually pinging Rivers, so he's going to try play for an invade with the current mid and bot priority. 116, he has prior over mid as well, so Husha, he feels confident. He can go and fight this, I think. Does need to be careful, though, because even though he has that bot prior, the inside track is a lot easier for West Point to get to
I think
first.
Husha thinks it's a split map.
Does he? I
Well,
don't
he's
think
just
he
used-
does.
Yeah, maybe not. He is kiting it away, and
I
it
think he
might
just
actually
has
just
so
turn
much
into
prior.
a split map now.
Yeah.
Is he going to
Okay.
be able to get back to defender's top side? It looks like he's not even going to bother.
Yeah, I think, honestly, he could just play for bot lane. Although, obviously, the health bars aren't that low, so he can't really look yet. But that means that Renier can go into this top side. He's going to be able to take away a couple camps, and this has the added benefit of Driver will be unable to play aggressive in the meantime, and actually mid lane getting pretty low. 116, he's looking, he
He's going to
connects
land the
it.
root. Nuli has absolutely no mana, so speed up will not be available from that command dissonance.
This might be a flash trade.
Renier's in the area. Husha as well. He's going to
Oh, he
land.
gets it.
Yeah, Nuli's going to be in a lot of trouble here, but unfortunately,
Whoa.
kill will not go over. It is going to be flash forced out of that Orianna, and it's going to be Scuttle Crab, though, will be picked up now by Husha, so somehow he loses his blue and manages to get up and still get the second Scuttle Crab, so big win there for the jungler, especially off how this game started.
Yeah. Char did lose his heal in the middle of all that, but it was, of course, the Ignite used as well, so not the end of the world. And so far, I mean, Driver, with that little advantage that he got from Relia having to commit so much time to defend those Raptors, he's really ran away with it.
Yeah. Well, I think the problem is, how can Akali really farm against the Rumble, right? Like, to use your Q, to use your auto attack, you're going to be in range of Rumble's Flame Spitter.
Yeah.
And if you ever get clipped by one of the harpoons, you're going to lose a very, very large amount of your health. Now, interestingly, this game, Driver did opt to go the Arcane Comet, where in previous games we did see the first strike.
Yeah. We also see Conqueror from Akali, which, you know, I'm not sure if Fleet has the biggest impact on this matchup here because the movement speed isn't going to be super relevant, but it does help a little bit with the early game. And honestly, it feels like falling this far behind, I mean, you're definitely not happy with how the matchup's going.
Yeah, Akali needs to be even or ahead, really, to function as you'd want. Of course, will be up in XP when compared to the likes of the bot laners, but certainly don't want to be this far behind. And now BYG have first moved towards these Rift Mites, and looks like they're going to pick up I think the first 3.
Yeah,
Fairly
doing pretty
uncontested.
quickly.
Yeah, Balvef absolutely demolishing those ones, so very good start. Now, what do we think the Balvef build is going to be? Do we think it's going to be... Because right now it could, I guess, be Blade the Ruined King, could be Kraken Slayer or the likes of.
And Ignite comes out.
Rally getting very, very low. Does have access to the ultimate, but no real way to use it as a gap closer. Driver does use his Equalizer as well as Ignite, but Rally will stay in the lane. Hasn't got really any health, though, so can be dove here by Driver, who does have access to Flash.
Speaking of dives, there's a big bot wave being built up, but Renier's in the wings, and it looks like Husha instead he's just going to use, again, that mid and bot priority to play for another neutral objective. It is the Dragon, now pulled only 6 minutes into the game. Would be nice to get these stacked up very early. And the gold lead is actually pretty sizable here. It's a 1k gold lead for Beyond, and a lot of that is just off CS in those solo lanes. You can see both the Nico and the Rumble pretty ahead of their counterparts. Of course, some of that was Husha's influence. You know, burned the flash mid and also denied all that XP to Relia in the top lane.
Absolutely. Now, what do you think we're going to see for the support items? I think Senna's Blood Song, and that shouldn't be too much of a surprise, but I expect, at least for Renata, to go the Celestial. I think having that extra sort of damage reduction might help, even against Poke or if Vi finds her.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think you're right, the Celestial may be the safer option, but you could maybe greed something here. It feels like you won't be the main target. In the bot side, though,
Bing
that is
finding damage. Ching9 will unfortunately miss out on that piercing arrow, and it will just be the cleanse lost for that Varus. Now Renier starting up his red, will be found out by Husha. Does charge the Vault Breaker, but nice stop by Husha. It's going to force out Renier's flash, and it should be red buff now going over to this Balveth.
Yeah, Renier really feeling the impact of having currently no prior lanes. All 3 lanes being pushed into him, and that is making life very difficult for him. This bot lane, they have some poke, and Kalista doesn't have any lifesteal yet, but without the Dirk on the Varus, feels like that impact that they're really looking for isn't quite there yet. Of course, next base, that could be a double Dirk picked up, and that would definitely mean that they would be power spiked, ready to fight. Ward is here by Rel here, so he's going to be very aware of Husha taking away the Krugs there. But the top lane CS continues to build. As Driver is still doing a great job for himself, just freezing the lane in the middle, giving as many opportunities as possible to deny whatever he can to Relia.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing here the unfortunate way that this red 5 pick has gone. I think Akali...
Yeah.
Obviously, part of it was that level 1, but I don't think, even with that level 1, if you had to just pick the champion that can sort of survive a bit better, although hold that thought, we do see Relia popping that ult, Driver getting very, very low, does have flash to be able to dodge out of the second usage of ult. In fact, puts down his Equalizer, expecting Relia to go in, and will not, so... Trade of ults now, as well as Ignite. Driver should feel fairly safe in this lane.
Yeah. I think nice purchase there by Driver just to go for that null magic early. Feels like the only way you can die to the Akali is, you know, some sort of level 6 all in with the Ignite. Renier, he spotted out on this pink nice and early, so Beyond's bot lane should just be able to disappear from this. That being said, Husha's in the wing, so maybe something can be forced around the bot side here.
Yeah, they're looking. Flash will not connect, and that is just a lost flash on Husha.
Now back to bot side. And Feng managed to get his recall off and pick up the Vamp Scepter. In the meantime, though, West Point's bot lane did not. Or maybe they did. I think Senna got a recall off maybe and got the boots. But still no Dirks down in the bot lane, which means that fights definitely go the way of Beyond currently. So if you're West Point, you want to stall for just a little bit longer. You can still pressure the lane, but probably want to avoid any bot side skirmishes.
For sure. Solo laners finding themselves both at very sizable CS leads, which has led to that 1k gold advantage, as you said prior. Now, Void Grubs spawning yet again.
Yeah, and is this going to be all 6 picked up? There's lots of pings on it. Rel here, though, on the Akali, he does not have his ult yet. So do they actually want to contest this? In the meantime, Char9, he had his flash forced out.
Yeah, Handshake won't connect. It is the Fate's Call used there by Feng. Unfortunately, will not connect. Char will have to burn that flash, though, of course. And 6 Void Grubs picked up here for the side of BYG. So certainly snowballing their CS and laning priority into objectives. Dragon number 2 will be spawning in 1 more minute's time, and you can look at them to continue pressuring bot side after Husha's able to recall and start to head towards this Dragon stacking win condition. Of course, with Chemtech as well as the Air Dragon already gone, means that the Dragon Soul is going to be a very meaningful one. Maybe Mountain a little less meaningful for their team. All-in comes out top though. Relia is going to be ignited. Driver turning it around as he goes overheated. Forces Relia to ult backwards, and both top laners will remain safe. Although here comes the equalizer. Is Relia safe? Flash forward. Driver looking to burn him down. One harpoon lands. Both Rinya in the area. Relia will not be going down. Husha though might just look for a dive.
Yeah,
Relia's going to have to play this very, very well. In fact, that was just a solo kill. Yeah.
Wow. That was even with, Vi in the wings and the center ult. And neither were enough to save him in time. So nice solo kill picked up there by Driver. Has himself a 30 CS lead, and now they're on top of it. It feels like Relia, you're pretty much out of the game, I think, at this point. And that was your red side 5P. That's meant to be your trump card that comes out and says, hey, I counter the matchup, I counter the whole comp. But instead, has just fallen very, very far behind. There is now that double Dirk, though, in the bot side. So there's a lot of strength currently for that Varus center. Will it be enough, though, to contest this second drag? Because the rest of the map definitely is not lacking, right? You've got Husha now with a completed Kraken. A lot of gold in his pockets. He's pathing onto the map. I think for now, just want to defend this dragon. Probably don't want to start it up until 1116 is back on the map. We'll see if he commits TP. I think he's looking for a TP flank, maybe. There's a lot of pings, and there are walls in the river, but instead commits it onto mid.
Yeah, Relia can also be at this fight if he wants to, whereas Driver, unless he walks down, cannot be. Obviously, teleport advantage in that top lane. Although, I don't know how much impact this Akali really has. Does have Ignite, does have ult, so I think even at this stage of the game, if you're an AD carry, you can't really go toe-to-toe with the Akali, so his presence certainly would be meaningful, but it will be, at least for now, BYG starting up pressure on this Dragon. Driver containing that top lane, as you can see on your minimap. Is it just going to go over? Smite will confirm it, and the upgrade for the Belveth picks up one, and a nice flash ultimate there. The Pop Blossom finding 2. Char will dodge out of the Fate's Call, getting so low. Looks like he will be able to escape after landing the root there onto Feng. But Dragon, as well as one more kill picked up for BYG, and they are looking to take over the game.
Yeah, very nice there from BYG. Managed to secure pretty much everything they wanted. I think in that fight, obviously West Point didn't feel like they were that strong other than their bot lane. And I think Nuli might have altered a Nico clone, but Relia, he could be in trouble as Driver. I think he's toying with the idea of just walking through this tower. Decides not to.
I think he's letting the minions crash, and maybe now he can look for the dive. Ignite and ult available for Akali, though, so there is a little bit of outplay potential. I don't know how confident I feel about it actually coming to fruition, but top lane seems to have settled down for now. As bot lane, there was a bit of between the tower skirmishing going on, but nothing to really speak of.
We'll take another look at this. So I think the Oriole, it only caught the Nico clone. Yeah, that's the only target it hit. In the meantime, that Renata was fantastic and immediately followed up by 116. So the Nico and Renata went absolutely huge in this fight. And Chenglan, did he end up going down? He was caught here by the Belveth. Nowhere to go, has no sums either. So it was just taken out in rather short order. And that is the worst feeling, deploying back on the map, going to your tower, trying to pick up some gold and finding that you can't even get there.
Yeah, Husha is extremely strong right now.
He is going to be a bit of a menace to deal with. It also looks like Relia, with his Conqueror build, is going to be going towards a Liandry. And I'm not too sure how I feel about this. So Riftmaker Liandry is definitely a build on Akali. But I wonder, in this game, is sustained DPS really what you want? It feels like you kind of need burst almost to play this game. Hold that thought, though, as Beyond, they're starting this. In West Point, they want to give it...
Ooh, handshake will miss. Hostile takeover connects. Not too much damage, though, as Ching9 is playing the lethality. Not a whole lot of attack speed. The Pop Blossom will connect here onto Relia. Flash forward, and Belveth will claim herself a third. Now it's 4-0 in favor of BYG.
Husha just absolutely running away with this game. Was, again, pretty nice pick there. Found by 1116 on the Nico. And Herald.
Are we drifting?
Can they go for 2 towers here? They definitely get 1, but people are coming up.
Yeah, Nuli's here. Will be spotted, of course. Driver waiting in the wings. Cease and desist use. Oriana also will connect. And overheat. Renye almost gets taken out. 116 will confirm it. There is Husha trying to connect with that knock-up. Only just will go wide after the flash away from Char. But 1 for 1. It's a good pickup for West Point, but turned around once again here from BYG as Husha's still going forward. Will miss that knock up yet again there onto Nuli, who sidesteps it gracefully.
We'll take another look at it. So once again, the Renata ult manages to zone so many people out of the fight. In the meantime, the objective just goes down, and Rel here, he got a bit too aggressive here and was just caught out by the Protobelt ult from 116. I think might have even died here without the flash committed from Husha. So either way, nice pick.
Definitely would have gone down, but then Husha wouldn't have had another kill, so
Sure.
had to get that
They
one.
are very, very good on the Belveth. It's going to be almost a full item ahead of the enemy jungler eventually.
Will be coming soon, I believe. Now, pressuring again around this bot side. Dragon will be spawning soon. Husha actually takes quite a bit of a chunk of damage there from Nuli on this Orianna. Does have that Luden's Companion now completed up. And not sure how I feel. We saw that obviously yesterday with the Nocturne Orianna combo. Very similar thing. Very similar concept with the Vine Orianna.
Oh, Char9.
Yeah, dodging out.
He just barely manages to get out of harm's way. And maybe now they can look for a fight.
Driver once again being flashed upon here, and Renier and Nuli being looked at. Pop Blossom will go wide as Nuli's able to flash away. Nice shockwave. Should mean 116 goes down as long as there's no reset coming through, and there won't be. Hostile takeover comes through, but it's going to be 3 kills now picked up from West Point. 2 going on to Jing9 as that Varus. A great turnaround and much needed gold over to the side of West Point Esports.
Yeah, Beyond, they just overreach on the play there and they get punished in a big way. I think that's so important because this third dragon spawning in 30 seconds, it was looking almost uncontestable for West Point with how far behind they were. But now with some extra gold in their pockets, with some kills picked up, potentially they can fight it.
I think the spot lane should recall though, because everyone will be back on the map. And it is a Hextech Soul, so Hextech gates will be available. You can close the gap to get to that dragon very, very quickly. And they are going to recall. They're going to get that reset in. See what items Varus ends up with after his pickups.
Initial play here, I think a lot was invested. You know, the Rumble ult was used and they didn't find anything with it. After that, you can probably just back out. But I think once they'd committed the TP, they felt like, okay, we should try and do something here. Nuli, though, he matches the flash and suddenly, you know, 116 is just in way too deep. His team tries to save him. They try and get this kill onto Renier, but can't quite get it in time. And then just all the rest of the members of West Point come and clean it up. Third dragon, though, on your screens now. It is a slight lead for Beyond. Driver potentially caught out.
Can he get the equalizer off? He will not even be able to do that. So 4v5 now. It looks like West Point should have control over this dragon, although 116 waiting the win, going for the Pop Blossom. The Proto Bout finds 2, and that's going to be an immediate turnaround. Jing9 having to flash away, as well as Renier using that Vault Breaker to get out. So the pick onto Driver results in a double kill for the side of BYG, as well as their third dragon and one more towards this Hextech Soul.
Yeah, you feel like with that third dragon picked up now, Beyond are in such a commanding position.
Oh,
and
Jing9, no flash. He's caught out. Husha's going to claim himself a 5th, and now the mid tower. The next objective to be looked at, minion waves crashing, should mean it goes down. 6 Void Grubs as well, certainly going to help out.
That fight there really feels like it could be the straw that breaks the camel's back because you got that pick onto Driver. Now, admittedly, some cooldowns were used, but it should have been a fight win, right? You saw Beyond was thinking, okay, maybe we need to back out of this now that we're in a 4v5, but it really was just 1-1-6 finding a fantastic ult, and he's so good at the Nico. He does this so consistently, finds both the squishies, and then a team fight win not long after.
Absolutely. Resets coming through now. Next objective, Baron in 1 minute. And sort of what I was talking about before the game is I want to see BYG pressure their lead. And I think you've got a Blade of the Ruin King Callista. You're very far ahead. I don't think you can necessarily just do the straight up Baron, of course, against the Lethality Varus as well as the Orianna Vi will be very difficult. But I think you can start pressuring around the vision. If you can find any pick at all, I think that at that stage you can absolutely look for it. Could also look to start it and try and find a turn with 1-1-6 and the Pop Blossom. Has been working very well thus far in the game.
Yeah. Does come up in not too long. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Beyond just play for that dragon win condition because it's going to come up so early, right? They managed to get their third dragon at 18 minutes or something. So not too long until the next one. Rally.
Handshake will land. Rally's going to go into that Shroud, but Equalizer comes down on top. Husha's looking for him. It's 1-for-1 thus far, as we do see Stay True going down. Second kill, though, picked up here onto that Vine. 1-1-6 with the double Pop Blossom, immediately taking out 2, and Husha will confirm the 5th. It's going to be 1-5 for the team fight, and it should be Baron now going over to BYG.
Yeah, there are pings onto it. They certainly have the DPS for it with that Kraken on the Belveth as well as the Bork on the Callista, and that is really going to blow this game wide open. I think for West Point to come back at this point, you would need a miracle. And
Yep.
this should just be a DPS down and a legitimate 20-minute Baron. You know, kind of unlucky timing. If West Point had died there about 30 seconds earlier, probably wouldn't actually be in the worst spot ever. But with this picked up, you know, the Baron buff will last long enough that it almost guarantees that 4th dragon as well. And of course, the gold injection adds so much to what they already have. And Slaytrue, with that Celestial, he can tank up for a pretty long time here for the rest of Beyond to come in and clean this up. And the Renata ult, once again, I think, manages to find them. Nice TP flank from 1116. Gets 2 squishies again. The Beyond team fighting is just very, very nice. And just to get an absolute clean ace there.
For sure, and 8k ahead, have the Baron now to work with, and I think it's time to start sieging down some of these towers. Of course, you don't have to be too pressuring. You can just push up, make sure the waves are in a good state, and you still have the Baron as soon as this Hextech Soul win condition spawns. Driver realizing he is really Giga weak-sided and will back off. Nuli, though, wasn't really weak-sided. He was just going to lane and gets taken out by Husha, who is now 8-1-4 on the Balveth, so... Well, maybe Jarvan could have been a better team compositional champ. I think Husha's certainly made the Balveth work.
Yeah, Husha has been having some great games so far this split. A minute and a half on that next dragon and still 2 minutes on the Baron buff. Let's see what more Beyond can take. They might just choose to try break inhibs before they go for the dragon, just knowing that West Point don't really have the potential to contest. And just look how many little void things there are here.
Yeah. Oh, part of that is the Balveth.
Yeah.
Most of it, in fact. Of course, Balveth, once upgrading from either Rift Herald or Baron, will get little minions of her own every time a minion around her dies, and so adds to the pushing pressure tenfold.
Ooh, 116 maybe found on the top side.
It's going to get dodged away by Char, and he's getting very, very low. Flash forward, Season's Assist will come out. This will be 116 going down, but how much time can he delay? He delays a reasonable amount, also does a lot of damage here onto Char 9 on the center. Now, mid tower, mid inhib, both gone down. As bot now being looked at. Should be a second inhib for the BYG team, and 30 seconds until the dragon respawns. BYG 1116 will have teleport. Renier going behind.
They're really trying
also.
to force this.
I don't think this works. I think Husha can absolutely destroy this team fight. Now, teleport has been used. Rally is trying to stay hidden, but Husha is not scared at all of this Akali. Just going to dodge in. Will have that damage reduction. Uses it and one-shots Rallia. Now, the bottom side of the fight, Equalizer comes through. Char's getting very, very low. Driver flashes forward, but it will be matched by Char. And now with all the action going on, it is just going to be BYG who are able to turn their attention towards this dragon, pick up the soul, and it should be very, very easy from here.
Yep. Really feels like Beyond are just ticking the boxes at this point. They're so far ahead and will now grab that dragon soul. It is difficult. You know, West Point, it felt like that was a desperation play, trying to just force something while it was 5v4. But really, Beyond are just too far ahead now, cresting that 10,000 gold lead and then some.
Sure. Now, not the strongest combo here, of course, between the Nico as well as the Renata, but Renier sees him, backs off. Now, interesting. Renier's decided to go Titanic Hydra first on Vi. And now I understand it obviously does proc off her E. I don't think we've seen that before, and so I'm a bit perplexed as to the thought process.
Yeah, it might just be thinking it's just a strong item in the current meta. We have seen, you know, plenty of champs just rushing out Titanic straight into tank and kind of making it work regardless of what they are, but you know, when this far behind, it feels like pretty much whatever you build, you're going to be not too useful. But now, sieging this last inhib, there is no Baron buff, so West Point, they can maybe clear this out with the Orianna ult, but they won't be able to hold on to it forever.
Yeah.
And once this tower falls, the inhib is going to be not too far behind.
An Equalizer is going to make this very difficult if Driver chooses to use it. Season has come through. Center ult also going to come through, but Renier has absolutely exploded. Fing does get very, very low, but isn't going to be able to get out. Husha, though, he's in the back line. Char's going to go down. That's one reset. Rally very, very low. Equalizer comes through. Ching 9 going to be looked at. Flash forward from Husha. He picks himself up a second. He's not going to get that reset on the fountain. But with that, it should spell the end of the game. Only Nuli stands. It's 5 strong for the side of BYG. Nexus Tower's going down. And game number 1, Beyond Gaming.
Very nice performance here from Beyond. They continue their streak, have not yet shown too much weakness other than maybe a slight game against CFO, but they're looking pretty good, right? I think definitely looking at more on the solid side than some of the other rosters so far. And on West Point, honestly, I feel like not too much to say about that game. I think that they kind of just drafted what felt like 3 losing lanes,
Yeah.
and then it kind of just went down from there. I think having the red side last pick, I am pretty surprised that the Rumble didn't get banned away, because if you're banning the Udyr early in the draft to really make sure that you have that winning top lane matchup, I feel like leaving up the Rumble is a really strange decision, because Rumble obviously is just so strong in the current meta, not just as a blind, but just as a champ in general, right? He's very, very overloaded and is also a flex. So I think banning that away might have been better. Alternatively, I mean, is there a champ that you could pick there that's better than the Akali? Possibly?
I mean, yeah, I think there are champs that, in theory, if you can play every single champ, of course there are better champs than the Akali. But I think if you plan to play the Akali, which it did seem like that was the play, right? Because it almost feels like Rumble would be the worst matchup possible, and you've still picked it. Why not just ban Rumble in the second phase? Of course, I don't know how necessary either of the Xin or the Viego bans were, because the Viego, while yes, Husha did pop off on it in his last game, it wasn't really because of him necessarily. He was just sort of benefiting off the whole team doing well. And I mean, the same thing happened here, right? They banned 2 of his junglers. He still was able to get his hands on that Belveth and absolutely popped off. So I think a bit of a wasted ban, and it's certainly something coming into game number 2 that West Point probably will recognize and say, hey, we don't want this Rumble to go through. I expect to see it banned in the first 3. Unless they, of course, choose the blue side, then maybe it's BYG who are forced to do so.
Yeah, that could be the difference. I would expect West Point to choose blue side, although, to be honest, I'm not actually sure it's going to be better for them, because I do think that the games that they have won have often been off that red side last pick, right?
Yeah.
And while it's not incredibly consistent for them, just as a team, they're not very consistent, right? They need to kind of find the wins where they can get them. So we will see where they go. I tend to agree with you. I think those second phase bans, if you're banning out AD, kind of carry jungler picks, well, and then leaving the Belveth, right? Husha obviously very comfortable on all of those, and it feels like not much was really achieved there.
No.
I think also, the Orianna priority kind of felt like, once again, wasn't really that impactful, right? Because I think the reason you're taking Ori is because, well, one, strong in pretty much any team comp, but also Orianna's lane these days with the Comet build and 3 points in W is very, very hard to lane against, but it feels like the champs, there's only a couple champs really that can stand up to it. There's a LeBlanc, which was banned. There is the Nico and the Azir, right?
Yeah.
And those were both open. So it feels like the Orianna priority, if those champs were all gone, I could see it. But I feel like Orianna's being prioritized too highly and maybe could look for something else instead.
Yeah, I think even the Azir, you can sort of get away with just playing the Orianna into the Azir. And while it's not as dominating as it perhaps used to be, because you're kind of forced to go tier in many ways, although they haven't been, I do feel like you can still at least go even, if not win, against the Azir. Whereas Nico is just probably the best champion into Orianna. I mean, there's like the likes of Syndra where you go pretty even, Azir where you go pretty even, but Nico just outright tends to beat Orianna. I mean, you've got better gank setup, you have longer range, as well as just more upfront sort of base damage, and so it does feel like you got counted pretty much in every single lane, despite being red side, which is a big problem, and it's something certainly coming into game number 2 they're going to have to fix, regardless of what side they're on.
Yeah, tend to agree, and I wonder maybe a little bit about the Kalista being let through as well, because obviously the Poke Varus has a pretty strong lane up into just about everything, right? But it feels like into a lifesteal carry, something like the Kalista that is rushing out the Bork, and so picking up the Vamp Scepter, maybe just finds a bit less impact. Take a look, though, at some of the highlights, and really it was a highlight reel start to finish, I think, from Beyond. I think you might even have a hard case to choose an MVP for this game, because it felt like, Husha, obviously, great game, but
I would say 116.
Yeah, I think 116 with the Nico ults, and you also saw the many, many Renata ults, and
Kalista damage.
Feng, look, he didn't have to do anything this game. Just the entirety, Driver picking up the solo kills, Husha running the map, 116 with the fantastic flanks. And I think Sleichu on the Renata found, really good ults. A lot of the time, I think the Renata is kind of just used as counter-engage, but actually he found really good in, engage and kind of splitting the fights as well. So very impressive performance from him.
For sure. I'm actually gobsmacked by the Kalista damage. Now, admittedly, yeah, as you said, he didn't really have to do anything, and he couldn't really get to anyone before Husha had already killed them, so makes a whole lot of sense, to be fair. And it did its job at one lane. It was able to secure the Dragons very early on, in tandem, of course, with Husha on the Belveth. But yeah, I'm very surprised to see that. I wonder if seeing the damage graph, as a pro player, you go in, you look at your stats, you see that, and you're like, right, we're not picking Kalista next game.
Maybe. Yeah, it could do. 7% of the damage dealt as Kalista is pretty strange. But of course it is that kind of game where it just is so one-sided that Feng didn't have the chance to really do anything. And to be honest, he did his job, right? Like you said, he got the priority on bot, which was really all that he needed. It is
Yeah.
weird though, you know, you see the kind of the first pick blue side Calista honestly doesn't impact the game too much. The red side 5B Akali also doesn't impact the game too much. Kind of feels like those two most important picks just weren't too much of a factor. The Rumble though, I have to say, still looks incredible.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty surprised that that's making it through the drafts.
Especially against Driver, right? Because he was playing it before it was cool, and Husha,
Every stat.
every single stat. That's the first time this split we've seen that. I wonder if there's more to come. I assume, I wouldn't be too surprised to see it, especially in a game like this where you are just playing a carry champ that has a way to heal itself up as well as damage reduction. You can just go in. I mean, Husha has looked fantastic this split. I almost wonder, you know, if he was playing at Worlds, maybe PSG win game number 3. Yeah, you never know. You never know.
Oh, it's a bold claim.
I don't think it was Jinjia's fault, to be fair, but Husha has absolutely been playing well.
Yeah.
Do you think, how much do you think playing, like, sort of, obviously as the sub behind a player like Jinjia would sort of propel your career, you know? Like, obviously he didn't get many stage games, but when it comes to scrims and whatnot, he would have been able to play with the team at times, and he would have been able to sort of talk to Jinjia, learn from Jinjia. Do you think it plays a big role in sort of how we've seen him perform the split?
Yeah, I think there is the potential that they've really, you know, he has leveled up off being not just around Jinjia, but around the rest of the team as well.
Yeah.
Something I will say is that in the games that Beyond have played so far, it does feel like Husha is afforded a lot of freedom because he just has strong lanes around him right now.
Yeah.
I could see that not being the case when he comes up against a team like PSG, right?
sure.
So obviously, you know, credit to him. He is playing very, very well. I mean, you can see there was up almost 7,000 gold in the 1v1, but this is it's somewhat enabled by his team. Of course, he enables his team too, right? Like a lot of that top lane lead was just because of what happened in level 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I guess, against CFO, he pretty much got targeted by Castle the entire game, but still made it work on the Sejuani and also the Viego. So I think, yeah, he has obviously had a lot of pressure. He's had some winning lanes. Driver tends to give you that too, as well as 116's champion picks more so than as a player. I mean, he tends to play lane-dominant champions. And then, I mean, Fing and Slater have just been looking really good in the bot lane as well. So yeah, he has had the advantage, of course, of the winning lanes, but I think it's also a skill to be able to capitalize on that, right? Realize top's winning, I can go do the Void Grubs, or bot's winning, it's time to go do Dragon, or bot's winning, time to invade their jungle. There's timings to everything, and I think Husha has done arguably the best in the league at sort of capitalizing on that. You could argue Jinjia as well, of course, after yesterday's game. Admittedly, easier team to do it against.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that could have been something that they would have learned on PSG, right? Because PSG, also one of those teams that kind of had the luxury of oftentimes having 3 winning lanes.
Yes.
Just through virtue of the player skill, right? It wasn't even something they drafted for. Whereas it feels like, you know, this Beyond, drafting for winning lanes is probably something that's going to happen a lot, right? As you mentioned, Driver plays a lot of those lane winning champs. And of course, you know, in the mid lane, just stuff like the Nico and the Annie being staples of 1116's champ pool. It just kind of tends to win lane on its own.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's exciting to see, of course, but that will do us for game number 1. A very dominating win for BYG, but once we're back, we'll see if West Point can bring it back.
We're playing dangerous game. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. Be the man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. Be the man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday, let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. Be the man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. Be the man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday, let go. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. Be the man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday. It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you won't see me on the sideline, baby. Be the man, know you see me, yeah. Although you won't understand. It's prime time on Saturday, let go.
Try to bring me close and tell me that
dreaming's all I have.
Hello everybody and welcome back in preparation for game number 2 here between BYG and West Point. A very dominating game in the first one, Husha absolutely popping off in 1-1-6, showing why Nico should not be allowed against him. And now game number 2, predictions for side select, because I think that could be very, very important. We saw, honestly, BYG getting absolutely everything they want. 3 counter lanes despite being on the blue side, so something certainly has to change coming into this one.
Yeah, I think so. I would be down to see West Point go over to the blue side just because it does offer you a little bit more flexibility in terms of your bans. And obviously you do that, get that first pick yourselves. And also, you know, I feel like the red side counter pick for West Point, it is very reliant on the Irelia coming through, right? And at this point it feels like it's pretty much a given that it's going to be banned against Relia. So I'm not sure how he's going to get it. I mean, maybe you could pick it third into 2 bans or something.
Yeah, it is a potential, but I don't know that Driver as a player would be particularly scared against it. It feels like something like Aurelia is in his wheelhouse to be able to pick against, right? He is a very talented player, and we know he can play something like the Gragas. He can play Cassante, of course, and then maybe even something more tanky. Like, he doesn't like playing the tanks, we've already discovered that, but, I mean, Malphite into Aurelia, it's very hard for Aurelia to make headway there.
Yeah. I'm sure he has options, and he is the kind of guy that kind of just has weird counter picks, right?
Yeah.
He's always, I feel like last split, we had a few of those, and Driver was among them. They actually choose to run it back on the red side, and I don't hate it if they can get better winning lanes, because I think that, you know, obviously one way you can kind of unbalance a team that is better than you is just by having some stronger lanes and maybe a stronger draft overall. And I think the blue side plays out a very standard kind of format at the moment. So there's maybe an argument for more volatility on the red side, but they didn't find any of that in the last game. All they really found was 3 losing lanes and not much of a game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, yeah, obviously, if they're choosing the same side, they have to have something prepared to change it up from the last pick bans, because you can't really deal with... I mean, not to mention, they had 3 losing lanes and a losing jungler, right? Belveth can pretty much at will invade the Vi and have a good time in that, and when you have pressure on every lane, you just get to choose what you want when you want. Poppy, again, will be banned here as we head into game number 2's Champion Select between BYG and West Point Esports. So we'll see. Ashe will be banned again. Everything following suit from game number 1 still remains the same.
Yeah, I wonder, do we see Kalista banned this time? Because it would open your Varus up a little more, but the problem is it also opens up the Varus first pick.
Yeah, and Lucian, I think, honestly, Feng looked better at the Lucian, just maybe not in terms of lane dominance, but certainly in terms of his individual impact on the game. And so that's something that you do have to be scared of. And now I do like the Nico ban. And now, if you do want to opt into an early Orianna, it does feel a lot better now. LeBlanc's gone, Nico's gone, Azir certainly easier to deal with. We are going to have that Kalista locked in first. Once again, so the only change thus far is the Nico ban, which means 1-on-6 will not be on that champion.
Do you remember what the 3rd ban was last game? I don't. We might see it in a moment, depending on what gets locked in.
3rd ban, huh? No, I don't remember. That was so long ago. It's like 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago.
So what gets locked in here? The Orianna makes a lot of sense. They picked the Vi alongside it last time, which obviously makes sense and also punishes the Kalista, so I wouldn't be opposed to seeing that again. I feel like Vi kind of struggled mainly because of the lack of lane priority as opposed to actually just Renier playing it bad. So... Ooh, okay, so they're going to go for the Varus.
I think this is the same. I think this...
Oh, it was Vi 3rd, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, maybe?
I can't remember.
I think it was Renata 3rd. Actually...
No, I think you might be right. I think it might have been Ori Varus. By the way, yeah, the Renata was picked up here last time.
Okay. I mean, looks like we're getting a salty run back, but with more mid pressure.
Yeah. And admittedly, that could be the difference maker, right? Because 1-1-6 had so much control over that mid lane the whole time, and that really allowed Husha to just run the game over. Azir is the lock-in, so a decent matchup up against the Ori. And Zyra,
we've changed it up.
Yeah, so again...
This should be a winning lane now. I think actually it's a lot harder for the Renata and Kalista to push into a Zyra and a Varus. Of course, there are slows that really hinder Kalista's ability to be mobile and whatnot. Now, Rel is banned. I do like that. I think Obviously, Husha did not play it in the last game, but it did look like a good Rel game. It looked like a good Jarvan game as well. And instead of banning the Viego and Xin Zhao we saw last, I do prefer the more utility-based AD carry, jungle bans. Especially now that you do have the Azir.
Yeah.
We're probably looking for a bit more utility in your jungle rather than carry threat.
Yeah, getting rid of some of that front line, I think, makes playing Azir a little bit harder. Nocturne is the ban. I think Nocturne might have been the third ban last time.
Oh, it was. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
It was.
So it's taken out here. They want to make sure that doesn't get picked up later on. I guess Nocturne Orianna, that's the combo.
Yeah. And it is admittedly a fairly strong combo, of course.
Yeah.
And so getting rid of it feels very good. Now, Rumble going to be taken
I
away.
like the Rumble
yeah.
ban. Yeah.
This is going to be a whole different game. Although champions remain fairly similar. Similar in concept, I suppose. It is going to be no Rumble, no Nico, which means a lot of pressure now will be lost in those solo laners. At least in theory. It does mean now that the counter pick on red side should be a lot better because there's just a worse blind pick available. I think Cassante, perhaps Jax is something.
Yeah,
Although with the Gwen
ban,
yeah, I don't suspect it's going to be a Jax pick because obviously a very, very strong lane for the Jax.
Yeah, I think the Cassante is looking very, very likely as that top lane blind at this point. Question is, which jungler are we going to pick up? Obviously that Xin Zhao and Viego are open if Husha wants to go for them. Wukong is a lock-in, so very strong team fighting coming out of West Point.
Yeah, insanely strong team fighting. A lot of zone control coming through. Of course, Stranglethorns alongside Chain of Corruption, Shockwave, and Cyclone. All very, very good. Now, Ornn is very, very strong at the moment, and because you don't have to upgrade Mythics, as an AD carry or as any lane, you get to choose which item you want to upgrade, and so usually the trade-off is you could upgrade something like the IE, or, I mean, that won't be the case for Kalista, but you can often trade, do you want a bit more attack speed, do you want a bit more movement speed, or do you want a bit more damage? And that sort of tends to be the difference between which Ornn upgrade is available. Vi will be the lock-in first, though, in that jungle. And now Sion, we have seen Driver play Sion in the past, but it will be the Ornn.
Okay.
I think this is a very, very well-rounded comp here for the side of BYG. A lot of engaged potential. Yeah. And a lot of threat onto the very immobile carries that are Orianna, Varus, and honestly, even the Zyra.
Yeah.
I do like the Sylas.
Yeah, so it gets locked in. I'm not sure. I think the Sylas does have good ultis here. Obviously, the Ornn, the Vi, the Renata, the Azir. There are actually several good ultimates. The only problem is, I feel like Sylas at the moment, honestly, just isn't that strong. So most of the Sylases at the moment are playing the Rod of Ages into Cosmic or Rod of Ages into Lichbane.
I don't think that will be happening in top, though.
What's he going to build instead? Just Riftmaker Liang?
Could be, yeah. I think a bit more sustained damage. Also, something that maybe is worth mentioning is, of course, because you're against Kalista, you're able to bind to one of your teammates. And so, do you bind to Wukong to look for engage? I mean, do you even take Kalista ult ever, to be fair? But do you bind to the Kalista for engage? Or do you bind to your Varus? And so when Ornn ults come through and the likes, Vi ult even, you can use your Fate's Call on the Varus and pretty much give him a get out of jail card, get out of jail free card rather. Kind of similar to how Tahm Kench works.
Yeah, I think you bind your AD in this case. Although maybe you just bind your jungler for the 2v2.
Yeah, also makes sense. A lot of extra damage coming through.
At the same time, like, if you're having a 2v2 with your jungler, you're probably not going to have Kalista ult.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm not sure, though. I mean, the Sylas, I think it's more of a scaling counter pick, and I think it is a good compositional counter. I guess the reason I worry about it is because it feels like, at least in Game 1, West Point didn't even get the ability to scale because they just fell too far behind early. And I think it is going to be different this time, right? Because they should have a lot more pressure mid and a lot more pressure bot. But top lane could still be a hole here in the early game for West Point, and it's one that they're going to have to fill in order to stabilize this early game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one interesting dynamic that we see, particularly in this matchup between Beyond and West Point, is that Driver, I think, for both you and I, is probably the premier carry top lane in the region, right? Like, he's the guy that if he's on a carry champ, you can fairly often rely on him to do what he needs to do to get the win. And Relia, he only plays carries, but is very, very hit or miss. He either really goes hard and is able to get the carry, or oftentimes, similar to last game, he falls very, very far behind and has absolutely no impact. And I think, obviously, as a player, he must like playing the carries, but as sort of the league progresses and as this split progresses, I would like to see him be able to sort of pick up some of these more tankier champs, as Driver has done here. Obviously, didn't need another carry in the team, so he's just picked up a tank. He's going to do some honest work for his team. I'd like to see that be something that sort of Relia adds to his wheelhouse.
Yeah. Could be good. Now, West Point, with that level 1, we're able to secure those bot bushes, which is very, very important for the Zyra, because you can get your plants down nice and early, get control over the lane. Beyond, though, they could try and push them out. We'll see. Obviously, they got the Halo Blades level 1, but Zyra just has way too many plants.
For sure.
So hopefully this will be West Point picking up the bot prio. That being said, they are going to be pushing in on the red side. And actually, are they going to get the bot prio?
I think they've spent a bit too much time trying to harass, and Feng's got access to the wave and is just going to get push.
Yeah.
I do actually think that maybe it is better for the first wave to use abilities on the minions. Although, nice trade back there. Feng proccing all the Halo Blades, but Ching9 still coming out on top as Cha weaves in auto attacks continuously.
Yeah, a lot of damage got dealt there.
But it's going to be level 2, ticked over by the side of BYG first, of course, and pressuring away from this wave now means it's a lot harder. Well, Flash, Handshake will connect, and Ching9 getting very, very low.
Oh.
Will not be the damage. Maybe if that last auto attack did go onto the Varus instead of Char on the Zyra, maybe he had the damage, but will be forced out of lane now, well, Ching9. And once again, we see BYG's bottom lane absolutely dominating. Top side driver as well. Heavily in favor of him in terms of the health. And I think this will be how the matchup often goes. I think Silas, once he gets to level 6, once he gets one item online, will start to be more favored in the matchup, although maybe it's a little bit different with the new tank items available.
Yeah, we'll have to see which build he goes for.
Yeah.
And now coming back to this bot lane, you know, something that we've seen so far, I believe, is normally if the Ashe is banned, the Callista gets banned as well. You know?
That has traditionally been what we see.
Because it feels like you kind of want, you know, if your enemy team picks Callista, you want to be able to play Ashe into it.
Yes.
And I don't know, like obviously it could just be player skill difference, because I feel like the Varus Zyra, especially given that they started in lane with all that control, should probably be able to get priority over the lane. But if you aren't, if Callista is just that strong, then it feels like, you know, that just needs to be a ban as well, right? But at some point you just have so many bans that what do you do? Because they could they have dropped any of their first 3? I'm trying to remember what they had.
The Nico feels like that needed to be banned.
I think the Ashe has to stay unless they're willing to trade.
Yeah. And what was their second ban?
Yeah, I can't quite remember.
Yeah. My memory always lets me down.
By the way, I don't know, maybe there is just too many strong picks, right? Because let's say you ban away the Callista, maybe then something like the Lucian first pick comes through, right? It just feels like the Beyond bot lane is finding the winning side of this every time, and maybe then the side is a problem. Maybe you should have gone on the blue side.
For sure. I mean, there's always options, right? Like you could even look for something like the Caitlyn Lux, and while if the Callista is able to get on you, of course, we'll feel very good. But the Renata Callista lane, very, very heavily outranged by the Caitlyn Lux, and the Caitlyn still remains fairly safe against the Callista because you do have that net available if you land it on the Callista slow, so she'll never be able to catch you. And even if you don't, oftentimes can just walk away. But I guess that also just depends on if your AD carry plays it, right? Like, we're not entirely sure that Ching does play the Caitlyn. We haven't seen anything from him. We have seen him actually play one game of Caitlyn, which was that very, very exhaustive and long game, and he didn't really have much impact in that game.
Yeah.
Not that it's necessarily his fault, but
It was hard weak-sided as Caitlyn for most of the game, which is never something you want, but back into the game. And I'm a little worried about Rallier. He's getting very, very low in that top side, although Driver's pretty low too. Beyond, with their bot priority, are actually going to be able to invade and take this away.
Yeah, Ching is not getting back to his lane, I fear.
Ooh.
Oh, they are just going to...
Yeah, okay, he gets through.
I think there was
surprised.
an angle. I think they could have looked. If Stay True had stayed there, looked for the handshake, no sums on this Varus, I think they could have looked for a kill. But he will be able to get to his wave, which is very, very important for him, of course, down 9 CS this early in the game. Driver. Oh, Rallier.
Might be getting
They're
dived.
looking for a dive. Now, flash available.
W in 3 seconds
It has to be Renier who tanks it. Oh, nice flash, but it's not going to be enough. Renier getting very, very low, but it should not be the damage there. And well-executed dive for the top side of West Point. Puts them on the board early and able to get themselves up 500 gold.
Yeah. Silas getting the kill, I think, is big. You know, it's going to allow him to snowball. And Silas, of course, one of those champs that snowballs the hardest. I am a little worried, though, for the bot side because... You know, something we saw before, you know, that Caitlyn game we were just talking about was Renier just camping top a bunch of times and then leaving their double range bot lane weak side. And The punishment already comes out, right?
yeah.
You can see that that wave is just stuck pushing
Charles
away from them.
walking up. This might be a bit dangerous, but there's a massive minion wave, though Feng's still getting aggressive.
Yeah, this wave is still frozen. I wonder if they're going to try and push it out. It feels like the better thing to do might just be for Feng to recall and have Slater hold the freeze. Oh, that was so
Q
close.
does miss, but does he have the mana for E? He does, but the Ignite's ticking. Will not have the damage, and now Husha, he's looking, does have flash available. Will find at least one auto attack, but now he is in no man's land. He's going to be going down, and just like that, a little bit of happy gaming, and Ching9 has found himself a kill in response and a pushing wave, which means Kalista might even lose a fairly sizable amount of it.
Take a look at this top dive, though. I think Driver did what he could. Unfortunately, just traded a bit too much HP on the weak side, and eventually it was punished for that. In the mid lane, though, Nully's doing a pretty good job for himself.
Eerie, by the way.
Yeah, a little interesting. It is the Dirk picked up by the Kalista.
Okay, so it'll be Yomu's Gwinsu's, I believe.
Yeah.
It's something
Lot
that
of
we've seen
power.
Def do over in the LCK, and obviously Def tends to be one of the players that doesn't have questionable builds all that often.
Well, here, taking a bit of a beating there in the top side, but still has his TP available, so can just reset for that if he needs. Now, I want to see which item he's going to go for. Husha's going to start this up. Currently has that top priority. I'm not sure if this is free, though. In fact, I think he might have to get off it after one. Let's
Teleport. Well, yeah.
see. Yeah, looks like he's just going to take one and leave, maybe? Well, he's trying.
He is doing his best. You might see a fight. We do see Driver now just
Ooh,
clipping
6 for Driver, but still 5
Yeah,
on Relia.
Horn comes through. It's going to be able to connect onto 2, and Husha will not quite have the damage, but Renier very, very low now. Means that maybe the Void Crabs aren't so certain. He does at least get one. He's getting pretty low, and it is going to be Nully who has first move here from the mid lane. Very low on mana, but has got that wave pushed in, and so we'll be able to confirm that they get 2 of these Void Grubs.
Yeah. Nice pickup there, of course. And on the bot side, this Dirk Kalista will be putting down a lot of pressure. Cheng9, of course, picked up a kill, but I don't believe he's spent that gold yet. So we'll be sitting on some here. And a 2-0 Silas is definitely looking like a pretty solid early game for West Point. If they can continue to snowball this lead, things could be looking good.
And this Husha guy's a kind jungle. He has almost every single camp up, and he's still doing Dragon.
Yeah, it does take it away. So now, Vision is set up around this bot lane, so Beyond feel like they can play aggro, and here it is, the red side
Oh, we have a
bot lane.
problem. There is no flash on this Varus. Vault Breaker will not be able to commit. It's going to be rooted up. Bit of return damage, but not too much to speak of, although the piercing arrow connecting certainly makes it a little bit more. But ultimately, not too much lost. Heal was committed from Ching9, but I think, all things considered, feeling still okay in this lane.
Yeah. So now Husha will probably have to return to those camps. Won't be pressuring the map for some time, you'd have to expect. Recalls come out of the mid lane as it still is that lead there for Nuli. And is he just going to rush out a Storm Surge? I guess that builds into Ludens, right? Doesn't it? Can't remember.
Yeah, I think he'll go Luden's Companion
Yeah.
again. He'll leave Luden's Companion as now Alternator with the Lost Chapter.
Raya picks up a plate, though, in the top side. He's got that first strike as well, so he has a ton of gold. You can see here, is already 1k gold ahead of Driver. And that was despite Driver actually having a pretty good lane into him early on. Now, Ralhia, he might look mid with his Ornn ult. We'll see. He's going to drop some vision in that top side. In the meantime, Beyond, though, they have control in their mid jungle. They're going to enter, but have to be careful because Ralhia, he's waiting in the wings.
It's a little bit dodgy. Recall will be channeling now, though, for Relia, and as long as Husha doesn't show, although Relia is very low on mana, he's going to be going. He's committing now onto Husha. We'll call out that Ornn Horn. Vault Breaker may be able to just stop the reactivation.
Cool.
Will. Season Desist is fantastic. Emperor's Divide comes through. Relia does get a bit of a health back by that Kingslayer. Now, second Ornn Horn of the day. Going to come through. Hits Renier, getting very low. Does have Cyclone available for him, as we see on the bottom side of the map. It is Shockwave committed. Just a bit of a chunk onto this Azir, but all things said and done, it's a 1-for-1. Malignance, by the way, will be the pickup for Relia, and so...
Oh,
okay,
he doesn't
Renier.
see him?
Yeah, 116 is going to get cycloned, and nice block there on the E means that Renier picks himself up pretty much the solo kill onto 116 on that Azir. No teleport available means this is a bit chaotic.
Yeah, that'll mean a lot of CS lost in the mid lane. The Malignant Silas, though, not something I've seen And I think it's very, very risky. I mean, no health whatsoever. We'll see, though. See if he can pull it off. I have my doubts.
Yeah, certainly will be able to make use of the passive, though, of course, if he uses Ornn ult. A lot of lockdown there.
Yeah.
Even if he uses the likes of the Vi ult, we'll also find damage there.
We'll see this again. Finds the engage onto Husha, but just too much CC comes out, and he's not able to get that Ornn Horn reactivation. And 1116 picks up 450 gold there for himself. And it looks like that was going to be all she wrote. You know, fight kind of dissipates past this point, but a greedy recall from 1116 does end up costing him. I believe here, by the way,
if he was in the
Renier,
bush?
yeah. No, I think he actually would have still seen him. So the ward is there, but there is this bug with Azir that if you can see his soldiers, you can always see where he is in the fog of war. So I think even if he was in the bush, would have been spotted.
Renier
engaged on
sees
has
the
the
surge. It's going to be
file.
Husha getting very low. Flash comes through, and 116 comes from absolutely downtown. Looking for the end. Will be Driver who picks himself up a kill here on Relia. 2 deaths in quick succession. Not ideal, but certainly still in the driver's seat.
Yeah. I feel like those 2 deaths, yeah, I think they add up. I think especially if you're playing a squishy build like Malignant Silas, you've really got to stay ahead. You've got to be up levels because otherwise you're just going to be way too squishy. And for the second time, 116 is finding himself ganked in his own jungle and will probably be forced into a reset. Now, does have TP. In the meantime, though, look how ahead Nuli is getting 30 CS up, and it's going to take some more plates here, and maybe even the Void Grub's picked up alongside it. Oh, Cheng9. Be careful. A Ghost Plate is completed, so Feng's pretty strong. Let's take a look at how this happens. So once again, Relia, with that top priority, is using it well, wants to get in the river, get involved. But maybe Overstayed is welcome. His mid lane is not on the map, and his jungler was not nearby.
Ooh, back to live on the
back to
screen
live
is going to be Cheng9
Ooh,
getting
1 for
absolutely
1.
taken out. And
Double
two
TP.
teleports, yeah. I don't think that was necessary, but Relia able to get down, claim himself yet another kill. It's 4 deaths now for Husha, so he probably had the best KDA in the league and rapidly deteriorating.
Yeah, definitely has gone downhill.
Maybe Junjia might. But alas, Renier still getting to work up on the top side despite both of his solo laners teleporting away, whilst Husha, of course, down the bot side.
Yeah, that double TP means the driver gets a lot of time to work on top. And I think if you're beyond here, you can even just give this dragon and just play for even more gold because your Ornn can end up being very difficult to kill here.
Yeah. I mean, no one's coming. It should just be dragon picked up, but first tower for driver. I mean, this is a big win if you're BYG.
I think this Ornn is invincible for a very long time.
Yeah.
Right. You need kind of like 2 or 3 items on the Ori, a Liandry's on the Zyra, and if they don't get to those soon, driver will take over this game.
I do have a fear that this Ornn is just going to be unkillable for the entirety of this game. I mean, you have a lethality Varus, you have, I mean, burst damage Orianna.
Yeah.
Who else at this stage? I mean, maybe Wukong can get through you with the Conqueror
Ping's
stacked
onto
up.
this. Driver's TPing.
Yeah, okay. We'll have that Ornn Horn available, and there is no ult really at the moment. Husha does come through, is not able to steal it. The flash handshake won't land too much. A lot of ults coming through. It's a massive hostile takeover, actually, as 116 tries to find the Emperor's Divide. Won't be able to, but it's certainly the ensuing team fight that goes in favor of BYG, and impact already being felt from this Ornn as he teleports in. 2 kills. Cheng9 will be found, but able to run away.
Yeah, I believe the Ornn TP was actually cancelled somehow. Not too sure what happened there. Relia, he has the Ornn ult,
Yeah, Relia.
but there's a lot of magic resist here.
I wonder if Driver just purchases the Bramble and sits on it.
Yeah,
Because I
could
feel
see
like
it.
Silas does no damage if he's not autoing. That's sort of, you know, a lot of his damage comes from that passive.
Ooh.
Feng with the side step. Hail of
Just
Blade will
barely.
not connect, and now it is going to be Husha as well as Stay True. They'll be able to finish off this Varus, although in the waiting wings will be Renier. He's coming down. Should be 1 kill picked up fairly quick, although the flash might make it not so certain. We'll be able to at least finally get it. Flash forward will be committed from Renier, who picks himself up a kill as well. Extremely messy game. It's 7-7, and BYG find themselves with a slight gold advantage.
They do. So that TP's coming in, yeah, it looks like it was immediately cancelled, but once again, Slater comes up big with a really nice Renata ult. And
This was massive.
he's done this time and time again. I mean, he's very, very good at Renata. Follow-up here, doesn't catch too many members, but they were low enough and out of position enough that Beyond are able just to clean up the fight. And then Feng, he really should have died here, I think. Overstayed a little too long. just
Yeah.
barely manages to dodge the Varus Q. Or rather, he walks straight. But then, yeah, unfortunately, West Point word is up a little bit too far, and they bought a lot of time here. You know, Husha doesn't do a whole lot of damage, so Cheng 9's able to live for a pretty long time. And that allows Renier to come through and finally snipe this kill into Fang, which I believe was a shutdown. Yeah, pretty sizable one, actually. Gets 550 gold.
Yeah. Wukong very, very strong now. Looks like we are headed towards the Leandries now on Rallier's Silas. So certainly will be a good item up against the Ornn.
Yeah.
And Ornn now has the Hollow Radiance, but looks like we'll be building the Frozen Heart second. A very cheap item, very cost-effective item. Will do quite a lot against the Varus and the Wukong.
So some setup around this Herald can't be pulled yet, but both teams thinking about it. I think if there is a fight right now, still comes largely down to execution. I don't think anyone's super far ahead that it'll just swing it either way.
Oh my.
Oh, Fang.
Renier though,
No
he's got a bit
sums.
excited with the chunk and he's going to get Cyclone. He's actually turning around. Cheng 9 getting very low. Will be able to confirm himself a kill. Is going to trade 1 for 1, but I think Renier losing focus of the Callista there means that it is going to be traded back. Handshake committed from Slaytrue as Char trying to get the inside course, and Slaytrue's found himself in a bit of a position. Does get that hostile takeover on, and Driver's ult will be good. Nully does go down. Now, Renier, Char, you are in the wrong side of the map. Husha is now onto this. Zyra will pick up that kill there as 116. Trying to do as much as he can with those Sand Soldiers, and once again, a fantastic Flash Vault Breaker coming out of Husha on the Vi means that this team fight is an absolute wrap. As an extended ace, Cheng 9 did respawn in the midst of it, but a huge, huge win for BYG.
Yeah, West Point, unfortunately, bit off a bit more than they could chew there. Chased very deep into the jungle, and just too many members collapsing punishes them in a big way. So now, Beyond, sitting at around a 3,000 gold lead, and the gold definitely where you want it, right? 4, 1, and 4 for 1116 on this Azir is going to be an absolute menace to deal with, and admittedly, Nully was doing quite well into him in the early game. Was up 30 CS in that 1v1, but you have to feel it's certainly down in gold now. The flash was committed forwards here by Nully onto Slaytrue, but without the phase rush, can't quite chase him down. And so again, Slaytrue, he maybe could have got out here, but instead says, okay, well, you've come too far. Is able to just catch them there, and the kitchen sink thrown at Nully. And Char, nowhere to go, really. Yeah, they're all kind of taken out. It's difficult, right? Because I think that West Point's comp is kind of, they're somewhat reliant on landing a little bit of poke before the fight and then pulling the trigger with all their engage tools. But all the poke have been used onto members that were, you know, didn't have any cooldowns left, right? If you kill Slaytrue after he's already used everything, it doesn't really matter. And then that full HP Azir comes through and just cleans house. 116 though, maybe caught on the side.
Yeah, Rallier going to go forward. Emperor's Divide is committed. Rallier getting very low. Is he going to get the shield off? 116 is played out of his mind, but Rallier able to connect and pick himself up 1-2. So it is the 1 for 1. Both of those AP champions really gone a bit insane in that fight.
Yeah, that was very, very close. I think 116 might have just gotten the kill if he'd walked away. Let the tower finish him off. In the meantime, though, Husha is starting up this Herald. I believe that was a shutdown, though, on the Azir, so perhaps slightly more worth it for Rallier. In the mid lane, though, there is an engage coming out. Char 9, he has no sums. He's going to limp away. And the Fate's Call will whisk Slaytrue to safety.
Yeah, of course, in the meantime, though, it will be the Rift Herald picked up for the side of BYG. And while it's looking a little bit better here in game number 2 for West Point, as they are starting to get to work on this second dragon, it is BYG that are ahead and fairly comfortably ahead now.
Rallier, he's getting pretty aggro on the bot side. Mid tower takes a lot of damage, but doesn't fall just yet. Does eventually go down. That opens up the map a lot for Beyond. They can use this mid priority to start alleviating some of that side lane pressure. It is actually double lethality items coming out of Fang. Now has the opportunity as well.
Okay.
Maybe wasn't happy with his 4k damage Callista game.
Yeah, and so he's just going Q and
Yeah,
Q
he's
and
just
E.
going to poke people. Second drag. Looks like it could go the way of West Point here, as it is the jungler for Beyond on the top side.
Driver's going to Ornn Hornet. Oh, he's not. That would have been funny, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, is not going to be able to steal that away. In the meantime, though, Beyond, they're still pressuring the top side, taking away some of these camps. trying to push the lead just that little bit further. Now 4 minutes on the next Dragon, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. So you're not likely to see any fights on the bot side of the map, but it doesn't mean there isn't stuff to fight for here, because I think that if you're the side of West Point, trying to find fights with this 2-item Silas is pretty important. I don't think you want to just be playing the long scaling game up against a Nazir and an Ornn. So I think you want to be forcing fights. And you've got strong members to do it, right? You've got the Ghostblade on the Varus. You have this Rylai's now completed on the Zyra. But it is already 2 items, right? On the other side, on the carries. 2-item Nazir, 2-item Callista, 2 items even on Vi. So it's not easy to take these fights, but you do feel like if they don't take them soon, they're not going to get any easier.
Yeah, absolutely not. We'll see. 15 seconds on this Baron, and admittedly, if Azir's there, there's a bit of Baron damage, but it's not overly high. It's certainly not something you can really start up in the face of the Varus or the Zyra, even the Orianna. So as long as they're keeping track of it with wards and are able to respond, should be able to stop any attempts at that. But they do have to go up against a pretty scary engage comp. Of course, Callista can help engage Slay True on the correct angle. Hold up, Rally is going in here. Driver should feel okay. In fact, he's winning the fight.
Yeah, that lead.
Oh, up top,
engage.
Stranglethorn's coming out. Feng is staying alive for now, but Stay True certainly is not. Renier flashes away as Husha tries to find him. 116 locked up, taken out. Ornhorn comes through as a defense there for Feng, who stays alive, and it's a really nice CC chain by Husha to make sure the second reactivation on Rally as Ornhorn will not be able to find anything. Rally getting very, very low, and Feng able to pick himself up a killing spree now as we have one of the most scrappy games we've seen here in the PCS.
And
Husha
Husha
still,
perhaps not finished.
yeah, it does have blue smite, so it gets a lot of movement speed going through those bushes, but will not be able to connect as Char might now be in danger. Vault Breaker connects. He's buying a lot of damage here. Should be able to get the root up very shortly. In fact, even committing the ignite should mean that he's able to get out. He's looking for some return damage even. Oh, Hexgate is now on cooldown.
Does manage to get out the Hubris. Picked up 3rd item there for the Callista at the very end. Let's see what happened here. Slay True looks like he was a bit too deep in the river, and they decided instead to try turn it around on the Cheng 9. They get him out immediately. But I think here, the Ghostblade Callista up against a Wukong with this much armor just takes so long to kill him, and 1116 really was in no man's land. That's just strong DPS backline, and he's just, nowhere near his team. So slight misexecution, I think, from Beyond. Costs them pretty big, but they end up just being able to come out in the fight anyway, I think, off the back largely of Husha and Driver here, which really put in some work in the front line there.
Another person who's putting in some work this game is the Forge God, who's being called upon very, very regularly, constantly having Silas steal the Ornn ult. I wonder if we ever get to a point where it's just better for Rallier to just take the Vi ult, because so far, I mean, we've seen him use it at least twice, and both times it's been cancelled pretty much by Husha's CC chain alone. So at some point, maybe you just start to think it's not really working, and you just instead look for the Vi. Of course, with the Malignance should mean that, I mean, if you use it on Callista, it's going to have a lot of burst damage.
Yeah. Now, a minute on this next Dragon. Likely to see Beyond to try and stop West Point from securing a 3rd, but Char...
Yeah, Char, he's been caught out. He does have flash available. Cease and desist used. Char trying to get away, but Vault Breaker should mean he goes down.
A solid kill.
116 even is able to get on in there with that Shurima shuffle. Fade's call used. It's going to be Norley who's actually taken out. Feng narrowly escaping from what was a very close shockwave from going off. Didn't quite manage to get it off though, of course, as he went down. Now BYG turning their attention towards and most likely picking up the Baron.
Yeah, I think at this point you do have time to just do this Baron and still get to that 3rd Dragon. So this is going to be another big win for Beyond. They just continue to find picks and out-skirmish the side of West Point. And it's leading them to some pretty decisive victories here, as that Baron will be picked up. They can go for the resets, and especially with those Hextech portals, will be back on the map in time to deny this 3rd Dragon over to West Point.
Young Shock, I have a concern. I have a problem.
Was it Azir?
No. It is the Orianna. Right, and the Orianna who went Luden's companion. And I don't even like that, but okay, you're looking for burst. But then you've gone Leandri's 2nd. I feel like at that point you may as well just... You're not really looking for burst right anymore if you've gone Leandri's 2nd. Of course you need it for the Ornn to be able to ever attempt to damage him. But I feel like now Ceres was just the better item.
Yeah, I agree. The Leandries definitely makes a lot of sense, but Luden's pretty out of place in a game like this. But it looks like this Dragon will now be picked up. 2 more minutes on this Baron, so Beyond will want to get a lot done. I think if they can play for 2 inhibs, would be pretty happy with that. Will it be possible, though? Because there is actually quite a lot of wave clear here for the side of West Point.
Char no flash, though, and also Nuli means it's very hard for them to step up. Obviously, Driver has an engaged range of two of your screens, so not the easiest. Now, admittedly, Wukong is decent at sort of counter diving as well as the Zyra, but I mean, it comes down to execution, I suppose, and Husha's showing that wall is very difficult to get over. Husha.
Oh, Relia might need to be careful here. Driver is a level up, and it's going to find him in the sideline. Most likely can just back out, but you know, despite the Sylas starting the game 2-0, is now actually down CS and down levels to the Ornn. Down 2 levels, actually.
Yeah, I think... Oh, okay.
Flash trade.
Flash for flash, definitely worth it there for the side of BYG, as long as Slaytrue's not caught out in the near future. But now no flash on Varus means there are 3 very vulnerable, low mobility champions who are trying to have to deal with the siege coming down, as Renier will be able to find his way in. Feng getting very, very low, but not out, and oh my god! You said kitchen sink earlier, but that truly was the kitchen sink, as the entirety of West Point is absolutely annihilated in split seconds for the Game 2 win here for BYG as they push down the bottom lane.
Just like that, it's completely over. I don't think I've ever seen a team die that fast.
Yeah.
Just in it's literally split second. The entirety of West Point are wiped out, and so will unfortunately be falling down 0-2. But Beyond, they continue to go from strength to strength, and they've been showing us some very good games. Definitely liking what I'm seeing.
All right, Shock, challenge for you, pal.
Okay.
Break down what happened in that last fight.
Well, it seemed to me that the initial engage from West Point was actually pretty good. You know, they got that Orion and the Wukong, but Feng, he managed to live on that sliver of HP. And then I guess everyone just balled up a bit too close, and suddenly, what? You had like Ornn coming through, Azir ult, Kalista ult, Renata ult, and just like that, Bob's your dad's brother.
That's exactly right. Bob is in fact my dad's brother. But congratulations to BYG, of course, picking themselves up their 2nd series win. This one in a 2-0 fashion, which means they will be now on 3 points. And here comes the Driver memes.
What's he got this time?
I don't know. We've got sashimi by the looks of things.
All right.
Okay.
I didn't see what that was.
We've made sushi, I think. I'm not terribly certain of the reference, but we have made sushi, I believe. And on your screen there, West Point, unfortunately going down 0-2 in their 2nd series. And I mean, Game 2, they were more competitive in you know, respects to them. And that's been a theme really now between their 2 series. Is Game 1, they kind of get slaughtered. Game 2, they are somewhat competitive until some macro mistakes here and there, which leads them to sort of falling behind. I think the big one for me in this game was that overcommit to trying to catch Slaytrue down the bot side red jungle. It got turned around on them, and really that's what got 116, a couple of kills in there, and of course Driver was able to come and help too, and it did turn the game. Although the game wasn't really in either favor, I think that's really where BYG started to gain control, started to be able to look for the Barons and look for team fights pretty much at will. Again, as well, I think the team composition that West Point showed didn't really have a way to ever deal with the Ornn. Now, admittedly, if builds were different, they would. If there was a lethality, on-hit Varus, which makes laning harder. But if you had on-hit Varus, you can deal with the Ornn. If your Orianna goes more cooldown with the Ludens, the Leandries, I think there is ways to kill Ornn. And I mean, Sylas just maybe in the isolated 1v1 early on can, well, not early on, like level 6 can start to make some headway there. But ultimately, it was really Driver who was too tanky to take down, and then I'd say a lot was actually done by Feng and Stay True there to really bring that game in their favor.
I have to agree, and I think the reason those West Point games are looking a little better in game number 2 is they give themselves a bit more playable drafts. Like you said, I don't think it was perfect, right? Their team comp did have issues. I would honestly say, though, I want to say this was mainly on Rel here, because I think that, you know, he starts the game 2-0 as a Sylas, right? A champion that can really take over a game, and I think ending then like 5-6 or 5-7 down 2 levels against your laning opponent, which again, you counterpicked, doesn't feel very good. I think the build was very, very questionable as well. So, I don't know, Relia, like you said, he is kind of a player that goes big or goes home, but it feels like he goes home too often at this point to be a consistent win con for West Point. And you could argue maybe that's not what West Point need, right? Maybe West Point just need a lot of volatility to snag a win here and there. But the problem is with it being best of threes as well, is that, you know, one game often isn't enough anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And we often saw when sort of Rallia was picking up wins on West Point last year, it was off the back of a massive pop-off game.
Yeah.
But I think it's much harder to just have that one pop-off game and pick up the win than it is to have two in the best of three, you know? And also, I want to come back sort of last split when he was starting to win, like once he came to Taiwan and he was on the better ping, he did start to win, but he was always playing champions like Aurelia, Fiora, Camille, which he was getting the big games and getting the wins on. And obviously we've seen him play the Aurelia once so far, and that was by far his best game. So I kind of want to see him go back to those sort of champions again. Obviously it means your draft might have to be slightly different, because I don't think you really want this full burst Orianna as your solo AP. Now admittedly game 2 they did have a Zyra there as well. So I think this was a game where, if ever, you probably want to look for an AD top laner, especially as the counter pick for Red 5. You can look for the Fiora. Admittedly, Ornn has a fine time early game. As the game goes on, Ornn can just not go anywhere near the Fiora anymore, and you can have side lane winning conditions. Fiora can also team fight depending on summoner spells taken. But take us away with this replay here, Shot.
Yeah, so Feng, in this fight, he does manage to trade for that 1-for-1. And Slater manages to get out. And I think West Point could have been happy with this, but they decide to reach for a little more. The flash comes out onto Slater, but this Q manages to get him away. And then at this point, I think this is really too much, especially from Char, who is just committed so far in that there's really no way out. And a little bit of hesitation, I think, from West Point as well. You know, you can see Renya here isn't really sure if he should try help Char get out or if he should try to disappear. Actually tries to get him out. And then now suddenly it is Rel here brought in as well. You know, the Hextech portal cancelled. And like you said, this was really the disaster that sort of GG'd the game, I think.
Yeah, and I didn't notice it in-game, but when we just saw Feng go down, Nuli actually used the ultimate. He was going down anyway, Stranglethorns was underneath him, and Nuli commits the ultimate, which I think actually was the difference maker, because if he had that shockwave while he was chasing down Stage True, probably kills him very, very quickly. Damage on your screens, of course, Feng having a better game for himself. Bit easier to do damage when you're just throwing out sort of Qs and then press an E, but well played by him. Obviously 116 topping the damage graphs again, and Driver on the full tank, certainly holding his own.
Yeah, I think he did very well, given that he was dived very early on. Of course, had to blind pick once again. And Driver is really just a master at, feels like playing both sides, right? Like he can play the strong side carry, he can also be weak-sided just as fine. And having that versatility both in the champ pool and the playstyle, I think, is absolutely invaluable. And Beyond are looking very good for it, as we see some stats on your screen there. Both junglers, of course, are the ones taking a lot of the damage here. Relia actually took quite a lot of damage as well. I guess he was just fighting pretty much the whole game.
Yeah, has a heal in his kit as well, which often adds to those stats. But yeah, very, I mean, the series went how it expected. I actually wished BYG were a little cleaner in game number 2, because I think we saw game number 1 what they can truly do, but unfortunately game number 2 they had some slip-ups, and again, once they come up against someone like PSG, you can't really afford to play that way. I think if they played like that, if you have Husha 0-4 early game against PSG, probably are just going to lose. Here we are. Feng finds himself most gold, but it is 116 taking out the majority of the stats, with Renier taking the most damage. And key matchup, I like it. I think 116 probably deserves it out of everyone. There was the one time he died early game to Wukong in the invade, but I think other than that, had a pretty flawless game for himself. Fell behind a little bit in lane, but
yeah, he was kind of getting handled in the laning phase, so credit to Nuli for that. But despite falling down 30 CS in that 1v1, he played the team fights very, very well and ends the game with 9 kills there and 3,000 gold up over his opponent. And I think Azir, again, a very, very strong champ in the patch. And I'm wondering a little bit again about the Orianna priority, because, it got ahead in lane. I think you could point to Nuli's build as being the thing that...
here we go.
Oh, we have to take a look at this. Initial engage, I mean, it looked good, right? They almost one-shot Feng. But here it begins. Flash Azir ult finds 4.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, that is a lot of low health bars. Just
you
almost couldn't ask for a better team fight than that.
4-man Azir ult, 5-man Ornn ult, 3-man Ornn knock up on the tower, because the other 2 had already died. That's insane. That was a very, very, very
pretty
clean
filthy,
team fight. Yeah. I mean, I guess that play in itself probably means that 116 should get
we
their
can
BP.
forgive the early game for that, but
Yeah.
I mean, coming back to the Orianna, how much of it is itemization? I feel like some of it for sure, but is Orianna really worth being picked up this early? Because so far we haven't really seen it find the impact that a first two pick warrants.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also kind of agreeing, and it feels like teams are very hard snowballing on this sort of burst. Orianna, you pretty much ult and that's your job done, where you chuck it on the Nocturne or the Vi, as we've seen, and now Wukong in this case, and you just try to burst someone out immediately. But, I mean, for example, in this game, Driver on the Ornn, I mean, that just, because you've gone this build, your sort of damage is so lacking against those tanks that it makes it really, really hard. But that is obviously the series all wrapped up. We're going to go to an interview with Paddy and Driver, so please do enjoy.
赛后采访的是 BYG 的上路选手 Driver， 请 Driver 先跟观众打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BYG 的上路 Driver。
Congratulations on your win today. Game in a very fast-paced fashion. How do you feel about the game that you just played? 恭喜你赢下今天的比赛，你刚刚也是非常迅速的赢下了今天的2场比赛。觉得你自己今天觉得自己打得如何？
我觉得我今天有点太冲了，有点失误有点多，就可能会觉得因为对面没有那么强了，然后我觉得我们意识力太好，所以玩的比较有点松懈，然后出现很多没必要的失误。
I actually think I made a lot of mistakes. I played too aggressively because our team have overall strength is very good. So I just played too freely and made a lot of mistakes actually. You and Relia are both known for using fighter champions. But the second game, you blind pick Ornn. Why did you make that choice? 你跟 Relia 其实都是以斗士著称的选手，但是第2局的时候你盲亮了2耳，你为什么会做这样的选择呢？
主要是因为对面前3选球女、伽罗、法老士都是没有位移的角色，然后我4、5楼被关的话，我觉得他就没有角色可以打爆我这个盲亮的2耳，所以我这边就直接选了2耳。
So because the first 3 picks, our opponent pick, they can't move around the map very fast. So I decided to choose Ornn because if they don't have flash, it's going to be really easy for me to fight them. So I just blind pick Ornn because of that. You're very good at coming up with trash talks and entertaining side jokes. How did you come up with these ideas? 一直以来，其实你都是会准备一些比较特殊的庆祝动作。想知道你是怎么想到这么多点子的？
有些梗是14梗，然后就可以刚好发生就拿来用。然后有些是因为跟对面队伍很熟，然后他刚好身上有点梗，然后就会拿来用。如果真的都想不到的话，那我就只能那天选什么英雄，对不对？我就准备好那只英雄的舞蹈，就差不多是这样。
So some of them are memes or things that happen currently, so I can use them. Also because sometimes I know the other team very well, the players very well, so I would use to take jokes around them. And sometimes if I don't have any other ideas, I could just use the champions dance and use that for my memes and my ideas. So you won the first week in a very good gaming condition. What is your goal for the entire season? 你们在第1周状态绝佳的状况下赢下了第一周的比赛，你们对整个赛季的展望是什么？
我觉得我们这阵容的话，因为整队都很年轻嘛，我们学习力都蛮强的，也都勇于认错，有玩不好就直接说。我们进步的蛮快的，我觉得蛮有机会冲击 NHI 都有可能。
So our team is very young and everyone is very hyped, and we all talk about our mistakes openly. So I think we have very good potential, and it's possible that we'll be making to MSI. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations for the win today. 再次恭喜你，获得今天比赛的胜利，也感谢 Driver 选手来到今天的赛后采访环节。我们先进广告，再来是 CFO 与 DCG 的精彩对决。
拜拜。
拜拜。
Drawn to a conclusion. It's a final lie. No turning back. Erasing all the confusion. We can't pretend. No time for goodbyes. So look in my eyes. I hope that we can still be friends, but this is where the story ends. 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 Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't defend.
Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah, in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming. I've been dreaming. I've been stuck
And we are back now getting ready for series number 2. Of course, it will be between CFO and DCG. And this is really proving grounds for both teams because I think DCG came off a 2-0, but the second game looked really, really shaky against West Point. And CFO, on the other hand, they lost 2-1 to BYG. And so really, I mean, with the names they've picked up, it is time for them to prove that they are capable of getting the job done.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, starting the series or starting the season off with a defeat in that first best of 3 they played against Beyond is definitely a tough pill to swallow. But they have a chance to turn it around now, and I think if they could grab themselves a 2-0, would be pretty happy still with their first week.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, of course, before we get there, we get to watch another 1v1. And
we do.
I'm very excited. I'm always excited for the 1v1s. Now, who do you think they'll put it? Do you think they risk giving Gory this slot again? Because that guy happened to recall and lose it single-handedly.
There was some interesting things going on there. But I will say that before that happened, Gory was doing very, very well.
He was.
So I think you could put him in again. You know, he's learned. He will have mastered the recalls on Howling Abyss now.
Yep, and so it is going to be Gory who is put in. So I'm kind of excited to see it. If a redemption arc, I think you could probably say. And obviously, I think so far we've seen, in general, the team that does pick up the side selection win has actually won the vast majority of these games. And you could argue, is that because they're just the better team, so they have the better player? Or, I mean, otherwise, maybe it's just the side selection is actually that strong. And of course, Orca on your screen will be competing against him. First time we're going to get to see a support here in the 1v1, and it's going to be Aatrox yet again for Gory. Truly is a redemption arc up against the Volley Bear. We saw Taco play the Volley Bear yesterday, and now it's Orca's turn to show that he's able to do it as well.
Yeah, the Volley Bear definitely strong in 1v1, but Aatrox is too. Honestly, not sure.
I think I favor the Volley Bear.
Yeah, I mean, Aatrox healing is pretty ridiculous. Also, I'm not sure about Orca's itemization. I feel like the Kindle Gem.
No, he's trying to get to Anathemas.
I guess. Yeah.
And it's probably better than going the Giant's Bout.
Ooh, some big heals come through.
Yeah, both champions, obviously.
The chains is completed. Healing reduction, though, was picked up by Aatrox. I'm not sure it actually makes a difference.
Yeah, I think I like the Anathemas better than the heal cut, but we'll see as the fight is breaking out here on your screens. It looks like not much will come of it. Slight CS lead here to Gory, and towers remain very, very full here for Orca as he shows his prowess in the 1v1 despite being the support player.
Yeah, it's an odd choice. Ooh. I mean, you can do something like that, you know, put in the support and they maybe ban out some of the range supports you'd be used to, but then you can just play something completely different.
For sure. Gory, though, I mean, it's going much the same as his first 1v1, honestly. He's not getting the kill, but he's certainly outputting a lot of pressure. He's picking up a CS lead, and Orca now getting himself a fairly decent trade. Now it's about trying to not allow this Aatrox to heal back up, and Gory is certainly trying to. Will do so.
It is so hard to get through this Volley Bear here.
Yeah.
Okay, Sudden Death is coming soon, though. And I wonder who... I think Volley might win that.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Now, it is Ignite available for the Aatrox, but Barrier being available for Orca might just be more impactful, honestly, as you're able to get a lot more effective health. And he's actually going for an aggressive trade. He's managing to pick up this health relic, and he's getting a really nice trade again for himself. Health is very low. We don't want to see Gory press that recall button now.
Yeah, I mean, Gory's got a good poke down, but there is still the barrier and the ult for this Volley Bear, so that's a lot of effective HP that can come through.
Yeah, Circle. Ring of Fire should soon be approaching. Here it is, you see it. It's coming down really to the wire. Both 1v1s Gory's been a part of has gone like this, and it looks like Orca is absolutely having his way here. Flash away, but Flash out of the damage there. Q3 does connect, and Gory looking like he is going to be going down. I'm starting to think this Anathema's chain item is a bit broken.
Yeah, I think especially because Anathema's is so much cheaper than the other items, just able to pick that up early, and that's pretty exciting. You know, putting in a support player and actually getting the win, not something you would expect.
Yeah, and on the same champion as Taco played last time. I wonder if that... I swear that's what it is, actually, come to think of it. If they put Taco... They would have banned Volley Bear. Yeah. And they just think Volley Bear is so strong in the 1v1 that they want to play Volley Bear to be able to win. And so they just put in their support. They're not going to ban a Volibear against the support, and lo and behold,
Yeah.
Volibear comes out, gets it done again. Gory now 0-2 in the 1v1.
They did choose the red side, though, which is a little interesting.
Yeah, they did also last time. Game number 1, if you remember. They used red side to pick up the Akali flex, and then in pick number 5, picked up their mid lane, and yeah, gave Taco the Akali in top lane. So I think actually, so far from what we've seen, DCG probably the best at utilizing the red side 5th pick. And it kind of makes sense, right? Because Taco, we know him to be a carry from his last split on Halpigs. He carried on that tradition game number 1 at least against West Point. So I like it. I like the way they drafted their red side, and I'm sure they'll be able to do something similar here, although definitely some big names on CFO. On your screen there, of course, it's Casa in the jungle, Rest up in the top lane. A veteran of the league, actually both of them really, veterans of the league. Of course, Casa going over the LPL and competing internationally. Gory as well, doing much the same, coming from LCK.
It's definitely an intimidating roster to load into game against.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And I think biggest question I almost have is around this bottom lane for CFO, because in their last series against BYG, they were kind of the weak point, right? Gory, of course, did get solo killed, but I think in general, they were the lane that was getting behind most of the time. Sword Art dying quite a few times on both the Zyra and the Bard. It might be time to put him on a melee champion, perhaps. Let's see what happens. Chris Carter as well, big question mark around him. He played absolutely phenomenally on Hui and Azir, 2 of the hardest champions to sort of adapt to, and looking for him to continue the tradition of his great gameplay and see if he can show us anything more. I kind of enjoy to see the Hui once again, but we'll see. Tide, do you think he's getting Lucian?
Ooh. Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Probably not on the red side.
I don't think he'll get it either way. I think either it gets banned or Shun looks to take it.
Yeah, I mean, Shun definitely a Lucian player as well, so wouldn't be surprised to see that picked up. Could we ever see something like the Draven from Shun?
From Shun we could.
Yeah, I think the Lethality Draven builds are pretty strong at the moment. So that might be something that gets looked at later on. You know, could even be played into the Lucian.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see though. I mean, Shun obviously last year was getting Draven bans thrown at him left and right, so we'll see if he's willing to pick it up here. Certainly don't know at this stage. And stats on your screen, newbie versus veteran. It is Chris Carter, the newbie.
Yeah.
Of course, easier schedule thus far.
For sure, yeah. And Gory honestly is a pretty good test though for Chris Carter, because I think Gory obviously offers one match that he's played, didn't have the best performance, but I think Gory overall should be a pretty strong player and a nice measure really for how good Chris Carter actually is at mid. Obviously it's only early days for him. We'll have to see. I'm more excited, I guess, to see what champs come through. Is it going to be something more unique like the Hui, or are we just going to see kind of the stock standard meta picks?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Hui, maybe on red side again, that is what happened last time. It could be something they look for if they get the correct matchup. Last time was Rise. Champions League though, now we get to find out all about it. It will be Nocturne first of all banned. And I guess should touch on as well, 665 had a really good game number 1 against West Point. Game number 2, quite often overzealous, looking for some engages, getting caught out just before some important objectives. And so I'm sure he's probably recognized the error of his ways and will be looking to fix that in this series.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Viban does come through. Renata as well. So Lucian, Kalista, Ashe, all open. One of them's getting through. Ashe is banned away, and I think that could be just responded with a Kalista ban now.
Yeah.
But that means the Rumble is still open too, and the LeBlanc. So there's lots of OP picks still.
Yeah, really, it does come down. Ooh. They're thinking about it too. I mean, I'd be very unsure at this stage what the correct play is, because I always feel like Rumble. Ooh, okay, that's probably the last thing I expected. Do we think first pick set? I think not, but...
Probably not. But it does mean the Kalista is open, but the Lucian might actually be higher prior, and it gets locked in straight away, so nice pickup for Shun, and also a denial from Tide.
Yeah, so we're going to have to see Tide on a different champion for the first time this split. Aphelios, the current hover, would not hate to see it. See if Tide can pilot this more difficult AD carry champion, I'd say. Of course, there's a lot of mechanics involved in Lucian, but there's a lot more safety as well. So it is going to be Lucian Milio, which means Nami is forced for Sword Art.
Denying the Milio is definitely interesting.
I think it's good. I think Aphelios works well with Milio, doesn't work so well with Nami, so If you don't want to verse Lucian Milio, you can just take it to pair with your Aphelios.
And Azir, I really like that as a pickup. I feel like Azir probably the strongest mid left up, other than the AD LeBlanc, and I kind of doubt that Cruscata plays it, to be honest. So it feels like it might just be a free pick here.
Really? He came from AD carry. I almost feel like it
Nah,
might be.
I think you need to know how to play LeBlanc to play it.
Okay.
Could be wrong. I mean, we'll see if he ends up going for it. That Rel band away, I think, makes a lot of sense. Getting away some of that front line makes targeting Gory later on a lot easier. And on blue side, I mean, maybe targeting mids could be the way to go. Which ones, though? I think Talia could be a good ban. They banned the Tristana, which I think, very good idea as well. Does do well into Azir, at least for the first 5 or so levels.
I wonder if either team ban Rumble. It is still absolutely available, and I think it's a perfectly fine blind pick. It also can be used as a counter pick with the right matchup, which a lot of them are, as the meta stands.
Okay, Maokai banned away. Again, more kind of that beefy front line disappearing. Second ban, I'm still down for the Talia. Alternatively, you could ban away a melee. Yes, they ban away the Yone, which obviously pairs well with the Sejuani, and a lot of the time Yone does get picked into Azir at the moment. And Akali is the hover, so Akali, more of a skirmishing counter to Azir, and you're kind of hoping that in those first like 1 or 2 items that you are able to snowball the game enough, because eventually you do get outscaled.
For sure, but pairing well in regards to the skirmishes with the Sejuani. Has that melee, which will help Sejuani stack up her permafrost, look for those stuns, and honestly a big chunk of damage can come out from them. So I'm liking it. It also is good to see someone willing to pick the Akali into Azir. Of course, early game goes a little bit rough, but as it continues on, should get better and better. And I do not believe it will be a flex, although Taco has done it in the past.
Yeah.
I don't think you want Akali into either of the champions currently being hovered for Rest
not.
Blind.
And I wonder, you know, the Rumble, I think definitely the stronger pick in isolation, but I feel like the Cassante might have even been better for the comp, just because it provides that front line for the Azir. That being said, you know, if you pick the Cassante, then you're going to have to play against the Rumble, which doesn't feel that great. So ultimately, they end up taking it away. And so now that last pick.
Yeah, I don't want to see Cassante, I don't think. I mean, it's locked in, and there isn't a whole lot available that does well into the Rumble, of course, but it does feel like, I mean, this gives the opportunity for Rumble to take first strike and just constantly bully out his lane and get to his items quicker. Not really ever going to be a point of the game where Cassante has all that much threat.
Yeah, I'm not sure what pick could have gone for there. It feels like there are really only just losing matchups into Rumble at this point.
Yeah.
I think the comps, I mean, both the comps make a lot of sense, and there's a lot of cohesion. Whose comp would I actually favor? I feel like I might ever so slightly favor DCG's comp, but I almost prefer the CFO draft, just because it feels like, well, I feel like that Rumble getting essentially the freest lane to not just win, but also scale like an absolute monster. I feel like you can't let Rumble get away with that these days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe some ganks could turn it around, though. You know, Cassante Sejuani definitely have the, maybe not the damage, but certainly the lockdown.
Yeah, for sure, and there is always the possibility that Akali can follow up on said roams, of course.
Yeah, and I guess we'll see Cruscata on the Akali. So a very different champion than anything he would have played in AD carry. Obviously, he has played some mid lane before, but we'll see how good he is on the champ.
Absolutely. If it's Hui or Azir anything to go off, I have quite a lot of confidence, really. He was looking very, very good in those champs, and I do like both team comps ultimately. I think DCG have a pretty obvious plan. They have a frontliner, or two frontliners, and then 2 high damage carries with Melio to support as the Enchanter. On the other side of the map, of course, there is a Rumble, which should offer you a lot of lane pressure, offer you a lot of early objectives. And it's really up to Cruscata to see if he can find ways into the skirmishes to sort of hinder the advantages Rest can find. Now, he has gone Comet, so we'll not be scaling as much. We'll have a little bit more lane pressure, but I almost feel like that really is not what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I mean, I want to, check in on the top CS a little later on, but I would be surprised if the Comet Scorch Absolute Focus actually makes a big difference against Cassante. I feel like with the D-Shield Second Wind, you probably have the sustain to get through that anyway. So we'll see. I think the first strike would have been better, but mean, Rest obviously is good at Rumble, so we'll trust him.
For sure. I don't think you're really trying to kill the Cassante most
No.
of the time. You're more... I mean, it's the same thing as often what happened mid before when you're against Cassante. If you was something like the Syndra, you'd just take first strike and try to get to your Leandres as quick as possible. And it's a similar concept here with the Rumble. You can do something similar. Depending on what you want to go first item, you just take the first strike and continuously trade off of cooldown to try and get that gold stacked up, get to your first items quicker, and be more of a menace around the map. But again, yeah, as you said, we'll check in and see this later. But for now, bot lane, I think early game, actually, despite no sort of abilities available for Aphelios, he can actually get priority in some lanes. I don't think Lucian Nami is one of them, but
Yeah.
he does have a lot of extra range. He's kind of like Caitlyn when he has the Calibrum.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time you do see Lucian Nami tend to lose prior at level 1.
Yeah.
But then from then on, obviously can start to get a lot more aggressive. And also, Kasa is pathing bot potentially for the 3 camp. There are no wards set up, and remember, that is the double ranged on the red side, which are pushing. So need to be a little careful of this Lee Sin.
Yeah,
One ward has already been expended on lane too.
Yeah, so there is one ward available. It is sitting in Tide's inventory as Lee Sin looks like he's just going to be happy to take the recall, and that should mean DCG's bot lane are fairly safe for a fair while.
It looks like it will just be laning as per usual.
Yeah, Tide finding quite a lot of auto attacks to weave in on this Lucian. Lucian starting longsword 3 pots, already burning through 2 of those potions, and does have a cookie in inventory, but of course the health regain from that is fairly negligible. It's often more about the mana gain.
Shin is fairly low on the mana here as well. Does have a biscuit still, but that is going to mean it's a bit difficult to put down the pressure. At the same time, Tide being half HP means that he can almost be in lethal range for Lucian Nami. That's just how much burst they have. Now, without the Ignite, probably won't, especially with the barrier heal. Actually, yeah, he's pretty healthy. So not going to be any problems there in the bot lane. In the top side, though, looks like Rest, continuing to just push in under that tower, but the CS really nothing to write home about, right?
No. I think Taco's feeling okay up in this lane. Again, as we said before, I think maybe first strike could have been the better option in terms of those runes. Now, Cascada. Oh, this could be a good trade. Does he choose to go on it? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I wonder if he was just respecting jungle there. Because I think definitely would have won the trade, but doesn't want to end up too far.
Now,
Anyway.
Fleet Footwork is Zed. Do you think that is good against Akali? I almost feel like Conqueror might be better.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Fleet allows you to pressure the lane just that little bit harder. But yeah, I don't think it's really worth it. Oh, that E did not connect on the
didn't
Gory.
connect. Gory gonna be
Oh, it doesn't
stunned
flash,
up.
though.
Yeah. Arctic Assault does connect. One to stack off that permafrost as Castle's gonna go in. There's obviously 2 melee champions, but Lee Sin's early pressure is a little bit scary. You don't want to fight that, especially after Akali had committed mostly everything. And now Castle actually continuing on. There's a lot of vision around this top side here for the side of CFO. 665 going to contest this Raptor camp. It's going to be the smite fight. I believe Castle was the one to pick that one up. So nice wee pick up for him there as he's now looking for Cascada. Nice dodge.
Yeah, the move forward there does allow him to continue to stay in lane. And DCG's bot lane, they've done fairly well for themselves. And might just be able to keep pushing, force the Lucian Nami to recall first. But this is where that first spike will come in, as Lucian will be recalling for it there. Kasa currently has a lot of top lane priority, especially through the strength of that Comet Rumble. So we'll just be able to start up these Void Grubs.
Yeah, we'll be okay to pick these up. It's not going to be contested. And I don't think, really, DCG care that much. Sejuani going to start up on this Hextech Drake. And despite being a tank, actually one of the faster champions at taking early dragons. Just the chunk that you get from your permafrost. Castle, though, pathing out. Did manage to get that recall off. Will be, of course, on the top side there. Castle picking up all 3 of the Void Grubs. Sword Art now showing in the middle lane.
Yeah, just going to try help Gory get a better reset. Although it might have taken a bit of XP. So now there's a small window here where Akali has ult advantage. And he could maybe try and force something. Looks like this dragon will finally be picked up here.
Ooh.
Oh, big damage traded. Gory now level 6 as well.
Ooh. There we go. Sports coming in, healing their mid laner and strolling off, although Sword Art actually stayed all around for quite a long time.
Yeah, I think really just wants to make sure that Azir can crash that wave safely, but will eventually return to the bot side. And the Sorks rush for rest. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel like the flat magic pen obviously is good, but maybe not for his lane.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised as well that he didn't go for the Mercs. I guess he might just have tenacity from Resolve or something. I didn't see what he had second, but no Mercs against Sejuani a lot of the time is kind of risky as a frontliner.
Yeah, or even oftentimes we see Rumbles going Swifties, right? To just stay even safer, stick onto people if you're overheated and want to auto-attack them. I think Sorks maybe in this game actually one of the worst of the boot choices. Shouldn't mean a whole lot against the Sejuani, neither the Cassante, which for the majority of the game will be the two people you're most concerned of.
Junglers do spot each other out here, but nothing going to come of it. Just a little bit of vision dropped, and that's going to mean Cascada is safe to do whatever he likes mid. Oh, in bot lane, big skirmish.
All tied.
Bubble.
Wow, nice dodge there of that bubble. That landing might have just mean death. At least it would have meant two summoners coming out of this Aphelios, as Casa does have level 6 Dragon Rage available. Although 665 does manage to get his 6 as well off of one of the small raptors. Cascada's found his way onto Casa. A lot coming through. It will not be the ult landing here, but First Blood certainly does go over to Cascada. It's Gory now.
No flash on Gory.
Yeah, no flash, but Emperor's Divide does get him out safely. One more Arctic or Permafrost stack would have meant he's stunned up and perhaps another kill, but things in mid lane not going how you'd want. Akali remaining at what is essentially equal farm, picking himself up a First Blood and including 2 stacks now on a Dark Seal.
Yeah, definitely some good gold here in Casa. He felt like since he had the mid-pry that he could get aggressive here, but 665, he hits 6 on the camp. And Cascada, he can just rotate so much earlier than the Azir, and also is just so much stronger, right? You can see Gory is just struggling to auto-attack because Akali's in Shroud, and his soldiers were nowhere near the Sedge. Well, back to live though, and Cascada is getting very low on the tower. Does tick level 8.
Now Gory will have the opportunity to push this wave in, get himself a plate, and a recall off for what is essentially free. So it is something, it is definitely going to be something Gory wants. Although it is at a level disadvantage, and I think a lot of that stems from obviously the kill, but also the amount of time Sword Art was spinning around that mid wave.
Shun, by the way, despite signing the longsword, did skip the Dirk, and I think he did this last time too, didn't he?
Was it? Ooh, I don't remember.
I want to say it was him that went, oh, hold that thought. Culling does come out, but not a whole lot of damage behind it.
Yeah, really was nothing. I think with that now, there is an angle where DCG actually perhaps win an all-in if 1-2 were to break out. Sejuani on their side of the map too, going to feel very good.
on the bot side, so
Could
I
be a
wonder if
dive.
Sedge wants to come down. Now there is cleanse on the Lucian, no heal on Nami, and Cascada's moving down as well. Has ult as well as mid priority.
Sword Art does get that ward down, so 665's position will be known as Cascada's now going to head back to his mid lane. Ooh. Couple of auto attacks there, just tickling away at Lucian's health. It is the boots, of course, picked up by Tide, so a little bit more access to movement, and Gory getting very low. Things not going how you'd want, as Void Grubs were started by Casa, but coming in to try and assist his mid laner as Cascada and 665 wail in on him.
Yeah, so now CFO are going to push the side of DCG out, but actually to turn
Casa,
around.
he doesn't have flash available. He's going to ult away, and the Emperor's Divide will come through. Cascada, the tail shot will claim that kill. It's a 1-for-1 kill going over to Casa and Cascada, respectively. You have to feel like maybe the winner of that is Cascada, but this minion wave will not be able to be picked up by him, so not so clear.
Yeah, Cascada is getting a lot of kill goal, but at the same time, Gory is pulling it further and further ahead. We'll see this engage. Casa, he walks up pretty far. The Sedge ult comes out immediately, but is able to ward up to safety, and then Gory, does enough damage to Cascada to make sure that he will go down on the way out. Void Grub started up again.
This is almost a worrying trend now with CFO, as they're around a Sejuani and they're just kind of standing there, disrespecting it. And they just get Sejuani ulted and died. If you remember against BYG, it happened in their bot lane.
That's very true. Resty spots us out. Can they stop it?
Okay, they got 2. That means it'll
that's all they
deny.
needed,
Yeah,
really.
it'll deny the Void Mites. So there will be no Void Mites now available for CFO. And Taco, he's going to get equalized. also has not much mana, but teleport available means that he'll be able to pick up this wave, recall, and teleport back if that's what he so chooses. For the time being,
Mandate now completed on the Nami, so pretty early on.
Ooh.
And that's a big spike. Lucian completes the Storm Razor alongside it, so that means that, at least on this spike, CFO's bot lane significantly stronger for this Dragon Spawn.
Yeah.
Just compare the bot lane items, and clearly, now Lucian Nami is very, very strong. Now, Lucian also has this support item, which is contributing as well. It's a lot of extra gold. Gory? Looking for a shuffle or something here. This Dragon is live, though, and I expect to see CFO look to make a play on it.
Yeah, I almost don't know if they're favored to win. Here comes the stun up. Castle will be able to get away, at least for now. Does get chunked very, very low, though, and now Tide actually walking too far up, gets bubbled and takes a lot of his health as well. Nami will be able to sustain up this Lee Sin bit by bit, as well as Melio. It's a longer cooldown, but certainly has a lot of healing here available. As the stun comes through, in comes the Moonlight Vigil, and Shun is getting so low as Chris Carter, though, who's causing so much havoc on the back line. Taco now coming in with that teleport, as well as Rest on the top side. Unstoppable All Out is available, and he catches Gory trying to dash away. It's 2 kills there. DCG coming up big and able to pick up the Dragon afterwards.
Yeah, CFO, I think they thought they could win that fight due to the bot lane item difference, but it feels like, you know, the mid-skirmishing difference, just because the Azir is still weaker than the Akali, made a big difference, and also Rumble TPs in without ult and can't really contribute anything meaningful, as we'll get another look at it. I think bold here of CFO to enter the river with their Lucian just stuck farming under tower. So they walk in very early and they take a lot of HP for their trouble, have to commit the kick as well, but they do trade decent damage onto Tide. Now, walking around here to contest, I think Gory took a little too long to walk with them, and maybe that's why this fight started bad. Because you can see if the Azir were here to immediately peel, might not be too bad, but Shun was basically forced to use both his summons just to get away, and by the time Gory gets his first orders off, Caster's already dead.
Yeah, a lot of sums burnt. All coming back to life. Gory is going to be hit with that Shuriken as Cascada finds a lot of damage, and the skirmishes around this Akali are not even close. Gory, of course, does have himself a CS lead, but gold absolutely in favor of Cascada on the Akali. And third game in a row, we were seeing a fantastic performance out of him. Sort out getting that ward down. I thought it was a little bit dodgy there for a second.
Yeah, I'm going to pick that one up. So now, Herald spawns in 5 more seconds. I think you'd expect DCG to pick this one up. There is that really strong Akali running around the map at the moment, getting good trades on Gory in the mid lane, but it is actually traded back. And Cascada has to be careful how far forward he goes. He can just get ulted into tower. DCG, they are going to pull this. They have Cascada with TP, so he can get back, and I think he has Mythic, or a first item.
Yeah, and while Rumble is strong in general, I think Kainic Recurn as well as... What was that new item called?
Hollow Radiance?
Hollow Radiance, that's it. I remembered it and then forgot it. Hollow Radiance means that he actually won't do all that much, in particular to 665 and Taco.
Big flank here.
Very, very strong. Rift Shield going to reset. Resonating Strike. Oh, okay, and comes the Glacial Prison. It's going to land onto Rest, who is trying to run away, uses that shield and the movement speed afforded to him. At least for now, Resonating Strike will be used, and Taco is going to take Casa on an absolute journey, but Casa will just ward hop away, using that safeguard, of course. And now Taco, without the ult, makes his top side a whole lot weaker, although he's still looking to trade on Rest in the undying minutes of the all-outs duration.
That is ult burn, though. So now it might be CFO's turn to have a look at this. There is that Storm Surge on the Akali, but she's actually just going bot.
Yeah, they're giving Rift Herald, and Akali will make it down to bot. Flash committed, shouldn't going to be connected with, and that's going to be an absolutely dead Lucian. Now Cascada, will he have the damage to find Nami? I believe he actually auto-attacked a minion in that, and with that means he will not follow up, but killing Shun, I think you can feel pretty good. They're even trying to contest on the top side of the map, so we're going to have a smite fight. Lee Sin will win the outright battle against the Sejuani, of course, but who will hit the eye and who will smite? Rest's going to have to flash away despite no ults. It's going to be Casa who picks up the Herald now. He's really deep in there, though, as 665 used Arctic Assault to get out of the pit. Rift Herald is a big pickup, but I think DCG still coming out the winners on this exchange.
Yeah, now mid tower did go down. As we'll take a look at this, so heavy trades on bot side meant the CFO's bot lane were a bit too far up, and nice combo here by Cascada. Secures that kill onto Shun. Doesn't manage to get another one, but
auto attack the minion.
definitely happy with what he got still. And yeah, this mid tower already falling, closes up the gold a little bit. CFO, they're not too far behind, but they are down 2 dragons. And they need to find a way, I think, to stop this third one.
Ocean Soul, if you're Cassante and Sejuani, you cannot afford to pretty much ever be on Soul Point.
Yeah. And it's going to be a difficult fight, right? I think that while Gory is getting strong and so is Shun, they're not really at their peaks yet. And that Akali is a very scary prospect. So 45 seconds away, maybe they can use their lane priority just to control the vision, and then maybe that affords them the objective.
Yeah, Shun has completed Blood Song, so that's quite a lot of power, actually, for such little investment, which might aid them in trying to contest this. Cascada just happily pretty much using his Shroud and finding a lot of damage here onto the Azir and the Lee Sin, although it's very much traded back as 665 getting wailed on by Shun. One tower will go down as Relentless Pursuit is being used. 665 will be the sacrificial lamb, or will he? He flashes away. He's still living the Moonstone, doing so much, but eventually it's going to cost flashes as well as cleansers. They will be able to take him down as now Shun driving this Herald into that tower. The push is continuing. Looks like 2 towers here for CFO in the mid lane, though. One does get answered back here. Tide picking up the gold for that. As 665 being down means that this dragon should be CFO's for the taking, although Rest not in the area, does have teleport. DCG are answering. They're not willing to just give this up. Cascada is going to have to head down here. He's not there yet, and
yeah,
the dragon
like
going down, it should just be gone.
Yeah, that was without Rest even needing to be there.
Yeah.
Just 665, it spawned a little too late. So now that dragon win condition, maybe not completely stopped, but certainly put on hold. And CFO, I think for the first time in this game, now take the lead in gold.
Yep.
And a lot of that, I think, comes maybe from mid. You know, it was initially Cascada having a lot more, but Gory managed to take the first tower mid, and I believe he got solo gold on the tower, and obviously is up a lot of CS. He might even be ahead in gold.
Yeah, absolutely might be. Have to wait and find out. Of course, things as they stand, pretty even. I think even maybe just state of the game, you might prefer where DCG is, because I don't think the inner tower bot side going down really means anything. And having that extra dragon in your back pocket means you have time. Obviously, scaling for both teams is very strong, but I think Aphelios may just be the absolute winner when it comes to late game. Azir certainly up there, however. Rabadon's second will be the build here for
that's
Glory.
pretty Chad.
I mean, give me your rundown on that, because often you're a believer in the Nashes into Leandre. What do you think about the Nashes into the Death Cap?
So I think the reason he's doing it is probably he's expecting to have to buy a Void Staff really early, because he's got a Rumble, he's got the Nami as well. So there's a lot of magic damage coming through, and what you don't want is to go, say, Nash's Leandre, forced to buy a Void, and then you delay your Death Cap until 4 items. So I think it's a smart little adaptation. Just grab your Death Cap second, grab your Void third.
Do you not think you could ever just go Void second? I know at some stage that was things Azir would do when they found themselves against MR.
I mean, you can go Void second, but I think Rabadon's might be more damage here still, because there is only magic resist on that top jungle. Admittedly, that is what you're hitting most of the time.
Yeah, you're not often hitting anything else. And the stun will come out. The Gravitum Gun, of course, locking up Shun. He does have Flash available for him, but Taco might just find his way there. Unstoppable he goes. He's looking for Sword Art. Actually, Tidal Wave misses. Bubble also misses, and now Gory's found himself at a very, very bad location. Perfect execution does come through there from Cascada, and Taco is in the middle of absolutely everyone. That's not where you win a Cassante on the other side. Knock up from that, Tofu strikes will connect. But the play looks like it might come out. It's a very, very nice Moonlight Vigil. Lots of damage, but it shouldn't be able to find any kills. Although, is the play even over? Looks like it should be.
Yeah, CFO taken very, very low there, and Gory, I think, caught out of position. Fortunately for the side of CFO, no objective went down as a result. But it was a kill picked up, as we'll take another look at it. It was TP invested early by Cascada. And Gory, he has a tough time here, not really sure where to go. Taco did also force out Shun's flash over here on the side, but Gory, he gets caught by that Sedge ult, just barely.
Yeah.
And then taken across the map.
Taco locates himself a bird. Nice Dragon's Rage. Back to live though. Gory will sidestep that Shuriken. That would have been his demise had it have landed. Now returning a lot of damage onto Cascada. 665 will arrive. Will they be able to defend the tower? Sonic Wave will connect. Bubble will also connect.
Yeah, seems like it will be held here for now. Caster and Sword Art, though, still in the area. They want to try and break this if they can.
Glacial Prison not available, but he will be able to land that Permafrost onto Casa. It is answered, though, however, by the bubble of Sword Art. Okay, Protobelt. Oh, 65 years. Arctic Assault should be fine to get out. In fact, he is.
Yeah, it's going to make it out there. More pings on the top side as Cascada.
Gory might just be dead. There's a lot of CC. Cascada dodges out of that resonating strike, and now Taco has teleported to the play. Won't be able to find anything, though. It's just very, very low health bars and some enchanters that are really keeping their mid laners alive.
Oh, but they're just starting this up. Gory does not have TP.
Red-white available for Tide. It's going to be absolutely shredded. I actually think he might even want to just use this next rotation of the red gun, of that Severum, and try and get to the red-green. Might even help him. Oh, there's a big equalizer, but it's an even big turnaround. Rest has flashed away. 665, though, hot on the heels. Will he be able to land anything more? It is just going to be Tide who picks up that kill on Rest after using both of his summoners. So no Baron, but certainly a big win once again for the side of DCG.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go back to it.
Yeah, they are. So there is no Rest, there is no teleport available, and I mean, honestly, full health bars here for the side of CFO. I don't think it's so clear who wins, but with the out equalizer, Shun has quick scoped. Orca absolutely out of the play. Tide now no longer with the guns. Resonating strike will connect. Is he going to follow through? It's Gory doing a lot of damage. Taco now trying to play distraction. Will get himself out using that ghost. And now will they turn their attention towards the Baron? It does feel a bit risky either way. There is no teleports available, of course, but not a whole lot of damage coming through when you don't have the Rabadons, neither the Leandries on this Azir.
Yeah, just right around the corner, really, from having his spikes. But CFO, we'll get this replay first. So big damage initially comes out of the culling and the rumble ult, but the turnaround does cause Rest to lose his life, but importantly, enough time, I think, is bought and gets them off of it.
Yeah. Now Tide, obviously sitting at 2-0-3 on the Aphelios, will now have the Infinity Edge. It is the Dragon picked up by CFO, so 2 apiece now, evening that up. Gold also very, very even. I think, honestly, all things considered, the names that CFO have picked up for the split, big concerns when you're not able to take this side of DCG down, although maybe DCG are just actually one of the title contenders.
Yeah, they're looking good.
Certainly are.
Now heading back towards this Baron, just clearing out some of the vision. And I think they should look to make a pick, maybe on Sword Art, while he doesn't have Flash. It's very difficult for this sumless Nami to face check vision. Gory will come and collect top wave. I wonder what he is going to go for next. Like, you'd expect it to be the Void. Maybe very low chance he goes for something like the Banshees. I think it would be a mistake, though.
I do think he might need Leandries at some stage.
Yeah, he does. He does.
I think Void has to happen now because there is more MR coming on this Cassante. Looking like he's angling for a Juck show, which, I mean, that just means he's always going to be in the fight for enough time to proc that 30% extra resist. And at that stage, I don't think Gory's ever going to be actually doing any damage to this Cassante for a while. I think Void Staff has to come through. I really hope it's not Crypt Bloom.
Yeah. I think Crypt Bloom wouldn't be awful, but it does seem just not as good as Void here.
Yeah, I think there's just too much MR. That extra 10% is so invaluable.
Okay, DCG with the priority over mid. Once again, just controlling this Baron vision really is the name of the game at the moment. And it looks like we are going to stall out here for a bit because there is no Dragon win condition. That being said, if someone gets caught, the DPS from both sides, there definitely is a Baron on the table.
Yeah. Aphelios will shred that Baron, as will Azir. So the Blighted Jewel now picked up for Gory. Means it will be one of either Crypt Bloom. And the stun up again is Casa. Tide constantly playing around this vision to try and find angles onto the Lee Sin. Does find a reasonable chunk, in fact, maybe even can force this Lee Sin away. But with Nami and red buff active, should be okay to just sustain back up. In fact, look at this guy. He's already full health.
Yeah, it did not take long at all. The 2.5 minutes on the next Dragon. That one will be pretty important because it kind of sets the tone for who might actually be putting a timer on this game by forcing that 4th Dragon win condition.
I'm interested to see Tide's gun rotation or gun order, because he went from blue gun to now having green gun, which is not the case usually, right? Usually you go from blue into red, and then from red into, well, I guess the purple goes and you get white. Interesting.
Certainly is.
Just a Hui champion.
Yeah. Now, Gory's going for his recall. I don't think he'll have the Void, but he has that blinding dual component, which, even on its own, actually does make a fair bit of difference. Cancels his recall, is going to stay on the map here. Maybe he wants to farm a bit more gold off the mid-wave. His pings onto it.
Now, Cascada has been sat on this blasting wand for a long, long time. He's recalling now, so I'm interested to see how much he can pick up. He gets a blinded jewel as well, so he'll be going for Void Staff.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah, not a whole lot of magic resist coming through, but I guess, yeah, that must be it. 665, I was going to say taking a lot of damage, but he didn't. Going to stay fairly healthy there. Of course, the healing coming from Milio going to help with that. As Tide has his do not battle me, I'm Ophelio's guns.
Yeah, also has that Milio behind him, and DCG, they're moving Casa out of this top side. I don't think they ever want to start the Baron. But if you can force face checks to come through, that's your window to really blow this game open.
Yeah, it's not easy to face check into the Sejuani, of course. Just throwing out the Glacial Prison can be enough to win a fight single-handedly, as Resonating Strike will not connect. Ooh, that was one auto attack. Shun getting low. Casa will be stunned up, does manage to get the safeguard off onto Gory to get himself out of harm's way, and the heal coming through there from Sword Art tops him back up to full as Gory pushing on forward. Sonic Wave now connecting onto 665, but I don't think either team are really feeling all that comfortable in the fight, although Shun is continuously running forward. Equalizer doesn't really connect onto anyone, and Taco took literally 0 damage.
And this is CFO now with the first move into this Dragon. That being said, I wonder if DCG actually just opt to go to the Baron instead. It looks like there are pings on the bot river, and Cascada's in a flank position already, so they're committed to fighting this.
Yeah, Taco face checking, but again, he's not taking all that much damage, and Shun actually receiving quite a lot himself, but the healing from Nami will top him back up to full.
Yeah, the culling was invested though, and Cascada is spotted out on the flank, so it's getting more and more difficult, I think, for DCG to fight this.
Yeah, I think right here we're seeing the limitations of Tide's gun order, because with the blue-white, you don't really have a combo. Of course, if you're able to find a big Infernum Q, that does give you quite a few chakrams, but not nearly as much as you'd really like, and it doesn't have the utility of something, say, the Calibrum as well as those chakras. But they are going to start it.
Yeah. Gory has TP, though, so CFO can definitely fight this.
They are going to do it very, very quickly, but it's really... Are they going to turn or not? So they are, in fact, it is going to be Resu stunned up. Cascada is on a very nice flank, and they find a little bit of damage, but really not that much, and turning their attention back towards this Baron. Cascada won't have ult, neither will 665, and so this could be a really problematic fight, as most of CFO retained their ults, and by most, actually I lied, but Equalizer alive as well as Emperor's Divide, which you'd argue are maybe the two most important. Tide, though, finding some nice damage here with the Moonlight Vigil still available. Getting this Baron lower and lower bit by bit, and it's hard for CFO to get in here, but out comes the Moonlight Vigil. 665 is absolutely eliminated, goes down on the backside as Shun manages to escape out the back of this Baron pit. Now Taco does have his all-out very, very low, does have teleport available, but it's just going to be the one kill picked up, and CFO securing themselves not only the 3rd Dragon, but the Baron as well.
Yeah, looking good now is CFO. Maybe they get one more here. Ooh. Taco actually cancelled his recall. Isn't going to find anything, though. So DCG, they were on that Baron for so long. Had all that resistance shred as well. It's just taking a little bit of ambient damage there. And eventually it is CFO that really just come in and pick up the pieces of it. So we'll see it again. So initial engage comes out. Not a whole lot of follow-up. Really good Nami ult, I think, by Sword Art to kind of cut this fight in half. And retreating into the bush makes it difficult for DCG to chase. So they go back to this, but, you know, ults are missing. And
Tide has really bad guns.
Yeah, I mean, it's taking them a long time to do this. They are able to tank it pretty much forever, but the resistance shred does make the fight pretty difficult. I think eventually he had just tanked it so long that the Rumble ult had come back up. And by this time, I think when 665 tries to turn for a re-engage, honestly, maybe should have just stayed on the Baron, because I think he ended up so low that, you know, he goes in, immediately flashes out and dies. Now, without a front line to protect them anymore, DCG's backline is forced to walk away. It's back to live.
Ooh,
CFO
connects.
They want to break the space open if they can.
So Cascada does complete that Void Staff. Crypt Bloom was the choice as well for Gory. Tide actually getting that
he's looking for
Shurelius.
something.
He is definitely very, very strong on this Aphelios. I think if anyone on the side of DCG has to get it done, really, it is Tide. And in fairness, I mean, in their 54-minute game, it was him who got it done. And a nice stun here found. Swordots is going to be absolutely annihilated, and Shun is going to follow suit. Now on the bottom side, though, Taco is going to pay for what has occurred. Does go down. Orca, as well as Cascada here on the defense, and Tide 665 pushing down mid. They might be able to get one tower, but with Azir here and the Baron buff, it doesn't feel all that likely.
Yeah, there's no wave here for a while, and I think Gory will be able to defend.
Oh, Casa's looking for something. Tide still does have really good fighting guns. Casa does miss on that Sonic Wave, and now Tide going aggressive. He's got his green-white, very good guns to have for sort of keeping a distance and kiting back. So it does make it very hard now for Casa to try and fight into the Aphelios.
We'll see what happened bot side in the meantime. So while this play was being made mid, CFO, they were trying to siege this bot tower. And I guess Taco just tried to defend and went a bit too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just...
Probably didn't realize so many people were there, and it jumps into an Azir tower and pretty much gets immediately eliminated.
Yeah. Rare kind of end moment from Taco. Doesn't have them very often. Very consistent player.
We don't talk about Mordekaiser.
True. Okay, 1 minute away on the 4th Dragon, though. So DCG, they've got to start getting here pretty soon. They've got to set up for it. Now, Tide is extremely strong. Double lifesteal items.
Yeah.
And has the barrier, but importantly, does not have flash.
I also wonder if possibly more is better than the shield bow.
It might be, honestly, yeah. There's a lot of magic damage that comes out.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the damage he's going to take is just in like sort of indirect damage from the likes of the Rumble and the Azir, where it's kind of just unavoidable. And the shield bow, I mean, it's a okay item, but I think the shield you get, especially against magic damage dealers, might be better. We'll see. Maybe Shun is able to access Tide, and that makes the shield bow better for that particular sort of scenario. The teleport coming mid. There is no longer a Baron in play. Gold remains fairly even. 15 seconds until Ocean Dragon, which would be Soul if CFO were able to pick it up. Now, Cascada trying to find himself an angle free of vision to look for a flank, but it's not going to be easy as all the setup in the world here is, oh yeah, flash forward, Tide is found. Breath of Light will not be able to keep him alive. Taco's in the middle of the team. He does manage to get the all-out off, but should be going down. He does just survive for now, although Sonic Wave will not connect, and Gory's going forward. Taco remains alive with a slither of health, and now it's really up to Cascada to try and find the damage necessary. Off of the back of Casa's engage, it really was a crucial mistake from Tide to be up so far. 30 seconds now. DCG have to try and hold on before this Aphelios is back.
Yeah, I think CFO can play for their end, though. That Aphelios not being here makes it pretty difficult, and the wave clear.
There is no Baron, so they are able to slowly but surely do it. It might just be the 2 inhibs into the Dragon, which, in fairness, does feel like it's the game. Tide now respawns in 10 seconds. I don't believe that DCG are going to be able to respawn and defend it, but even if they do lose this, they were in a worse situation in their last series up against West Point. They were up against the Hextech Soul. And in all fairness, I think it's not over, but things are looking very, very good now for CFO. Casa finding an amazing engage there on Tide.
Yeah, that really was it, right? Tide, he is so incredibly strong, but he does not have the flash. And he walks up a bit too far and is caught here.
Wasn't even that clean. Just
taken out.
Yeah.
And really, that's so much of their consistent damage gone. I think once the Aphelios dies, yes, you can kind of kill one squishy maybe with Cascada, but there's no way you can melt through the rest of the team. So just need him alive. Now, importantly, Tide, he is going to have flash pretty soon.
For sure. Gory now completes his Leandres. He's sitting at 4 items, certainly ahead of the Sakali now, up 100 CS pretty much. Randuin's, though, is completed for Taco, so taking a little bit less damage from Shun in particular. Although, honestly, Shun, when you play Lucian Nami, actually does about 40% magic damage.
Yeah.
Just because of how often you're buffed. Your auto attack buffs do give you magic damage, and then, of course, Nami's passive giving you magic damage. Now, Chris Carter is going to commit the Shuriken, is going to commit the Shroud. He's trying to get out, does also now utilize the Proto Bout. It is going to get out the Dragon's Rage from Kasa. Good trade. I think I would prefer to have Lee Sin ult than the Akali Proto Bout.
For sure. CFO, though, starting to regain some of this control now. And DCG, they are being forced away, but actually they're re-engaged.
Oh, yeah, they're going to find a nice lockdown onto Rest, who does flash away, but the Shuriken does connect, and that's 1 kill going down. 65 being the benefactor of that one. Taco, though, on the other side, he does switch back to his tank form, does go down. Moonlight Vigil tried to be used there to try and CC up the side of CFO to keep his top laner alive, but will not happen. Now, importantly, both top laners do have teleport available, and DCG really are getting herded into their topside jungle while minions are wailing on their base here. It is going to be a race. Milio now is going to, of course, speed up the team. Sword Art and Gory not going to continue on with their push. In fact, turning their attention now towards this Baron.
Yeah, I think it was pretty well done there. They managed to walk down the lane far enough that DCG have to go back to their base, forced to respond. So now CFO, they get time to hit this Baron, and because it's done so fast, I think it's just gone.
It will just be gone. So slowly but surely now, CFO are getting themselves a lead bit by bit. Certainly is not over. Of course, Cascada working his way now towards a 4th item. Could be the damage break. Pretty quiet, really, from Cascada after such an impactful early game.
Okay, now, the Elder is 3 minutes away, so importantly, the Baron will disappear by then, as we'll see this fight. So initially, it is CFO that are kind of hurting DCG out of the area. But 665, he decides to pull the trigger, and I believe it hits Rest.
Yes.
Yeah, it does hit Rest, and they take him out very quickly, but Taco, he probably could have disengaged, but instead tried to go in.
Yeah.
And gone way too deep. Back to live, though, Tide was just forced to flash.
Yeah, Tide losing his flash again. Certainly not what you
and
want.
barrier.
He does survive, which is crucial, but he's going to have to forever be extremely respectful of really Rest or Gory's position and Kasa. Honestly, everything.
Yeah, this tower is now being looked at.
Tide, the last substantial DPS left on DCG at this stage of the game. Kasa being looked at. Will get that safeguard off. Shuriken will connect there from Chris Carter as Taco trying to get through and help to clear these minion waves, but not much really can be done as the 3rd inhib looks to be going down here in favor of CFO and just ahead as well of this Elder Dragon, which spawns in 2 minutes. Not sure if they'll need it. They are continuing on the siege. Of course, Baron buff still alive for 1.5 minutes. DCG, if they want to make a stand, really this is the time to do it. No summoners on your AD carry, but LDR is completed. So that will be a massive jump in damage for the AD carry of DCG. Equalizer comes out, a lot of sustain coming through as well, but it's going to also force out Gory with, oh my god, he's able to get it. Crypt Bloom coming through now too is going to help sort out and the rest of the team. 2 towers on the Nexus going down. Taco, however, though, killing out Gory on the bottom side, and Tide will pick himself up. 1 kill, 665 being the sacrificial lamb to that culling. Taco, though, he's going to be looked at, and Tide will remain up, but absolutely horrific guns for any sort of fight here. It should just be now. The Nexus getting targeted. Shun will be able to auto-attack that down, and it will be, after a bit of a back-and-forth game, CFO picking up game number 1.
Yeah, ended up being a long one, and CFO, they end up cleaning it up. I think that could have definitely had a much cleaner early game, right? There were a couple kills that went over to Cascada that probably shouldn't have. But at the end of the day, I think the game wasn't too bad. Wasn't too messy.
No, it wasn't too bad. I mean, it wasn't the same as DCG versus West Point game 2. I think it was cleaner than that. Admittedly, there were a few mistakes. I think the Baron call was a big one. I think, honestly, when you're up 2 dragons to 0, you probably just, all you need to do is play around those dragons. Of course, there are quicker ways to end the game, but obviously that is the safe one. I also want to say a bit of a question mark around the Aphelios. I think he played reasonably well, but honestly, constantly, whenever there was a fight, his gun rotations seemed to be so whack. Like, I don't think you very often want to have blue-green. Now, yes, it offers an insane amount of burst that you can't really avoid. If you get hit by the blue, you're also going to get follow-up auto-attack. But many times, blue-purple's better. And then if you end up with purple-white, like he did at the end,
Yeah, you
that
can't do
really
anything.
is just the absolute worst combo. Because your purple gun cannot really get you any chakrams. It can give you one.
Yeah.
And that is pretty meaningless when your highest DPS threat is with that white gun. So I think a bit of a question mark there. Something that, I mean, you watch Betty, you watch Wako play that champion. That never happens, right? You always see them with pretty much the optimal guns at the optimal time. So I think the Aphelios that he played is a far cry from the Lucian that we see him play. But I mean, on the other side, though, I think Casa, while having a bit of a quiet early game, certainly found huge impact. That one kick onto Tide was a massive one. And then also just keeping his team alive with so many Lee Sin ults when engages were coming through.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, I think, no, not just the Lee Sin ults, but he actually tanked so many Sedge ults and still war jumped in time to make sure he was safe.
Yeah.
So that obviously was really, really good. I think, you know, DCG, they definitely had this stronger... Well, they came out of early game stronger, and I think you've maybe got to question a little bit the solo lanes. You know, you mentioned the Aphelios already, but I think the Akali itemization maybe wasn't the best, and I also think Taco had an uncharacteristically bad game. I think there were a lot of times there where he was just caught out in the fights, so honestly, you just need to see a bit of a better performance, but it did seem that DCG were within touching distance for pretty much the whole game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think back onto the Taco thing, I think the two fights that were noticeable, right, was down in bot lane where he just ults Gory to try and look for the kill. And you've just caught out both the bot laners for CFO, so you really don't need to start fighting at the bot lane tower as well. You realize that, well, both their bot lanes dead mid now. There could be 3 in my lane, and there was, and he still went for the fight and died. And then also the last time we saw him fight where he did the same thing, he looks for the Azir while it was Rest going down on the top side of the fight. Again, he goes in, he's 1v3, and he just goes down immediately. And I think those are things at this level that you can't really afford, and especially against a team which has players like the Castle, like Rest, you know, these very big names that can absolutely pilot and carry a game when given a chance. So looking to game number 2, I mean, to be honest, I'd hope that we see a Rumble ban, because I don't know that Rest did all that much, but Equalizer in and of itself really is just such a game-changing ultimate. I mean, around the Baron, that really was the first throw. Kind of came off the back of an Equalizer herding everyone into the pit, right? They were kind of forced to engage. And it just seems like, why give over the Rumble? Like, you can just ban the Rumble.
Yeah, I think that too. And I also, you know, I wonder a little bit about the red side. I didn't really feel like they got anything in draft to justify the red side, right? They didn't really take any power picks. I suppose what they got was they got the Milio away from the Lucian. And I think it did actually look pretty good, right?
Yes.
Like the Aphelios Milio was doing well. And the Lucian Nami honestly didn't really find that much in the game. It didn't perform to the level that we'd hoped.
For sure.
Yeah.
I kind of agree. I think if we see a different Aphelios player, we see a very different game.
Possibly,
because again, it's just, you don't have much pressure. I mean, look at this fight here. He does have blue-green, and to his credit, manages to get one on both of the AD carry and the mid laner. But that's not going to happen that often. And now after this, you'll see his gun's going to change. And he does get the blue-purple, but by this stage, it's just too late. You're never really able to make use of them. As you see in this fight, he almost gets Shun, but...
Yeah, not quite. And they really had just tanked the Baron for way too long here. I think it's kind of interesting because, you know, they want to tank the Baron. They've got the tank to do it. And they do have some DPS and then an Akali and a flank. But the problem is they just don't actually have as many turning tools as you'd think, right? Like the Sedge ult just ends up going on a tank, and then what do you have to follow it up?
Yeah, and also they'd already used the turn tools, right? They'd already used the Sedge ult. They didn't quite find anything, and then they turned back towards the Baron. I think you look for the turn. If it doesn't work out, you split off, because CFO aren't able to just straight up do the Baron in your face, so you can just split away. But I mean, coming to game number 2, I think honestly, pick some bans is probably what I want to see something more. I want to see DCG get something more. I mean, if they're able to keep the Lucian, if they're on blue side, I think they should just try and get the Lucian Milio, Lucian Nami. Because, I mean, comparing his Aphelios to his Lucian, Tide definitely looked better on the Lucian. And honestly, Shun, both wins he's picked up so far have also been on the Lucian, so it might just be something that both these AD carries want. I mean, Rumble as well, I think you can ban that. I don't know that you need to ban the Maokai.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that you need to ban the Orianna, in fairness. That champion really hasn't found any success thus far. Rumble certainly has.
Yeah, I think so too. And it feels quite strange, you know, when you're coming into your last pick and it's like you're willingly opting into Cassante into Rumble. Not because it's like an awful unplayable matchup, but it just feels like surely we could have gotten something better than this. You know,
Yeah.
maybe you ban the Rumble, they take the Cassante, and then you take the Gwen. I guess wouldn't have worked in that game because it would have had triple AP topside, but I think there's definitely games where it could work.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was Tide who did the most damage, so credit to him, he was still finding ways to do damage, but I mean, not that useful when you don't win the game, unfortunately. And again, it's not all his fault. I think Cascada got really far ahead, got a lot of gold, and then didn't really use it after the early skirmishes. Obviously, that's pretty much the easiest time to play Akali, is those levels sort of 6 to 11 sort of range before a lot of resistances can come through and before there's a lot of safety on the AD carries.
Yeah. And who are you expecting for MVP? Because I would probably give it to Kai'Sa just for that one
Yeah.
engage.
Yeah, it could be Kai'Sa. It also could be Gory, in
Yeah,
fairness.
I was thinking that too. You know, he played, I think, pretty well given what happened early game. You know, Cascada getting some random kills, and then he still manages to take that mid tower. Still
Yeah.
farmed up a Storm. Obviously did a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Most damage taken was 665. I don't think that is particularly surprising. Was oftentimes the first man in, first man to go down. 5 kills was the most of the game, by the way.
Yeah,
It felt
that's a
like
bit
it was
surprising.
way scrappier than that, but I guess it wasn't.
Yeah, I guess a lot of the time it's a long fight, and then only one person ends up dying.
Yeah. It will be Kai'Sa who picks up the MVP for this one.
Sedge actually did more damage than Lee.
Yeah, that's just
That's wild.
That's just Sejuani. This is Sejuani gaming, baby. You get that? Honestly, that permafrost, it does so much damage. Like, it is an absolutely insane amount of damage, and when you have the Cassante and you have the Akali, you can get it off like a fairly regular amount of the time. And there you are on your screen. It is going to be Kai'Sa, and I think that is mainly for 2 reasons. Obviously, that engage he found on Tide, which was a very critical sort of breaking point. The other reason is because a lot of those engages, like the Baron where they turned around, it was completely stopped just by him ulting someone into a couple other people. And so I think those are really the 2 reasons why he got it. I believe this is actually one of the
Yeah,
instances.
this is the one where he finds that flashless Aphelios.
Yeah.
And 665, I think, just stood on Aphelios here to try get the kick.
Yeah.
You know, like to go on him instead. But unfortunately for them, it did manage to go on Tide. And then after that, it's such an easy team fight for CFO to clean up
Yeah.
once that Aphelios has gone down.
I can't believe how long Taco lived there, by the way.
Yeah. He was sprinting it away.
Yeah, he was. He was absolutely boosting it, but not able to get out, unfortunately. And I mean, honestly, DCG, after seeing game 1, of course, we have another 1, maybe 2 games left in the tank. I feel optimistic. I think like there is only a couple mistakes that if they fix, they would have won that game, I feel.
Yeah, it was close.
And again, I think if you have Tide, who, for my money, has been a bit of the standout player. Now, admittedly, Cascada had a fairly good game. Did kind of fall off as the game progressed. I think Tide really seems like the guy that is like the X factor, if you will. If they're going to win, he's the guy to get it done. I want to see him on something more comfortable. We know Lucian is something he's comfortable. He played a lot of Zyre and Kai'Sa last split, which maybe we could see again. I don't see any reason not to. But, of course, that is game number 1 all done and dusted. We will go to a break. Once we're back, we'll have game number 2 between DCG and CFO.
in the middle. God singing songs can't solve the riddle. Only few will make it out alive. It's gonna be you and I. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous games. Dangerous Dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me, yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to what looks to be a bit of an exciting series we have on our hands. We have CFO, of course, up against DCG. Game number 1 was a back-and-forth affair. Cascada getting very, very far ahead on the Akali, but ultimately wasn't enough to get it done. Now, coming into the next one, I'm expecting some changes in the champion select. Of course, I said before the break, I didn't really like what I saw from Tides Aphelios. Now, I think he did a serviceable job, but when you're trying to win games, you need to do more than a serviceable job. I think if he's on something like the Lucian, he was just hard carrying on, I'd be quite excited to see that. And it's clearly true that Stage True really enjoys playing the Melio, because even off of the Lucian Melio, he's been picking it up. So it seems like it's just double comfort for them. And maybe, I mean, we haven't seen side selection yet. We don't exactly know. But if they are blue side, I almost expect that maybe the first 3 bans go very similar. Maybe you can drop the Orianna, replace it with a Rumble, pick up Lucian first, and then you get your side of the Lucian matchup.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I would be a little surprised, I think, if Lucian gets through the blue side again. I feel like it will be banned. Okay, they decide to run it back. Choose a red side again. I'm a little surprised.
I am too. I mean, yeah, no, I am definitely surprised. I think they seem to be better suited for blue side. Both their wins against CFO were also on the blue side, and obviously looked a little bit rusty there on the red side. They did find themselves advantages, in fairness, and they probably should have won the game, but ended up not doing so. Now, back into Champion Select. Nocturne will be the first ban again by CFO. Poppy is the answer. I'm really looking to see a Rumble ban. I definitely don't... Like, it's not like Rest had the most impact on the game. I just think the champion, you can't counter it. Your red side, you really want to find counter in either the mid or the top lane, if not both, if possible. And if you pick Rumble, it really doesn't leave a whole lot left to be countered. I mean, some of the solo queue counters include Warwick and Ryze top, which, in fairness, maybe you could see a Ryze top. Taco, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him pull out something crazy like that, but yeah, we're just going to get the Rumble.
It was hovered. Obviously, the Lucian is up again, but maybe they aren't actually happy. Okay.
No, okay. Yeah.
Makes sense. I think there's a denial as well.
I mean, now does Taco just play? Does Taco just take the Rumble now? It's a fine blind pick. Obviously, it can just be immediately answered, and if you don't pick it up in the first 2, it is likely going to be picked in 2, 3.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Rumble on 3.
Oh, no.
It's coming back.
Oh, we're doing the same again, fellas.
But we should see some adaptations, I think, in the second phase. Expecting the Nami, of course,
will it be
to
Rumble?
be picked up here.
If not, you have to ban it. Okay, yeah. Okay, you have to ban the Rumble now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, or you can pick
You still could take
Rumble.
it into 2 bans, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can ban it second phase, but do they have bans to spare? What was it last time? They banned, like, Rel?
Rel Maokai.
Yeah, I mean,
Both,
Maokai can definitely go.
Yeah, I also think, honestly, Rel could probably go. Okay, so far, draft is literally identical. Not a single thing has changed.
Yeah.
Now, will this be the Rel? Yep. What was this banner?
Yeah, I can't remember what this one was. I think they banned... No, actually, I don't remember.
Was Gwen one of the bans? I think Gwen might have been a ban.
No, they banned mids, actually. They banned Yone.
Oh,
and
that's right.
I don't remember what the other one was. Maybe we'll find out here.
Was it LeBlanc? I think it was LeBlanc.
No, it wasn't LeBlanc.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. But anyway, Akali's that first ban. Cascada, he did pretty well on it. So I think justified in taking that away. Maybe just ban like Akali and Yone, get away those melee combos with Sejuani.
Right.
Okay,
We've
well.
banned... Oh, boy. Well,
Okay, well, they could take Rumble.
take it, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. But that would leave you... it depends on this ban. If it's Yone, it becomes a little bit harder. Because it was Tristana was the second ban.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So Tristana or Yone is getting through, which means you can have AD in the mid. Yone almost seems better simply because you do have the Sejuani to pair alongside it.
Yeah, I mean, now that Yone's up, I think you do just take the Rumble.
I think you take Rumble, you position for yourself to get the Yone mid.
Yeah.
Is there ever an angle where Rest takes Yone into Rumble?
I was just thinking that. I think the matchup's really hard, but maybe.
Okay.
This seems a weird way of doing this, to be honest.
Yeah.
So that should mean Rumble gets picked in top. Is there an AP top? I mean, it could be
Ryze.
Yeah, I was gonna
I
say...
don't think Gwen...
Yeah, it doesn't sound good in my head.
Although the Equalizer can kind of be neutralized by Gwen just stepping into her shroud. We'll see.
Yeah.
This is going to get locked in, you have to think. There's no reason not to. And I don't want to see the Cassante again. I mean, you need AP.
Ooh.
All right.
The Jarvan. Okay, so just for the Jarvan Rumble combo, obviously.
Yeah. And again, there is a mobile AD carry that you're against.
Does this Yone ever go top? I kind of don't think so. Ooh.
Now, might not be the worst. Early lane should be very, very difficult. But once you do hit 6 and you're able to steal some of the stats away from this Rumble, it might be doable. Oh, we have no AP damage. Oh, Yone has a little bit.
Yeah, they have like mixed damage, but
Yeah.
it feels pretty mediocre, to be honest.
Yeah, Milio offers a little bit. You do have 2 combos with the Sejuani.
Yeah.
And in fairness, as often you say, it is better to have a full AD comp than a full AP
true.
comp, because a lot of AD champions have ways to get magic damage. Like even Wit's End does offer magic damage, things like that.
Yeah, and there's still even, you know, like, you might see stuff like the Mercs picked up, right, against the Sejuani. I don't know. I feel like DCG, they were the ones that obviously kind of have to iterate on their draft, right, because they lost. And I kind of feel like it was actually CFO whose draft improved even with the Jarvan.
I think so too. I think, yeah, their draft has gotten better. Now, admittedly, I think the Yone can actually have more playmaking potential perhaps in these team fights, as well as it does give you a legitimate split pushing threat later on as the game progresses.
True. Yeah.
Yone is able to sit sort of in whatever lane he chooses to and pressure that down. There's not really, I mean, assuming magic resist comes through, Rumble will start to struggle, and Azir certainly will start to struggle against the Yone. Unless Gory, of course, plays it pretty much near to perfection. But it's exciting. I mean, 4th game of Cascada mid, 4th different champion, all very highly mechanical champions, and 3 great performances so far. So I'm sure he's going to be able to pilot this champion. Taco, what I want to see from him is a little better decision-making when it comes to these fight timings, as well as just, I mean, the second fight, of course, just going in 1v4. You are Cassante, but you're also at the 40-minute mark where you do just get shredded.
Yeah, it just falls apart a bit too quickly. But Cascada, I mean, coming back to the champion pool, Akali and Yone would not have been what I expected to see. But clearly, he seems to be capable on pretty much everything we've seen so far. Now, I have a small question for you.
Okay.
Do you think Lucian goes for the support item again, or do you think it's just because he fell behind?
I think it was because he fell behind, but honestly, it is just good as long as you're able to try and maintain yourself out of that farming penalty. The farming penalty is obviously where it starts to struggle. I think it's 5 CS per minute is where that ticks in. So, yeah, I think it depends on that, but we'll see. I mean, honestly, we have pretty much the exact same game, minus an improvement there for Jarvan. And you could argue an improvement in terms of Yone and comp flexibility, more so than laning. Of course, both Akali and Yone do struggle a little bit against the Azir. Fleet footwork on Azir this game, I think it's better than against Akali. It does give you the option to dodge out of some of those Qs, even protect perhaps the ult as the game progresses.
Yeah, you can kite out. I think it's a little strange, though, still.
Yeah. I think it's better than against the Akali, though. At least that is the opinion.
Yeah. Bot lane. It is actually the Lucian Nami who might get prior level 1 this time.
Yeah. Different look.
I feel like that changes the matchup a lot, too.
Yeah, I'd say so. I do think that, in general, most Aphelios lanes start to improve once you do get access to the Gravitum as well as the Infernum guns. That's where you start to have legitimate pressure on the lane. For now, the red gun is just, a bit of sustain early. Green gun gives you a little bit of chance to harass in the lane. But yeah, certainly looking better so far for the CFO bot lane.
Nice ward there on the Raptors by Cascada. Had a little bit of prior and was able to find a winner to use it. Well, big trades on bot. I think that was... Did Tide use his barrier there?
I don't think so. No, he did. Okay. Wow. Very different lane phase. Last time at this stage, it was the DCG bot lane pushing in. And actually, it was Shun who had lost pretty much all of his pots. But
Yeah, I wonder what changed. Like, we didn't really see much of the level 1.
I wonder if it's just there is a far more legitimate threat for Jarvan to come and
Yeah.
sort of force you out of lane than it is the Lee Sin, which made DCG just want to have this lane push into them so they don't have that threat. Again, they are on the red side, so a little bit more vulnerable when it comes to sort of jungle pressure.
Yeah, that could be it. Lanes, though, do look like they're going pretty well. Gory also has a pretty sizable lead in mid. Somewhat to be expected. I mean, Yon knows pre-first base, not particularly strong. Kasa, Ward will spot out Tide there. It's just going to be able to grab this scuttle. Ooh, big trade in mid.
Doesn't connect on that W, but still, it's good to see that Cascada's not afraid of getting a little bit aggressive. Now, it is the bottom scuttle was picked up by Kasa, and he is immediately going to the top side scuttle. No smite available for 665, neither is there for Kasa. Looks like 665 should be able to pick this up in time, and maybe scurry on out, although it's not so clear. He's going to go the opposite way, and now with that, I do have to think he will get out, of course. Cannot be slowed, but lots of pressure. He doesn't have his jungle camp up on the top side. There is a Raptors, but will Kasa actually go for it?
Yeah, I think he might just be wasting his time. Probably just needs to reset at this point. But things are looking good. I mean, so far this is CFO actually with 3 pushing lanes, which feels very, very nice. Obviously, Jarvan, not really the kind of champ that can take advantage of it, but it does mean that neutrals are a bit easier. It does mean that you can't really be punished in your own jungle. And a sizable first base lead here for Gory is up about 20 CS.
Yeah, things going worse in the mid and the bottom lane in comparison to game number 1. I'm very surprised that we just saw almost a repeat of the drafts. Okay, nice little trade there. Got the carrot movement speed, allowing Tide there to find 2 stuns, and Gory's actually looking aggressively as well as Cascada. Going to be forced to flash, but Kasa now joining into this fight. Gets 665 nice and low, but Cascada ultimately will stay very, very healthy.
Yeah, good reactions from the flash. Do allow Gory to survive.
Makes the lane a lot scarier, though.
It does, yeah. And there's more gank setup, obviously, that comes through from the Yone once he ticks level 6.
Yeah, constantly going aggressively. Now, Void Grubs will once again be picked up here by Kasa. And as long as 665 can, similarly to last game, pick up at least 2 of the second rotation, is not all that impactful. Of course, we didn't really see it before Void Grubs come into play at all in game number 1.
No, that's a nice little pickup. It's going to cross mid. Maybe could even look. Oh, Gory.
Okay. Gory's going to get ulted under tower, but immediately able to get back there. Does have Fate Sealed available for him if Kasa were to look aggressively. Is not going to for now. In fact, we'll just be sticking around to try and allow Gory to push this in safely, but does clear the wave. Should be able to get out. Cascada, though, finding a little bit of CS back for himself, so closing that gap originally found by Azir.
Oh, bubble heads.
Bubble will land. Shun looking for an aggressive trade. Barrier is back up, and in fact it is going to be DCG in terms of damage who win the trade, but healing coming through from Sword Art as well as the barrier lost means in the long term certainly positive for the side of CFO. In the meantime, though, 665 now starting up on this Hextech Dragon. Don't know that he's going to get it. Kasa will spot out that it's being done, and with that, 665 really having to back off. Although bot lane coming up, as well as Sword Art having no mana, means it will eventually be completed. The Sejuani, as I said in game number 1, one of the better champs at taking early dragons.
Yep. It's just going to pick this one up. And nice and early. We'll give them a Dragon Wing Con later in the game if they can keep doing so.
Yeah. Almost level 6 on the Sejuani, which I think is most important to note for Gory. Does not have the flash, does not have the ult, and Cascada certainly has a lot of kill pressure. So we'll have to look out for really 665 hitting that level 6, and if he decides to path towards the mid lane.
Ooh, Q was moved forward there by Gory. That could be a window for Cascada to punish.
Caster's in the area, though.
He's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah,
he
needs to be very careful. He's getting quite low. Q won't be off cooldown yet. Is quite a lot longer after nerfs that came through near the end of last season.
Ooh.
Okay. Orca is here to try and help with the jungle camps, but Kasa, feeling very, very comfortable and safe, is able to pick those ones up. Now Sword Art even showing his face in mid lane.
That was Rumble you just used on the wave here. And I wonder if Taco can actually get dived. If Rest can keep him here, you know, maybe clear out the next wave, it could be a possibility. It looks like he's just going to back away.
I'm really surprised that DCG didn't opt for something like Gwen in the top lane. Obviously, it's not going to be an easy matchup, and Cassante is certainly a lot more survivable, but I feel like you really would enjoy having both Gwen's auto attack speed to sort of help with Sejuani passive, but the AP damage...
Ooh, Sej might go for the wrap here.
Yeah,
There is
actually-
cleanse up on Shun though.
Yeah, aggressive. It does go DCG. Flash comes out of Sword Art. It is also cleanse used by Shun on the Lucian. Now, they do manage to survive from that gank. Sword Art actually turning back a lot of damage. Now it's Caster's turn. Will be spotted on the pink ward, so DCG should just try and clear out a couple of those minions. Actually get almost all of them.
He's going pretty far
Yeah.
around.
Okay. Cascada's joining. Now, similar to the Akali, I think right now Cascada is a lot more impactful, especially if he lands a two-man Fate Sealed. Empress Divide comes out and the stun will not connect onto Gory. Caster, though, going to use that flag and drag to get away. It was a good look from Cascada, but just too much CC and too many gap closes to really be able to secure anything.
Yeah, that was looking really good. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get it. Maybe going to repeat onto mid though.
Yeah,
Gory,
we do
he
not have
knows.
Sejuani ult available, but he's going to be forced away from the tower, which can just be enough. That's a couple minions lost. It's also pressure given over to DCG as it is 6-5 headed towards the newly spawned Void Grubs. Remember, 2 of them really is enough to sort of not care anymore as long as you start up very early. Shouldn't be contested. In fact, Taco is actually looking for a kill up on Rest. Equalizer comes out. All out's also been used. Unstoppable. But Taco is going to be absolutely melted. First blood to Rest with the solo bolo.
Yeah, just absolutely cooks him up there. And again, all that magic resist. Oh, actually only managed to get one Void Grub here. So that is going to be 5 picked up for CFO. But yeah, all that magic resist in top lane doesn't actually mean so much with Rumble. You know, once you get the overheat, your harpoons are shredding something like 60% total magic resist. It's a pretty high number.
It's absurd. It is absolutely absurd. And now with that, that will be the 5 Void Grubs picked up. So we'll get the Void Mites on towers.
We'll see this again. And Taco, he doesn't have TP. He's pretty low at the start of this too.
Yeah. Very much got overzealous.
I think even the Rumble here wasn't stellar, you know?
I think even with your jungler there, you may as well just either wait for your jungler to come or just go and help with the Void Grubs. Rest? I think his teammates sounded more excited than he did.
Yeah, he seemed more confused than anything.
Yeah. Dazed and confused. All right. Back to the game, though. Rest now obviously finds himself at a large advantage. You begin questioning why this Rumble was left open.
For sure. Especially over stuff like the Maokai.
Yeah. Yeah, the Maokai one's a perplexing one. But anyway. So far, I want to add, obviously, because I talked about it so much before, the gun rotation has looked good for Tide. Shun now is going to jump away. Does have cleanse back available. Here comes the Moonlight Vigil. Is it enough? It is not. But it is once again more pressure given over to the bot lane of DCG. Rough start, but now really coming into their own. Shun suffering from the pressure exerted here by 665 on the Sejuani.
Yep, forced to recall again. Actually just rushed out the straight Kraken Slayer this game.
Yeah.
So no Storm Razor. I kind of like it, to be honest. Oh,
Ooh,
TP comes in
teleport.
from Rest.
Yeah.
Has ulti.
Yeah, this is trying times if you're a DCG bot laner. Breath of Life comes out, and now Tide trying to run away,
No
but the
flash.
Flash Cataclysm, the Equalizer, he's a goner. It's a
And maybe one more.
3-0 Rumble now. Taco does have all out available for him. If he can get to a wall, he should be able to get out, and there he is. Gets over. Oh, he's actually turned around to look aggressively, but with that all out, is now able to hop over the wall, get himself to safety. But yeah, this Rumble is going to be an absolute problem. First Dragon going to be looked at because of this.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, actually, Shun Out of base, headed straight top. He's getting himself at least one plate, and it actually
stolen.
is the Dragon stolen by 665. Flashes on out.
Yeah. I feel like that actually is worth it.
For sure.
You know, just because it does give you a way back in. Potentially you can get dragons.
10
At the
extra
same
minutes
time,
at worst.
Yeah, I feel like if you're CFO, you probably don't care a whole lot. And this cleanse must have just come up. He did use it previously, but now having overcommitted too much and with rest being this strong, as well as having perma top prior, is just able to TP in. And it is matched by Taco, but I think he was late, you know, had to clear the wave. And honestly, I don't even think they saw the TP until it was pretty late. Because if you are going to TP in here as Cassante, surely you go earlier, but he's TP by the time Orca's already dead, and Tide is pretty much dead to rights as well. It's a bit of a weird coordination there, I think, from the side of DCG.
Yep, 3-0 Rumble. Well played by Taco to find the angle to get through that wall, otherwise he too likely was going to go down. Now back to live. Casa. Once again, one thing that you definitely can't say about Casa is that he's just constantly invading.
Yeah, should be able to get out.
Yeah, it doesn't have
Oh,
flash
maybe
actually.
not.
He might just be dead. That is going to be the Glacial Prison landing. Cascada so low and no follow-up. Gory really able to output enough damage there to defend his jungler. Keep him alive. Gory actually continuing
Yeah,
on. He's
he might
getting
not be
very
done.
aggressive. 6-5 though, will run away. Orca is joining the fray, and Rift Shield should be picked up by CFO. So really getting almost everything they want with the exclusion of Dragon.
Yeah, nice pickup here. Gory, once again, he's really ahead in his 1v1.
It is support item again, by the way. So
Oh, yeah.
I guess it's pretty good. Like, you know, you constantly have 8 wards as opposed to 4
Yeah.
on the opposing side, and makes it a whole lot harder to control anything around the map if you are the side of DCG. Although Shun not doing the best at keeping himself under the farm threshold means that he will be losing gold on each minion he takes.
This mid tower could be in trouble. Herald could be brought here pretty much straight away. Lock it first on Sejuani. I guess just wants the shield against the Rumble ult.
I think it's honestly good. I mean, what else do you really go? You could just go the flat item for yourself, but do you really care about yourself when you're Sejuani?
Yeah.
You kind of just want to play for the team. I think if you go lock it, then go into Frozen Heart second, you're looking pretty strong. Very cheap items as well, by the way. They're like 2,300 gold items. So, now comes the culling. Tide is going to get knocked up. Casa choosing to go for the knock-up instead of the damage on tower, but Tide is able to survive. And so perhaps a missed opportunity there in terms of taking this mid-tower, although they still have got it very low, and it is inevitably going to go down. Void Mites as well, tanking up a couple tower shots there for the boys.
Yeah. Not long for this world is this tower. I think Ty didn't expect that. I mean,
No.
I didn't expect that either.
No, neither did I. But I think it was well played. Got them very low. They're trying to defend this tower as best they can, but they won't be able to.
Yeah, it might be time just to go back to camps. I think this bot lane should take that tower eventually. And in the side lane, Gory with a completed item. Griscata doesn't quite have the pork, although we think he has it in base. Are they going to try looking him? There is flash and ult available.
I'll say 65 has had a lot of looks and honestly done his absolute best to try and find things, and he's going to go again. There is no cleanse, of course, on this Azir. There's also nobody really nearby, although Casa now realizing where the map's weakness is, also having camps up there means he will be pathing up. And Gory should be safe to pick up more and more minions. Now, Blade of the Ruin King completed for Cascada. That's a big power spike, especially in the isolated 1v1 on the side lane. Taco really, I don't think he ever has fun against this Rumble ever again.
Yeah, not looking good.
Okay, gets the bone plating. Is able to just instantly clear away, which is a bonus, but I really want to see Taco, I think, go... Ooh, what do I want to see him go? Do I want to see it? I guess Merc Treads is the logical thing here, just because you're trying to survive the Rumble, but... And he does pick it up, and it looks like it will be Jack Show second once again. I don't know how much I like that. I feel like he's just dealing with a Rumble so much, and if Lucian's hitting him, it's almost a best-case scenario.
Minus B for a bit more immediate power right now, though, as that third dragon is spawning. And this is DCG's way back into the game. Alternatively, they can give this and try trade gold onto that top tier 1.
Oh, Gory, he's going to flash away. That is a big ult. And so while Gory now vulnerable for the next 5 minutes, it certainly means that a fight is not likely to brew here. Breath of Light trying to get the boys out, and Taco blocking up a lot of that culling means that they should be okay to survive. Going to give up this dragon. In the meantime, though, Cascada should be able to pick up this top tower. He's been on it for quite a while, but they're looking for Gory. Gory actually dodges out of the Fate's call. Teleport will be coming through here for Taco, and Gory's doing a lot of damage and rest. He's picking up his 4th. Is he going to pick up his 5th? It looks like he might just do so. Gory, in fact, is going to be the recipient of that kill as Taco's trying to find something. Gory getting very low. 3rd Q will not connect, but it will be Taco picking up 1. Rest, big shutdown. He's stuck under his tower now, tied. If he picks up this, could be very, very good. Graviton Gun means he's locked down. Shutdown for Taco, who's continuing on. Sword Art now will land the bubble. It is a 3rd Q available, but will not be able to stay in range, and so big gold swing there. Shun going to be able to pick up this inner tower as well, but DCG certainly finding things on the map to try and bring themselves within touching distance.
Yeah, they got some gold. I don't know if it's in the right places. You know, kills on the Taco, I feel like don't fare that well against a Fed, Azir, and Rumble.
Sure.
We'll see it again, though. In Gory, he dives into what is a very dangerous situation, narrowly avoids that ultimate there. And it's looking pretty disastrous here for DCG. Looks like it's just going to be cleaned up, but admittedly, Taco lived for so long. No one could quite clean him up, especially with the Milio healing.
Yeah, I think Gory also probably played that wrong. Sort of walking far too close to Taco, allowed him to get that first kill. Leaves the rest very, very vulnerable.
Yeah, Taco picks up the big shutdown, which is not bad, but I feel like if the gold had gone onto Aphelios, you're feeling a bit better about it.
Aphelios or Yone, certainly. Equalizer used now bot means that Cascada will not be able to do too much to this tower. Casa, he's going to meet a Cassante.
Okay, another tower picked up. There's more gold in the side lane. Looks like it will be traded, though, as Cascada, he's making his way down to that bot tier 2, or tier 1. But tier 2 not long behind it.
Rish should have to answer this too. Doesn't have Equalizer this time. It is going to be at least the 1 tower picked up here, and Taco actually finds a nice little knock up on Sword Art, but doesn't really have the ability to follow up on. Red buff will be located. Now this is an objective, of course, nowadays. Gives red buff to absolutely everyone on the team, and will be picked up now by 665, so well done. Won the smite fight for red. Shun looking aggressively. Notably, I'm kind of surprised that Shun has opted for this build, especially when he's gone the Blood Song. It feels like perhaps the Stormrazor Rapid Fire Cannon build gets a little bit more out of that item. Just gives you that extra range, gives you that extra burst.
Yeah. I guess he just feels like he's going to be hitting tanks all game long.
Oh, Tide's looking aggressive. Gory's going to have to shuffle on out of there. Now, what do you think DCG have to do to really try and get themselves... I mean, they're not out of the game by any means, but try and get a win here. Because obviously they're behind. There is scaling available for both teams. I think actually this game, maybe you'd argue the scaling favors DCG. So do you think it's just a matter of trying to withhold the pressure around Baron, the pressure that Rest is going to be able to exert, being the 4-in-1 2-item Rumble that he currently sits at?
Yeah, I think honestly at the moment, it mostly just comes down to that team fight execution. I think that if DCG can win fights, if they can get more dragons, that's an easy way to win. And I think the fights are, you know, close enough right now that it really does comes down to which team plays it better. So I don't think there's really anything special. Just keep getting gold on your Yone, keep getting gold on your Aphelios, maybe hit those 2-item spikes, and then try and fight this next dragon. You could probably give one more if you wanted to, but I think definitely want to start thinking about fights soon.
Okay. Now, it is a lot of vision, of course, having those 2 support items around this Baron. Shun going to get knocked up and will be able to dash over the wall. Fate's call will not connect, but a lot of damage actually is landed there onto Shun. Does manage to get himself out to safety at only the cost of his cleanse. Now, Moonlight Vigil is available, and Tide does have Rain Gun, so Shun certainly has to remain at least somewhat careful as Gory dashes on forward, looks for a little bit of poke here.
They're pushing down mid, but they can't get a whole lot more. than just control here. Next Dragon's in a minute, and I wouldn't be surprised to see DCG give up one more and try and trade something for it. What can they get, though? I mean, maybe top tier 2. We'll see where they go out of base, because right now, it doesn't seem like they're setting up to trade. Maybe they actually want to fight. They have their 2 items on Yone. Aphelios, we're not too sure how much gold he's sitting on.
Yeah.
He's recalling now, though.
You'll see. I think it might just be a BF sword. Let's have a look. If it is the IE, certainly... Okay, it is. Okay, that is a big power spike.
Yeah, I think they'll want to fight.
Yeah, Tide definitely able to fight now. They are also able to look for the Baron. I mean, they tried it last time, and it kind of was the beginning of the end for them. Or Sword Art might actually just be found. There wasn't anyone nearby, so was able to very greedily walk into that topside river. Okay, now Dragon spawning. The side, DCG is very much playing.
Shun.
Yeah, Shun manages to get that away, but the knockup, Arctic Assault, Flash, all of the... Ooh, everything's being used here, but Shun does manage to get out. He has lost both of his summoners now at the cost of what was only the Sejuani ult. Now, Sejuani ult, not a very long cooldown. If they're able to delay a little bit, might be able to even contest still for this Dragon, especially with the pressure that Kriskata is exerting currently in the side lane. Ooh.
A big chunk. Gory sitting on 2 items is very, very strong. Probably will need a Void next.
Look how many wards CFO are afforded by just having these 2 support items.
Yeah.
It's almost double the vision.
Does feel pretty suffocating to play against.
Yeah.
As now, CFO will set their sights maybe on ganking bot, actually.
Yeah, Kriskata is being looked at. He has Fate Sealed and Flash, so he should be safe. And now, Dragon will be started.
Team's on
CFO, though,
Baron.
yeah, even a teleport being committed now from Kriskata. They have a lot of damage. There's a Blade of the Ruined King. There's a 2-item Aphelios. This will go down very quick, although Tide's guns are not good for the Baron take. Does now get red, which definitely will help. Increases damage quite a lot now. It might just be a 50-50 flip.
Yeah.
Let's have a look here. Kasa, he's getting into the pit, but Taku's trying to take him out. He gets it all out, and Baron will go down. It's DCG who picked that up. Taku's going to have to go down. Now, there is going to be an equalizer come down. Perfectly placed. Gets everyone. Breath of Light trying to save them. Kasa, though, he's following. Tide will have a lot of damage. It's going to flash away. Here comes Gory. Nice kick by Orca will mean that Gory is not able to find the bottom lane here of DCG. Now, 2 members are going to go down, but importantly, Baron off the map and 3 members of the DCG are wielding it.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. I think still CFO are fairly okay with this. At the same time, if you're DCG, you're okay with that too, right? You get the opportunity to slow the game down. Even if you can't use your Baron, you can use it. Just wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Looks like they want a little bit more here. I think they can grab this tower.
Teleport available for Taco, by the way. Is there any flank ward? I don't see one.
We'll see it again. I think it was a really nice job by Taco to keep Kasa out of the pit for so long, because it looked like Kasa was actually just going to get in here and, you know, straight 50-50 it.
Yeah, wasn't able to.
And DCG, I think, you know, on the way out,
They just needed to keep running.
Yeah.
Even pop the Breath of Light simply for the move speed even.
yeah, I think they definitely got pretty greedy here. And it did cost them not too much. I think the death is actually whatever, but the flash and Aphelios...
Yeah, but that kick really saved the game.
Yeah.
If Gory's able to get behind the bottom lane there, it even could have been the end of the game.
Yeah, it would have been scary. And Gory working on his Void now. Definitely needs it. There's so much MR on the other side.
Importantly, Kriskata did maintain the Baron buff, and he being the split pusher. Tide's getting very aggressive. All Sword Art is getting absolutely one shot.
Ooh.
Not going to quite be able to pull it off.
Kasa may be looking now.
Yeah, there's a lot being looked
no
at.
flash.
Kasa, yeah, going to find his way onto Tide. Tide staying alive for just that little bit. And now Shun going to find his way into Taco after the all-out does come through. But Taco might be able to turn around at least one. He does. Shun does go down, but it will be Taco losing his life not long after. Although he's staying alive for a very long time, delaying very, very well. And it's actually DCG that seemingly are on the upper foot, as a lot of time was delayed. And Kriskata as well as 665 and Orca even walking from mid down to bot lane. Baron buff as well. No equalizer available for rest means this inhib at least will be going down. Are they going to look to continue? Doesn't look like. Caster's actually waiting. Kriskata's very, very strong, by the way. Isn't going to connect on at that Q3. as it is going to be Gory as well as Sword Art working their way on that mid lane tower. Tide will respawn now and be able to clear out some minions. So in-hip for in-hip trade, which I think is not the worst when you are just losing a team fight mid as DCG.
Yeah, I'd say DCG might even come out ahead. Take a look at it again. As DCG, they chase CFO pretty significantly into the river. Sword Art was pretty close to dying there. But really it's just the no flash tax. Got it burned before. Tide was just immediately taken out. I think Shun got a bit too aggro here. Probably should have just stayed alive and looked to siege, but Cassante did Cassante things. Even got out of cleanse.
Yeah, I can't believe how close he, well, not how close he was to getting out, but just how long he lasted.
Mid and hip for bot and hip though. I think that's definitely better for DCG.
Yeah. See, Cascada did 0 damage there. By the way, Cascada's damage graphs, if it ended right now, would be very close to 0.
Yeah, he hasn't hit anything.
He's actually just 1v0ing side lanes while Rest clears minions every now and then. And a theme is chained, by the way, for Rest, so almost certainly put that on Cascada to give himself a little bit more chance in the side lane. It is 3 items, though, completed for Cascada, of course. Has that shield bow. Equalizer comes out, it's used on the minion wave, and Rest is chasing up the lane, but has no backup, so certainly should not continue forward.
Yeah, looks like he'll just clear it up for now. Third dragon spawns in 30 more seconds, and we might see something on bot side.
Shiralias is going to be used here, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to find anything, as we do have Flash now available for Shun. Still not up for Tide, so this dragon fight might just be a give, simply based on the fact you're Aphelios, who will struggle incredibly against Rumble, Azir, Java, and even Nami. 6-5 though, he's trying to tank this up. Now, attention is going to turn towards this dragon. It would be the third for either team, third mountain dragon in a row for CFO. Feeling like a little bit of a repeat from last game in terms of the objectives. Will just be picked up. So now 5 minutes really is the timer on the clock. DCG have to try and find some leg room. Of course, a lot of their gold actually sitting on the Cassante, being in that he did pick up all 3 of the kills, including a large shutdown onto Gory.
Yeah.
As well as Rest, actually.
This Void is completed for Gory. That makes a big difference, I think. All those frontliners have so much MR. And now, Recall is coming in from Cassante. Rest is going to go answer. Has TP to get to Baron if he needs to. It's up in 20 more seconds. And CFO, they're the ones in control right now, but Cascada, he does have a flank.
Yeah. Now, Cascada will obviously want to be a part of this one. It's a little bit harder for him to pressure because at this stage of the game, if you're not at the Baron, very close to when it starts, it does just get absolutely shredded. 3-item Lucian, 3-item Azir. Very similar on the other side, although CFO do hold a constant vision control, again, with that double support item setup. After being looked at, he's going to get stunned up. He's actually going to get locked up. Does manage to just get that flag and drag off, keep himself nice and safe. And here we're also seeing more problems for DCG, of course. This mid lane tower, not even really hit at all, means that map pressure is just constantly going the way of CFO. Bot on hip 2. It is still down. Means that this Baron fight, if it continues to be a dance, will begin to favor DCG bit by bit, as Rest would have to go down and answer, or perhaps Gory.
Yeah, it feels like something is about to happen here, though. Lots of pings on the mid, flank from Caster.
Yeah, flash available for Tide. He's going to have to pop it almost immediately. In fact, he doesn't. He hasn't popped it at all. He's managed to keep it, and out comes the Moonlight Vigil. There's so much damage coming down as Tide. He's trying to find whatever he can do. Caster is back onto this Aphelios, and Shun has remained untouched. He's going forward, but it's the bot lane now. Taco has remained on 1 HP. Gory has left it. He's got the kill. It's now Taco and Orca verse 4. Full health bar on Gory. The heal available for Sword Art. And 3 members down on DCG.
Taco's actually TPing for the end.
Oh, he's going to pressure the end. It's all up to Orca then. Gory does recall. I don't think this is good. You've gotten the Azir away.
Yeah, wait, now maybe they just end.
17 seconds, 15 seconds now available Sejuani will respawn. It does look like between Sorda.
Wait, Inhib comes up.
Oh, Inhib spawned. Oh my god, okay. 665 should respawn. 3 seconds left on that. Inhib now will go down. Cascada respawning in 5 seconds. So much damage will come down onto this Nexus. It's Shun who's fighting it all. And it's just too little too late. Taco tries to play distraction. Is not able to. It's going to be a clean 2-0 for CFO. Picking up their first series win.
Yeah, and I think game 2 there, pretty impressive from CFO. I think that was much better overall. You know, nice and clean early game. I think their draft got even stronger, so for DCG, maybe question marks on the adaptation going into game number 2, but I liked what I saw from CFO there.
Yeah, for sure. I think, in fairness, I think both games were a little bit messy from both teams. Ultimately, this was an improvement from their series against BYG, and honestly, in many ways, this DCG series for DCG also was an improvement, right? Because after you saw them today, you wouldn't expect them to struggle against West Point, and they certainly did. So I think credit to both teams. It was a valiant effort. I don't know. I think going forward, though, we clearly see that there are a bit of a struggle when it comes to piloting this sort of comps. I think the Jarvan pick was fantastic. I think Jarvan's kind of being slept on a lot here, I feel, because most of the AD carries that are being played currently are immobile. I mean, with the exception being Lucian, really, and maybe Kalista, which is often banned. We're seeing a lot of Varus, we're seeing a lot of Caitlyn, and Jarvan typically does well into those picks, and I think Castle realizing that, picking it, constantly finding Tide in that Cataclysm time after time, it made the game a lot easier for CFO to play and pilot, and they certainly made use of it.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I think, you know, really weird signs, or not weird signs, just I can't believe the Rumble got through again.
Yeah.
You know, it was so impactful in game number 1 and even more so in game number 2. Picked up that solo kill in the top lane, especially when, if you're just going to run the draft back, right, and you're looking for that Cassante, surely you just ban Rumble.
Yeah, I feel the same. I think massive question mark, actually. I think, like, while the Rumble by the end of the game didn't have too much impact, you saw the impact he had early, right? The teleports down, he's picking up kill after kill, and it gave so much leeway for CFO to just do whatever they wanted on the map, and that is just what Rumble does as a champion. He's safe as a blind pick. There's not really anything you can pick into it to feel like, oh, well, I've got a winning matchup here. And the only way you could really do it is maybe put some jungle pressure, but do you really want to be putting your jungle pressure into the Cassante lane? Not at all, right? And so it is very, very questionable. I really hope that the takeaway from this for DCG is if you're planning to play a tank and use that red 5 to just pick a Cassante, just ban Rumble so you can get the Cassante into something that he can either make some headway into or just not punish him being so slow to scale.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, just the second phase bans in general felt pretty mediocre, right? Like, I feel like Rel and Jarvan somewhat interchangeable in my mind. Like, the Jarvan might even be more punishing in this comp.
Even the Maokai. I mean, the Maokai still makes no sense to me. We haven't really seen it played. We have once, but it's like, is it really something we think Castle's going to play? And I mean, not really. And if he does, it's probably a win for you in all seriousness.
In my mind, it's just the same as Jarvan, right? Or maybe even less impactful. And if there are that many other picks still available, you know, he went for the Lee Sin last game, got MVP. Went for the Jarvan this game, had another great game. It feels like just put the ban somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, coming to the MVP, I think Rest is likely to pick it up just for how the early game went. Obviously, as the game progressed, all he did was sit in a side lane against Chris Carter. But even that is just weathering the storm that could be this potential Yone sort of split push win condition. But I think the early game that he had, the teleport he found bot, is probably something that's worth giving him the MVP for. What do you think?
I'm not too sure. I think he did play well. Obviously, he had good ults in team fights. Easier with the Jarvan, of course. Did well in the lane, had the good TP, but I also think, you know, credit to Casa for finding those great engages, and also Gory did so much damage in the team fights. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'd give it to one of the top side. I'm just not too sure which one.
Yeah, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It is pretty hard to sort of decide on the MVP in a game like this, especially because Shun had his moments, of course. Gory had his moments. You could even argue that they really sought out, found some nice Nami bubbles and stuff to try and, you know, find advantages in team fights. So yeah, it is hard to say. I think ultimately CFO all played fairly well. I think the main question is some of the macro decisions in a lot of the, I mean, against BYG especially, there were a lot of macro decisions that you're like, well, this makes absolutely no sense. In this series, less of them, which is promising signs, of course, but also against what you'd argue is a weaker opponent. So I think if you play like this, again, if CFO are playing like this, they're playing slow like this, against PSG, do you expect them to win? Probably not.
No, I wouldn't expect so. But, I mean, if they keep going strength to strength, I could see it.
Yes.
TB Flank, though, came in from rest. Is this the one? This is the one.
Yeah,
that
it is,
ward
it is.
was about to expire,
Yeah,
by
so
the way.
close to expiring.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that. It was mere seconds away, and it changed the game in such a big way.
Yeah.
You know, Tide not only flashed, still went down. TP came through, and while he did live, you know, that means that he can't be top. In the meantime, Shun takes a lot of top plates, so really just disastrous.
Just one entirely around the map here. Zutaku did well to survive, but ultimately by this stage the damage was done. Didn't really matter what he did. Surviving was just, I guess, a bonus for him. 33 minutes it took. A lot of damage really done by Rumble and the Azir.
Yeah. I will say this is maybe the first game from Cascada where he felt kind of invisible.
Yeah. I agree. I think this was his worst game by far. But again, I don't even think he played necessarily poorly. He was just...
Wasn't much to do.
Yeah, there wasn't really much he could do, right? I mean, there was the one instance where he did miss his ult on Azir as he walked top with 665 coming up. But that is not the easiest ult to land, right? He's trying to predict where the blast cone would land the Azir and unfortunately did miss it. And Damaged Out tells a story. Gory, as you touched on earlier, was doing a lot. And the stats do prove that. Now, damage taken. Who has the highest percentage here? Huh? Looks like Car. Oh, no, 665.
Hey, but take a look at Rest KP as a top laner.
Yeah, that's insane. Have a look at Taco's.
True.
I think he got every single one of his teams killed, by the way.
How many they have? Like 4?
I think they had 4. Maybe he didn't get the last one. I know he had 3 of 3 at one stage. Gory, 665. That's a classic.
Yeah. Pretty much just Gory and the guy he's hitting.
Yeah, actually, that pretty much does tell the story. Maybe a little bit of Cassandra in there too. But,
Yeah.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? If you're Sejuani, I think you expect to take the most amount of damage in a game. And if you're not, you may be playing wrong. Like, you just kind of want to be that guy that's getting focused. And I think 665's actually been playing fairly okay. Like, he throws out his ult, he hits it most of the time, and then unfortunately there's just not much else to do. And it is going to be Rest who picks it up.
Yeah. I mean, that TB Flank pretty much won the game,
Yeah.
I think. Or at least put it in such a good
Also
spot.
solo killed Taco.
Yeah, that's true as well.
Yeah, so I think very well done by him. Damage taken quite up there for Taco. Damaged out well more up there for Rest. Obviously gold advantage all around. The entire team pretty much would have.
Yeah. So Rest does pick up that player of the game. I feel like Rest as well probably is one of the better Rumble players. You know,
Yeah,
it's not
he
even
was
like
playing
you
it-
gave Rumble to someone who doesn't play it. Yeah.
He was playing Rumble last year before Rumble was thought of as a good pick. He was already picking it. And in fact, sometimes it was to his team's detriment where they'll just have a literally full AP team.
Yeah, true.
So, yeah, it is questionable just giving over the Rumble. I think I'd almost argue the pick bans sort of solo one CFO in many ways, the series.
Yeah, game number 2 especially, I think.
Yeah.
This Rumble
Sure.
was pretty good. It was blind.
Yeah,
but
also I think DCG could have just kept running.
Yeah.
Because like 100 times out of 100 as the Rumble, you ult that bush and either you stop their backs or you have a ult down for 50 seconds and
it's
try.
no biggie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's all it was for the series. I mean, I'm still pretty optimistic about DCG, I think, going further on because CFO, again, you look at their names and think of the history in that team, and you think of this team as well. There is a very, very good chance that they're going to win this split. You know, they have so many big names: Casa, Sword Art, Gory, even Rest and Shun as well. Big names. All of them have played internationally. You think, yeah, this is a truly world's caliber team, and for DCG to actually take them to the limit, really, like they're getting a lot in these games. Game number 1, particularly, where I think DCG should have won. I think it's promising for the future, but. That does do us for our second series. I believe very, very shortly we will be going to an interview with Patty. Oh, I've been informed it's too early. We will be going soon though, but in the meantime, we're just a bit more
We'll
filling.
relax.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, guys, now it's time to go join Patty. It's going to be with Sword Art, so please do enjoy the interview.
到的是 CFO 的辅助选手 Sword Art 来到我们的赛后采访，请水水跟观众打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 CFO 的辅助水水。
Congratulations on your win in this game. After playing in other regions for such a long time, you finally returned back to PCS. How do you feel about playing in PCS? 恭喜你赢得今天的比赛，这也是你多年在外赛区打比赛之后，再一次回到 PCS 的赛场上。重回 PCS 的心情如何？
就觉得还蛮开心的吧，因为时隔多年回来 PCS 这边打比赛，然后我觉得就是也有蛮多新人，实力挺好的，然后我也觉得我的队友都非常强，所以我觉得我们磨合好的话，可以打得很好这样。
I'm really happy to be back here in PCS. After playing in other regions for so long, I realized that in PCS there's a lot of new rookies that plays very well. Also, my teammates are really good and have a very good strength. So I think it's going to be really good. So the Baron Tane fight that you played in the first game actually turned the game around. How did you communicate during that team fight? 第一局的巴龙会战就是改变了这个局面，想问你在那一波会战是怎么沟通的？
因为我们今天选的阵容是比较偏向就是打团阵容，所以我们只要把阵型保持好的话，就能赢下来。所以我们在那波的话，就是把我们阵容该打的样子打出来，所以最后可以赢。
Because our composition today is a team fight composition. So I think if we do well in that team fight, we're going to win. So that's why we went in and played that and actually did win that. So last time we saw you play with Karsa on Asia Games. So you play with him now one more time in PCS on the same team. How do you feel about this? 继上次与 Karsa 在亚运会上合作之后，这次你再与老战友 Karsa 一起打比赛，你如何？
因为就是蛮开心的吧，然后就一直知道就是卡萨是在 PCS 赛区里面，我觉得就是说最强的打野也不会有人及这样子，所以我觉得很开心可以跟他一起，就是在多年后回来一起奋斗，然后我也希望可以证明我们就是大家的实力这样子。
I'm really happy because if you say Karsa is the best jungle player in PCS, no one will actually disagree with that. So playing with him on the same team is actually really happy for me. And I was his teammate, so overall it's a really good experience. CFO got 1 win, 1 loss in the first week. And how do you rate your team's performance so far? CFO 在第一周取得了1胜1败的战绩，想问你怎么评价你们目前为止的发挥？
就我们现在的发挥可能还是有点不稳定吧。我觉得我们有可以进步的地方很多，就是然后也要把身体顾好。对，我觉得就是把状态保持好也是选手很重要的一件事，所以希望我们接下来状态可以更好这样子。
I think we're kind of, our condition isn't that steady. I think we also need to take care of our health. So to perform well, that's also a very important thing for a pro gamer. So overall, I think we have a lot of room for improvements. Last but not least, can you say something to your long-term fans? 最后想邀请你一直以来支持你的粉丝们说一句话。
就之前在 CFO 记者会上面有说过，就是回来的话，就是希望可以替 PCS 拿下世界赛8强嘛。因为之前在离开 MS 的时候，其实就是我觉得我自己发挥的没有很好，所以每次都差一点就能够就是拿下8强这样。所以我觉得就是我回来也是会就是用尽一切努力，然后跟队友还有替赛区争冠这样。
On the CFO media day, I told everyone that I want to have bring PCS the top 8, one of the top 8 teams. Because before I left LMS, we didn't really do that well. I wasn't able to achieve as good results as I wanted to. So this time, my goal is to bring CFO to the top 8 during Worlds. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations for your win today. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢所有选手来到我们的赛后采访。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm here. Thank you very much, Paddy. Very good interview and top 8 in Worlds.
Yeah,
I
that's
believe it.
Big.
I can't wait to see it. I was quite the PCS fanboy during Worlds, and I was devastated the night that both CFO and PSG got eliminated. But, I mean, this year could be a new year. I mean, it just keeps leveling up, right? The competition continues to level up. Best of 3s as well means more.
That's useful.
More practice in terms of world-esque sort of gameplay. And honestly, the players also, big names coming back, a few rookies that are really showing up. I think good signs for the PCS. And the first week as well, you expect it to be a little bit more unsteady than perhaps the rest of the weeks sort of go. But I think I feel like I've got myself a fairly accurate understanding of where the power levels of each of these teams are. I think obviously next week we actually, I believe, get to see each team twice, which will be quite exciting because that'll give you a very, very good idea, right? I think it's 4 days. Each has 2 games.
Sense,
So yeah, 8 games. We should see each team twice next week, which, yeah, I'm very excited for. But on your screen are the results for today. Of course, it was 2-0. BYG winning over West Point, which not too surprising. And CFO against DCG, also CFO picking up the 2-0. But it wasn't all that convincing, at least for me. And so, I mean, going forward, of course, looking at these teams, I think, as I said, pretty good understanding of where each team lies. I think if we see BYG against CFO again, maybe we get a different result. But I could also see it being the same result. Now, standings, of course, we have had BYG playing 2 series, and they currently lead the pack with +3 as they 2-0'd and went 2-1. CFO now managed to go positive after 1 loss, and a 2-0 puts them at 1 point positive. Still, though, not ahead of PSG or Frank, who we'll see again next week. And at the bottom of the leaderboard, it is going to be West Point and J-Team. J-Team, I expect to be able to climb up a bit further as the weeks progress. But of course, that's yet to be seen.
For sure, and I think you're right that we have a fairly accurate reading, at least in the first couple of weeks, of where the teams will be, right? It feels like we definitely have our top half there, and then a few more that can push up, and probably our weaker teams in, I would say, West Point and Hellpigs.
Yeah, absolutely. But to that, there are a few rookies getting some play time, and as the split progresses, we might see some outliers. I mean, Hellpigs, we certainly did last time, right? We expected almost nothing from them, and they managed to turn about. Speaking of Hellpigs, upcoming matches, it will be PSG versus J-Team. Very excited, Wako against his old team. And then Frank versus Hellpigs. Get to see God JJ back in action up against Eminem and Kaiwing down in the bot lane. I'm excited to see Frank again. I think they really impressed me on their first innings. I mean, 2-0ing J-Team, I didn't really expect a 2-0. I think 3-1 was kind of what I predicted. But getting to see them again should be exciting. I mean, getting to see more of Jiang, he kind of just played, I mean, a game of Jack, game of Kasante, nothing too spectacular. Maybe we'll see something more out of him, of course. I mean, always exciting to see the PCS, at least for me.
Yeah, I'm excited actually to see more of the mid lane flexibility as well from Frank. I think, especially if they end up, doing one mid laner on each side, I think that could be really interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've already seen that, right? We got to see Jimmy and play Akali, I believe it was.
Yeah,
Pretender played Annie? Nico.
Yeah, it might have been Nico.
Oh, I don't remember now. But either way, it was exciting. And Frank, at least so far, are the only team to pull it out. And to be fair, as the split progresses, I kind of assume they'll be the only team that really do utilize their sub as they are.
Yeah, probably.
And that could give them advantages, right? Because there could be teams that maybe it's just better to have Pretender in because his champ pool is more suited.
Yeah, I was going to say that, especially because they have 2 such different champion pools.
Yes, and like as meta changes, patches will come out, certain champs will get worse. Maybe, well, look, Pretender's champion pool is perfect here. Or maybe, well, Yone's really good, or Akali's really good. Time to put Jimmy in. And then, I mean, it's really, really helpful. We saw in the past the likes of, I want to go back to like season 5 SKT, where it was like Faker and EasyHoon just constantly getting subbed out, and EasyHoon ended up being the player that played more because his champs were good. But I'm just rambling on now. That will do us now for week number 1 of the PCS. I'm so glad you joined us. My voice is going, Shock voice is gone, and now we'll be off the broadcast, but do enjoy the highlights.
Now we're running out of time. Before we put this all behind, let's go again. We feel so